In here is something big that we can talk about. I don't know if we mentioned this before, but we are now in season 5,
Yep. Which
what does that
means,
mean, Jarrett?
well, RJ, it means that I, not immediately, but
Hmm.
around episode 6, I'm joining you in the
Yep.
watching of the Deep Space Nine. So you'll have, instead of my 8-year-old notes going on
Hmm.
9, you're going to have
Yep.
live Jarrett thoughts,
Hmm.
contemplations, meditations on the Star Trek Deep Space Nine.
I think this is both an exciting but also probably threatening
Mm-hmm.
thing for a lot of our listeners. I know Oliver Granger is especially going to be upset about this.
Hurry up, man! Hurry up.
Well, I think he's trying his best. He's got kids, he's got a
So,
job.
so
Well, I mean, it's tough. It's tough. So, anyways, exciting times because, yes, Jarrett Fudge Duncan is going to be stepping in to the DS9 watching.
But how many episodes did you watch, RJ?
7. I got episode 501 to 507, and I watched half of 508, but I can't speak confidently on it.
Okay.
I did watch half, and I do have an opinion, but I got to finish it off. So
Okay.
seven's pretty good, I think.
Well, I'll join you at episode 6, but I do have notes for
Yep, you do.
one through 5. So have at it, sir. How does
All right.
season 5 start?
Holy fuck, Klingon Cisco, 2 out of 4 stars.
Okay.
So 501, we get some Klingons action, and then my only other comment is, wouldn't everyone know Worf? Question mark. But do you know what this episode's about, Jared? Apocalypse Rising.
I don't.
Okay,
I have a yes for this episode.
it's not bad. Yeah.
Here are my notes because I don't know anything about this episode.
Okay.
Stock damaged shuttle footage from body parts. So it seems like they did that body parts episode like 2 episodes ago, which was like a summer gap,
Oh,
but it's the same footage.
I didn't pick it up. Maybe I was not paying attention.
So this Where Eagles Dare is all being done based on a half-remembered vision of Odo.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you have any other notes?
Damar has been snuck in as a supporting support character
Yeah, out of nowhere.
out of nowhere.
Yeah. This all lines up.
So Michael Dorn as Worf is teaching a clinic on how to be a Klingon.
Yes, he is. Also good.
I wonder if he has ever actually done this.
For sure. For sure.
Avery Brooks, scenery chewer.
Oh yeah. Well, Avery, Klingon Cisco is something to behold.
Mhm. I have a better idea. Fuck yeah, Ducat.
Gul Dukat's always got good ideas. I think he wants to blow them all up.
Yeah, probably. Shit, I guess at least 2 Larry Sanders alumni were on DS9.
Not sure about that one.
I guess some characters from the Larry Sanders Show, which if you've never seen, folks, is awesome. Larry Sanders Show is so good, RJ. You'd love it.
Sounds old.
It's probably on Crave because it was HBO. Gary Shandling.
Oh, then it would be on Crave.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, no, yeah. Larry Sanders Show is really good.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll check it out after I finish Star Trek Discovery in 2 years.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea why Cisco couldn't hit the switch to extend things out.
Yeah. Okay. I was gonna wait until you were done. I didn't.
Oh, and my final note here is kind of no real payoff to the last episode cliffhanger.
Yeah. All of what you said was right. So this is the Where Eagles Dare episode. So season 4 ends with Odo being turned into a solid, and then also he comes out of this fever dream, and he's like, Gowron is a shapeshifter, and he's like, that's why the Klingons are being weird. So they form this plan to go and basically expose Gowron's shapeshifting abilities, and to do that, Worf, Solid, Odo, Cisco, and O'Brien all go through cosmetic surgery to become Klingons, which there has been episodes like that in this and TNG before, but I feel like they don't talk enough about how there's cosmetic surgery available for Klingons, or for anyone, which I feel like should be talked about more. So Worf is teaching them how to be Klingon. Cisco's really hamming it up. And then like the way that they have this planned is like, it's basically like he hits a button. They all set up these things, and it like sends a wave, and it would kind of turn a shapeshifter guy into the goo again. So Cisco goes up to Gowron, and he just takes his sweet ass time. It's like 30 seconds of screen time, and then he starts to walk away, and then he's just like he really fumbles with it, and then someone hits him on the head. It takes forever. It's like ridiculous that it would take that long. There was something else I was gonna. One of your comments, but yeah, so they're trying to set that up, but then it turns out it's the second hand Klingon guy who's the shapeshifter. So they find that. So then Gowron kind of like makes peace, and he's like, all right, well, we won't fuck everything up anymore. But then he looks at Worf, and he's like, I'm still gonna kill you though, Worf. And then they leave. But it's not very satisfying with the setup of the cliffhanger. So kind of just ends, and you're like, oh, so things are good now, or I don't know. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So 5.02, I think they gave Worf new hair. 3 out of 4 stars.
Okay.
And then I have a note about the episode, but I'll let you go first.
Okay. So this is The Ship.
Mm-hmm.
This is a yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, the helmsman is going to cheat on her test. If I follow this up with fuck, Star Trek Next Generation has made me racist toward catfish aliens.
Oh yeah, because it's one of those like bloop, bloop, bloop guys who like in TNG had like the vaporizer in front of their face to keep them moist. I think.
Yeah, and they cheat.
And they cheat. Yeah.
Yeah, they're.
This one does not cheat. They get blown up.
And so long, catfish alien. Good thinking. No principals were on board. Because it's like no important characters were on that ship.
Yeah. It was on a runabout. That's why, and it was a runabout instead of the Defiant, so they could blow it up.
Good old runabouts. Wayun's report on you was correct. Interesting. I don't know. Like,
there's a new like that elf species that like are the ambassadors for the shapeshifters. There's like a lady, and she's kind of like trying to be the peacekeeper, and she brings up Wayun's report on Cisco because she's like, you are firm but tender. It's something really gross like that. I don't know.
Flirty, sexy Vorta. Why does she wear her hair down? Oh yeah, Vorta throat psychic attack. Is that still a thing?
I don't think that happens in this one.
Okay. What do they want on the ship? A changeling, perhaps? You. Okay. Well, la-di-da. They want a changeling. Yep. Trust. Goddamn. If only the Vorta would have given Cisco any reason at all to believe her.
Yeah. So that's all basically in the episode. I can explain that.
Okay. Those 5 deaths were in a goddamn trade. Learn to fucking write.
Yeah, I can explain that too.
Captains in Starfleet, paragons of Federation humanism and Federation ideals.
Yep.
So explain my notes, because none of this makes any sense anymore.
So they take a runabout, and they find a crashed Jem'Hadar ship, and they go into it, and all the Jem'Hadar are dead. While they're inside, Jem'Hadar and this lady come, and they're like, "We want what's in the ship." And she's like, "You can take the ship if you want. We won't hurt you guys or anything like that. We just want to go in for 5 minutes, get something, and come out." And so Cisco's like, "I want to believe you," but then what they do while they're doing this peace conversation, they send invisible Jem'Hadars in, and they start killing people. So then Cisco's like, "Okay, I don't believe you." He's like, "But I would have," and like, because that's Cisco's thing. He's like, "If you had told me that you wanted a changeling from in here," he's like, "I would have let you do it." He's like, "Because I'm Cisco, moral compass, baby." But then he's like, all this could have been avoided because they kill 5 of the Federation people on the runabout, and the dude, when Cisco has like moral objections at the end of the episode, he's like, "It's not worth it." He's like, 5 lives.
That sounds about right.
And it's just like his whole thing is like he tells her, he's like, "If you would have told me, I would have let you in." And she's just like, "We would have never said." It was like, "Because we couldn't trust you," or something like that. And so it's just this thing. It's like, if we had only talked to each other, because the changeling dies just because it's in there, it just turns to dust. But yeah, it is a good episode. The way we're talking about it makes it sound like it isn't. It's pretty good, actually. It's just there's some very typical Star Trek stuff where Star Trek captains are the beacon of light, and then anyone else in the Federation is just like not good. So it's that kind of stuff. Know what I mean? Know what I mean, bud?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah. So anything else on that one?
That's about it.
All right. 5.03. I have two zingers for this one. Oh, actually, in 5.02, one thing that I actually liked was Cisco reprimands Dax. And I actually kind of like that because I'm finding Dax to be more and more annoying lately. And it's like I've said before, like I feel like they didn't know what to do with her because she's all over the fucking place. But she's like making jokes and stuff like that. And Cisco's like, he's like, hey, Dax, why don't you cut the shit, fuckhead? He says it like that too. He's like, cut the shit. He's like, nobody thinks you're funny. And I was like, oh shit, Cisco, tough but firm. Anyways, and I am only bringing that up because Dax is like a main character in a lot of the upcoming episodes. So I have two different titles for this episode, 5.03. One, Dax and Worf are into BDSM, but also they forgot Worf's teeth. 3 out of 4 stars. They forgot Worf's Klingon teeth in this episode. He has real human teeth under his makeup. And I noticed. And in the last episode, they gave him new hair. And I'm like, what's going on here? What's going on?
Dorn started making demands about, I don't want to be dressed like this shit all the time.
I know. And then also Bashir shows his incel qualities again. And yeah, I said that because O'Brien's talking about how him and Kira are getting like closer, and Bashir's like, "Did you look when she was naked?" He like licks his teeth a little bit, and you're like, "Ew." What did I say? 3 out of 4. This episode's not bad.
This episode's entitled "Looking for Parmok in All the Wrong Places."
Yep.
This is a feh from me.
Yeah.
My notes include sex. And
there's a lot of sex.
I guess the episode makes House of Quark important, and it is the start of the Dax Worf banging.
Yeah, so this is where Quark's Klingon wife comes back, and Quark gets Worf to train him in Klingon stuff so that Quark can have sex with this lady, which they do. And the Quark stuff in this is pretty cool. He's always wearing like white fur and fighting people, and then in the process of this training, Worf and Dax get bonded, but they're into some real rough stuff, and that comes up again in a couple episodes about how rough the stuff they're into is. Rough stuff.
Wow.
So, it's not a bad episode, but
yeah,
you know. Are you good?
Yep.
Okay, so I have multiple titles for this one. 5.04. War is Hell Jake, Nightingale Nurse Jake, and 37-year-old Jake. 2 out of 4 stars.
Nor the battle to the strong. Feh.
Yep.
A Jake Bashir episode. First person narration. How odd. This is really wrought with bad acting. War is hell. No shit, guys. Dece ending, but not necessary.
Yeah. So this is a Bashir Jake episode.
Yeah, talk about what nobody was clamoring for.
Yeah. I really don't like Bashir. I think he sucks. But it's like, so Bashir's always on these like peace missions where he's like Doctors Without Borders.
Yep.
So he's on this planet that's in war, and he takes Jake along with him. And then like all the doctors there are like desensitized to it and making jokes. And Jake's like, war is hell, you guys. And he's like writing about it in his journal and stuff. So it's like, it's that kind of version of Jake, but also Jake got real old real fast. He looks like he's 33.
It's like come and see.
Episode. Yeah. Well, not even throughout the span of the episode. I just mean from season 4 to season 5, Jake got like, he aged like 10 years, I think, which is like come and see maybe. So that's a meh. What do we got next? 5.05. I put, so did the actress playing Keiko want to leave? 2 out of 4 stars. This is The Assignment.
Yes, The Assignment. I give this a yes.
Interesting.
That's oddly creepy and to the point.
Okay.
Paw wraiths, eh? Something we've only heard about here for the first time. I wonder if this is relevant. And then in quotes, I put Jeff Loeb, because that's a comics writer, Jeff Loeb.
Yeah.
He likes to do that kind of thing where it's like, oh, that's the thing that you've never heard of. It's going to be important now, and it's like very important to the mythos. And it's like, we're just going to put that now. We're introducing it now, okay?
Yeah.
And
I'm with you.
And I wrote pretty good episode, really. Oh, Trek and its no repercussions.
Yeah. So I gave this a 2 out of 4 because it's one of those no repercussion ones, and it's also kind of a mind control one. So Keiko gets possessed by an alien, and she's like trying to get O'Brien to. The alien she's possessed by is like one of the not the founders, the prophets, like the actual Bajoran gods in the wormhole.
Yeah.
And she was the one that was cast out, and she's like trying to get O'Brien to change the station into a gun to shoot the wormhole and blow it up, basically. Mm-hmm. Which is like, that part of the episode is fine. It's just I don't like the mind control stuff, and it is to the point though. Keiko's just like, hey O'Brien, if you don't do this,
now is this mind control or is this possession?
It's possession.
It's different.
Yeah, not mind control.
It's different.
I know, but it's in the same ballpark.
Same ballpark. But there's no science there.
No, but she's very blunt where she's just like, if you don't do this, I'm going to kill the kid and myself.
Hell yeah.
And O'Brien's like, you can't do that. And she's like, watch me. And then she just has a seizure. So it is to the point. But yeah, it's okay. But what about 5.06? Porgs, 4 out of 4 stars.
Oh, look at you. Trials and tribulations.
Yeah. You know about Porgs, Jarrett?
Yeah, I know about Porgs.
All right. So this was a big one. This is where Jarrett Fudge Duncan is coming into play.
This is where I'm live with you, because I figured, I think this was like the anniversary episode.
This one was?
Yeah, this was like a big deal. Like they promoted the shit out of this one.
I can see why.
Yeah. Because it wasn't even quite like, it's not the 25th anniversary. I can't remember what was significant about it, but yeah, they pimped it out and made a big deal about it, and there's like little insider jokes. It's like it happened like 5 days from Friday or something like that, from when it would have been airing. Lots of jokes from when it would have been scheduled and stuff. But yes, this is a episode. It doesn't really have anything important that happens in it, but it's one of those, like, kind of reminds me of those, like the Buffy the musical episode where the oh my god, Buffy, Star Trek, but Star Trek, it's all nerd shit, RJ. It's all for
Buffy's
nerds.
An incel.
No, she's like the opposite.
Is she?
She's very uncelibate.
Oh my god. Anyways, I'm just kidding. Continue.
Okay. So my original notes were temporal investigations. Continuity cops. To me, I'm like, these are what Star Trek fans would be doing.
Oh yeah,
that's their job.
Oh yes.
I did describe this episode like watching a morbidly obese man fillet himself.
In a good way or a bad way?
I don't know. I mean, it seems like it's like very much like, baby, we're so Star Trek.
I liked it.
I bet Cisco really wanted to hear more about a fucking Gorn.
He does bring up the Gorn, and he's like, I would have loved to have asked him about
the Gorn.
The Gorn.
That's like, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm sure he really was like, yeah, the Gorn.
Mm-hmm.
So new notes.
Mm-hmm.
Worf smells like Scotch whiskey. PT, also. Which I'm also, because the one time I ever had Scotch whiskey, it was like burnt bandages.
There's some smoky ones for sure. I'm not a big Scotch guy, but I know what you mean.
And I think because Miles was the one describing it and busted out that PD, I imagine that Miles might have like a YouTube channel where he describes the Scotch.
Yeah, they and it'll be like he'll drink scotches that are like named after nerdy stuff, like not Star Trek stuff, but it'll be like, this is the Porg Scotch. It's based on
limited edition. But there's all kinds of cool Star Trek things you just toss out there. Valdorian Scotch, and people are like, oh yeah, I love it. Oh, it's delicious. Which this has even jokes about right in there.
Hmm. There's that, and then there's the Klingon coffee. I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah.
But you know. Yeah.
Other note here is I won't tell anyone if you don't. Are they contemplating doing that woman hard? Because there's the scene where old Miles and Bashir are like trying to figure out how the elevator works, and like then she walks in effortlessly and uses the elevator, and then like Bashir turns to him, I won't tell anyone if you don't. And you know they're talking about the handle, but then they give her a weird look, and you realize she's alone, and they've traveled in time, and it's like there's no laws in this time, right?
I'm fairly certain that Bashir would do it if he thought no one else would find out, because there's also the Futurama connection that if you're not going to bring up, I can, but I'll see what you say first.
Okay, I have no comments about Futurama here, but I do have
Bashir tries to be his own grandpa, like in the Futurama episode.
or Back to the Future,
or Back to the Future.
Yeah, that's an old trope. Yep. I've got Dax thirsting for Spock.
Yep.
Also, there's like talking about like one of her past hosts might have fucked McCoy, because there's talks about his hands.
Yeah, no, not even might have. She kind of like outright says it. This episode's kind of weird because they turn Dax into like a sex freak. And, like, that's what this season is. Her and Worf.
And then talking, and then we talk about like how sexy Kirk is. And it's just like sex. This whole episode, I'm like, okay. And it's like, look at how short our skirts used to be back in the '60s.
She does mention that as well.
Yep. I wrote Deep 69. Am I right?
Oh God.
The delay. And exploding tribble in space.
Yeah, there's a huge exploding tribble.
Yes, a CGI tribble. It's not. It's like a fake. It's a fake one, as opposed to the real tribbles they have.
That's true. I would like a tribble probably. Yeah. I mean, I have a cat, so. But yeah, I think this episode's awesome. I think it is. It's a really fun way that they kind of impose them in the background. I like it. I think this could go either way. Some people could think that this is really cheesy and hokey, but I think coming fresh off of watching original series in like within a year of this, I had a fond appreciation for this. So that's nice.
It's a Star Trek episode for Star Trek fans. Yeah, it is fan service to the max.
Mm-hmm.
And you get the joke about like, where are the Klingons? They're right there. And they're what? But they look different from you, Worf. And then he gets like kind of wink nudged about, and he's like, we don't like to talk about it. And you also get the Klingons talking about why they hate tribbles so much.
Yeah, so they hate the tribbles, and then I was really I think it is a nice like kind of wink to the camera where they're like, how come Klingons look different? And he's like, we don't talk about that. And then I was like, cosmetic surgery. It's coming up again, Jared.
Well, I'd like to know why they look completely different in Discovery.
Do they look completely different in Discovery?
Oh yeah. Look up Klingons Discovery. It's bullshit. That's some... Why
would they do that? Just to appeal to this thing?
Yeah, or to the fans. Because no, they look totally different from what they look like here. They just look. It's like, was this Halo? It's just like some generic looking monster aliens in armor.
What?
Yeah, see, that's what you got to look forward to, my friend.
I mean, I've heard Discovery's not bad, but like this picture of the Klingons, what are they doing?
Mm-hmm.
Why would they do that?
See, it's trash.
Is this supposed to be the bridge between old Klingons and Worf Klingons? Is this thing?
No, because I think Discovery takes place before original series. But maybe they look like that, and then they look like
people for a while, and then they
look like Mongolians.
I don't know, man. Give me Christopher Lloyd Klingon. That's what I want. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, this is bizarre. I've never seen this before.
Oh boy, yeah. I only watched like the first episode or two, whatever it was, of Discovery, and it was like, nope.
Well, I mean, once we get back there, because you're on board, you're watching now, so you're gonna watch it all with me.
No.
Yeah, DS9, Voyager, Enterprise, Discovery, Picard, whatever comes after Discovery. Oh, Strange New Worlds with your
Pike,
your buddy, sexy Spock. So we'll be on board for all this.
Okay.
So looking forward to it.
All right. Hit me with any other
The
notes
last
here
one?
on Trials and Tribulations.
No, it's good. I
Okay.
like it.
Tell me about episode 7. Let
I
he who is without sin.
Road trip. Dad Wharf. 1 out of 4 stars.
Yep.
This is a very weird episode. And
Very
I don't think
weird.
it's like for a while it's not even bad. Like I really like you know that Mass Effect looking guy at the start who gives the flower to someone. I thought that was really cute because that guy's always in the background. And then like I like some of the
Or are you talking
ideas
about
they had.
Morn?
Yeah, Morn. They've mentioned his name before. He's never talked yet. I think that guy's awesome.
That's the joke.
I know. Well, and then I think one time Quark said something like "You never shut up" or something like that. But I thought
you get it. You get the joke of his name, right?
Morn.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean? Like he's mourning something?
No, his name is Morn. He's an alien who's always in a bar, and he's always in the bar, and he sits on the stool. And who's another famous character from television who's always in a bar?
Norm.
Yeah,
I like that. They should
there you
just
go.
called him Norm.
Well, Morn's good because then Paramount can own that.
I gotcha.
No.
But I liked his intro. I thought it was cute. But then yeah, so Worf and Dax go on sex trip to Ryza. And man, they got unwelcome guests with Bashir, his girlfriend, and
Lita
Quark.
and Quark looking to get some.
Yeah, he's got his horny Riker sex dolls, and he's looking for some serious action. There's some stuff in this episode that I think is pretty fun, but it's like I said, I don't really understand what they're doing with Dax because I feel like she's all over the place. This season, she's like sex Dax.
Yeah.
Where she just keeps talking about all the people she has sex with as like in past lives, and then Worf goes on to tell the story about how he killed a little kid in a soccer game.
Or when he was a little kid.
Yeah, it was an adult Worf playing soccer.
Was
with
it
a
soccer
little
or
kid.
was it basketball?
He says soccer because
Okay.
I remember because I thought it was so weird to hear Worf say I was playing soccer.
Yeah.
And I was like, soccer?
Yeah.
What? They both go for a header, and he headbutts the other kid, and he felt great, but the kid broke his neck and died. And then Worf's like, so I have unbelievable discipline now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay. But then there's also these dudes on the island that are like, they're like, you guys don't have protection. You know, things are going to be bad. They're going to steal elections from you anytime now. You need us. You need us to protect you.
They're called essentialists.
Essentialists.
And they're religious fundamentalists, basically.
In a way.
Oh, 100% they are.
Yep. They're definitely bad dudes, is what.
Well, yeah, they get. Oh, this episode's total shit.
Yeah, it's not good.
My notes are Dax Worf banging hard because she's like, "Oh, my neck's all sore because we were fucking so much." Because of course, like I don't remember this because this is my second episode of my rewatch, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, I guess they're in a relationship now." Oh boy, my original note for this episode. Fuck. Like this is like probably amongst like the worst because it's like if it was a Lux Swan episode I would just stop watching, but so they go to Rise of 4. Quark fucks.
Yes, he does.
Oh, then RJ shows up to team up with Worf.
Excuse me?
Because you would fit in with the essentialists. No pleasure. It's all about convictions. So and of course like and then I made a note. Zubas pants are timeless because there's like it's like this is like 90s future beach hot clothing.
Yes, yeah. It's like all tank tops and full like one piece swimsuits. It's pretty cool. I do like the aesthetic.
I do not. Yeah. It's hideous.
I like it.
It's like I'm pretty sure there's probably better clothing choices from even in that era, and they're like, nah, that's not what looked good though back then.
I do really like Quark in like a tank top talking about the ladies. I even sent you a picture of that because I liked it so much.
Worf joins fundamentalist group in terrorism because Dax was laying around with a woman. And he refers to it as being quite rational.
Yeah, he does. So like Dax is like they're doing a ghost like clay modeling thing, and Worf is like absolutely reprehensible.
Yeah, he doesn't understand how people could be into pleasure all the time because he's so serious. The quote from Quark: "We don't have a word for crisp on Ferenginar." This is, of course, after Worf has helped like reprogram the terraforming weather machine
Yes.
to make it rain, so everyone has to leave. So it's like light terrorism. It's not like it's not going to endanger anybody. But then he's like, "Well, I'm done here," and he just like throws the fundamentalist leader, who's just like the most daytime villainy guy imaginable. He's like,
Yes.
so as soon as we turn this back on, everyone will forget what we did here. So we're going to start creating earthquakes or something. Yeah, great stuff.
He's got big ideas.
Then there's like when Worf's regaling us with his tale of that time he accidentally killed another kid that we've never heard of. We never heard the story once at all, ever before until now. There was only 20,000 people on a planet.
Yeah, it's like a farm planet what it sounds like.
For an entire planet, 20,000 people.
Well, I mean, Jarrett, you got to remember, this is the year 4,848.
No.
Things are different, man.
Things
were different.
Lies.
Yep.
Yeah, and then the episode just kind of like wraps up with like, "Give me it back." Oh, okay. And that's it.
Yeah, and then it just ends.
And then it just ends. And then it's like, "Hey, Worf, you want to go skinny dipping in the ocean?" Okay. And now Bashir and Lita aren't together anymore. I guess they were in some sort of relationship. The incel was in a relationship, but then they broke up. And then he finds out, I'm really into someone else. I'm into Rom, and it's like, what?
Yeah, and like that's the joke. It's like people think Rom is cool.
Rom is sexy and smart.
Well, I mean, we've always thought Rom is sexy and smart, but I didn't know anyone else thought that way.
Yeah, but this episode is terrible.
Yeah, it's shit.
Yeah.
Faux show.
Yeah.
Faux show.
And you only watched half of episode 8.
Yeah, and I got a general vibe for it, and I was kind of like, I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
Not like bad in any way, but I was just like, You know what I mean?
I'm hearing what you say.
See, now that you're on the train, I think nothing will change. You'll still be 2 steps ahead of me, probably.
I've already watched episode 13.
Well, exactly. You're going to be 2 steps ahead of me forever. So let me know how Voyager is when you get to it.
Nope.
You're watching Voyager with me.
No.
You piece of shit.
No.
Why not? Why won't you even give it a try?
I don't want to, because like I fucking hate the characters on that show. Neelix and Tuvok.
That guy looks super annoying.
Oh, everything about that fucking show sucks. Like I don't like it. Like Tom Paris and Janeway. I don't like the characters, so it'd be a really hard sell for me to want to watch it again.
Well,
I get that later on that maybe it gets better, but
some people said the same about DS9, friend.
You?
Yeah, I think that first season of DS9 is nothing great, nothing special. There's true. One good torture episode in there.
Only one good torture episode.
No, it's not even torture. It's the interrogation episode about torture.
Yeah.
So
apparently, episode 6 is like got tons of really good episodes. Apparently, season 6 is for DS9 is regarded as the best season. Which I'm feeling is season 5. I think there's a lot of padding. There's a lot of they didn't really want to go where they were planning at that time, and they're like, "Ooh, let's pace ourselves for no reason whatsoever."
Case in point, the Ryza episode.
Yep. Yeah. This is like so. It's this episode and the next 2 are when I stop watching. I think on a really intense basis. So we had that to look forward to. Yeah,
I mean, I'm on board with that. You're locked in now.
Yep. Oh yeah, I'll finish this time. I'm gonna finish DS9 for good.
Do you want to talk about DS9?
Fuck yes.
How many DS9 episodes do you have?
I'm up to episode 20, RJ.
Holy fuck! I'm not that far.
I know,
but we can talk about a few episodes.
Sure.
So where did we end last time? 507.
We were going trip. You were halfway through 8.
Okay. So 508. I put Zack Snyder Odo 1 out of 4 stars. I did not like this episode.
I am trying to remember what this is. The one where it's like the flashback.
Yeah, and this one has Alien Red Foreman in it.
or AKA bitches leave.
Bitches leave, alien bitches leave. So I did not like this episode. It's got a decent IMDb rating. I don't know what you thought, but
My review is
yeah,
this would be a 2 out of 4, I guess, for me.
yeah. So this episode is like, so Odo, he has this flashback of,
Things past.
yeah, things past 508, and it's all about like how Odo had to make a hard decision, and then like everyone's like living in his memory. They're like, ugh, and they're like, well, Odo, you would never do anything wrong, and then it's like, I did do die, and then it kind of ends, and you're like,
see, I did do something wrong, RJ probably said.
yeah, I did do something wrong. But I don't know, man. For some reason I just didn't like this episode, and I was just like, I don't like that they Zack Snyder Dodo. He's like, I killed them all right. It was the thing I needed to do, and I was like, all right.
Well, see, my thing was this is a time to learn a lesson episode because it opens up with Garrick being a quote objective historian who's like, because if for those not following with the DS9, so the Cardassians, they are the former occupiers of a planet called Bajor, and they are like, they were they are a totalitarian regime, and they ruled over the Bajorans and they used them as slaves. And DS9 picks up with the Bajorans just getting their culture back and being liberated, and the Cardassians have been pushed back, and there is a peace accord that has like kind of neutralized this whole space between Bajor and Cardassia. And there's people who object to that, called the Maquis. They are freedom fighters that like are, I mean, also terrorists, question mark. It all depends on, it's a matter of perspective. And so that's the things that get kind of brought up on the show from time to time, which kind of makes it, and it's an ongoing story. So unlike Next Generation, which really had very few ongoing stories, this one actually has like a very specific planet with the Bajor relations and its relationship to the Federation and all the other races all vying for control, and even some reconciliation, which is kind of which is mentioned a little bit here, and kind of because Garrick's like, well, he's he's still coming from a position of being an occupier and saying we were doing them a favor, we were helping them, and I'm just trying to be like, you guys were lost without us. And then it's like, but then they do this magical flashback and then Garrick gets to see what it was like to be Bajoran from the other eye. Like that's like one of the things that I thought was like, okay, to show life wasn't like what you think it is. But then they don't follow up on that. They kind of just like drop that completely, because it turns into the Odo, like a stealth Odo episode with Dax and Cisco. My notes are Occupation Quark is a jerk.
He was.
Yeah, because he goes to find some Bajoran labor, because in this world it's like cheap labor, because they're all basically, they're living under the iron rule of the Cardassians, and they're like they're up on the Deep Space Nine station, which was a what we call it. It's like a work camp.
Like a work camp.
I'm not sure what they're working on exactly, but there was like this.
They're building the station, I think.
Yeah, but they hung around as well, and like so, there's like undercurrents of like, well, they're like drug addicts to deal with their sorrows, and so we just finished getting high, so like they wake, like the characters wake up there in the bodies of four men and young girl, who in the past, Odo reveals to us, they were tried for trying to make an attempt on Gul Dukat's life, who's one of our favorite ongoing villains on the show. But this is in the past, and you get to see what he was really like back when, before the Federation gets involved. So my next note was, of course, substance abuse. There's like this implication of like Gul Dukat brings in Dax, the female character, but she doesn't realize she's a child, I guess. but there's no like, because at first you're like, oh shit, is this some real creepy vibes? But
Yeah.
no, but it seems like, no, I just want someone I can talk to, and like
Yeah.
you won't know you won't do anything about it, and he can just uh yeah,
Yeah, Gul
talk to this.
Dukat's his character goes back and forth, right?
Right.
Like sometimes he has moments like this, and then there was that one episode that I really liked where it's like you think he's telling a really like it's like oh he's like a nice guy, but then it turns into like and he's like and that's why I hate them, and then you're like oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and then I made the note, bitches leave,
Yep.
because Red shows up as a
Yes, he does.
Cardassian that used to do what Odo's job was in security, but it doesn't
Mhm.
quite add up. So they haven't really traveled to the past. What's going on? And there's these cutbacks to like the four of them all just like, because they were on a shuttlecraft returning from Bajor, and they all just passed out.
Passed out.
And now they're
Yeah.
just being monitored by Bashir. And we keep going back and forth to that and be like, if they get hit in their dream state, they also have their nose broken in real life. And it's like, oh, there's urgency, because if they die in there, they might die in the real world. Because
Die
we
in the
don't know
game, you die for real, Jarrett.
exactly.
Fear.com.
Then I said, miss me? Dax is such a little stinker.
I don't know if I
Well,
remember that.
there's just a bit where she just kind of like pops up and she's like, because remember, oh yeah, it's because they're in the prison cell, and then she like
Oh,
drills
yeah.
through the hole, and she's like, miss me? And you're like, ugh.
See, they turned her into like a comedy character.
She's terrible.
Yeah, Dax is not good.
And I've got a note about this in the next episode or two, but yeah, I think was pretty bad is her and Worf have no chemistry, none, zero. It's so forced, it sucks. And like they I think they even know that, because they spend very little time doing it, but they just have it doesn't work. They don't click. It's not sexy. It's just like, oh, Worf's going to have sex. That's funny. That's what it's played for.
Yeah. Whereas like Worf with what's her face in TNG, you know, that was like I was on board with that one for a bit, you know.
Enzyme Great Link, whatever, sure, because that's what the explanation is.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of things like enzyme links and neural networks,
morophonic genes, and sure, some Star Trekism. And then I for some reason I had the line of "I hope so," and I have no idea what part that was.
See, I have some stuff in here too where it's like I have comments or like notes, and I'm like, I don't remember what that was. It's completely out of my mind now. But at the time.
And my final note, Odo, war criminal.
Yep. This is the season where everyone turns into a war criminal, I found. And I don't know how I feel about it. But yeah,
that's right. I'm like, what's the,
yeah, it's coming up soon. But yeah, that's what I mean. Like I didn't like the presentation of this episode, and I didn't really like the story either. I was like, it's like I don't know if I'm on board with this.
Mm-hmm.
So this is definitely a pass for me. Like I think it's important for the storyline, but at the same time I was like, I didn't like it.
Yeah, a little bit. I think that's why I also gave because at the time it's like,
is this gonna come back?
It doesn't. So continue.
Okay, so then we have 5.9, and I put The Odd Couples. And this is a 2 out of 4 for me.
Yep.
And it's The Odd Couples because we get the Odo and Quark show, and then we also get the Jake and Nog show.
Mm-hmm.
Odo and Quark is a pretty good storyline. Jake and Nog, you're like,
roommates.
They're odd couples, Jarrett. Nog is surprisingly clean and responsible now. Jake's a slob.
So episode 9, The Ascent. The previous episode 8, was Things Past. So The Ascent is okay.
Yeah.
My notes, Jake moving in with Nog. Yeah. And I spell that it's Jayk
in a Cisco fashion.
Yes.
So Andrea has an idea as to why Cisco talks the way he does, which I'll tell you off air. But we think we've nailed down what Cisco's doing.
I wrote down Vulcan Love Slave first edition.
Which one was that?
That is when I think Quark is offering to get, I think, what was it? Oh, Odo's reading like some bad romance novels. Because so the shtick of this episode is Odo is taking Quark off the station to another planet
Yeah.
for a court date. He's like, oh, they're finally going to get you,
Hmm.
and I'm going to enjoy it. And it's like they're like on the shuttlecraft for like a week. And at one point, Odo is reading some romance novels, and there's a back and forth, and because Quark's like, well, I don't even know what this is about.
Hmm.
And he's like, wow, Odo, if you want some real good stuff, Vulcan Love Slave, first edition. And you're like, ooh, which is awesome, because I think in one of the episodes I just watched recently, there's mention of Vulcan Love Slave 2 or part 2.
So it's going to be an ongoing thing.
Yeah. And
I
you
like
start
that.
for a holodeck
Ooh.
experience. Oh, yeah.
Vulcan Love Slave. Gross.
My next notes are dueling duos.
Yep.
Because yes, two as you already
Odd
mentioned,
couples.
Odd couples, Nog pajamas.
Oh yeah, Nog says pajamas a lot, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
And he's cleaning up Jake's, and the way Jake makes a mess makes no sense. It's clothing just all over the place, and it's like, why is there 9 shirts in random places in the room? It doesn't
My
make
note here. So did Cisco fold Jake's clothes, or
I'm assuming.
or does he have someone handle that? Because he's he's the commander, so maybe there's like a person that like cleans up, like a housekeeper.
Maybe that's Morn's job.
I don't think I'd be letting Morn handle my stuff.
Well, why?
Speaking of bad breath, he's an alcoholic, clearly.
Well, it's synthanol, right? Or no, wait, Quark sells actual alcohol.
Yeah.
Right.
2 actors pretend to climb mountain in makeup. That looks like, so what happens is Quark has run afoul of one of the mafias of Star Trek.
Yeah.
And they set up a bomb to blow it up, and they beam it off, but that's part of the booby trap. Their shuttlecraft lands on a Colorado mountain, and they have to climb up to get their relay transmitter high enough to the atmosphere so that they can get a signal out and hopefully get rescued. So there's a lot of Odo and Quark climbing up a mountain and arguing and bickering.
Yep. That's essentially the episode
in makeup, because they have to wear their because Harmon Sherman has to wear his Ferengi face, and then Rene Aubergenois has to wear his Odo face, and they have to do a lot of walking around. So,
I like that his hair gets messy when he becomes disheveled.
Mm-hmm.
Disheveled.
Who is the biggest failure
out of these guys?
I can't even remember what that's about.
Oh, I think it's just Odo and Quark are arguing with each other, and I think it's who among us is the biggest failure. I think it's or maybe it's Jake and Nog. So same.
That seems more like Odo and
Odo,
Quark. And then I think Odo's things like put my ashes in my bucket, shoot me to the wormhole.
Yeah, I did like that actually. He's like, throw my ashes into the bucket.
And and what do you know? See, this is one of my problems with Star Trek in general is these episodes have a false sense of urgency, because they're going to be fine. You never think they're going to die. It's just like that Wesley and Picard episode where you're like, Picard's going to die, and then they have a heart to heart because you think they're going to kill off the main character.
I mean, I think that's what they should have done. They should have killed off O'Brien and Bashir in an episode.
for shits.
Yeah, well, I mean, no one needs Bashir. O'Brien's fine, but I feel like you would have really felt it then if they had both died. You know what I mean?
No. That's it. That's about it for my notes.
Okay. What do we got here? 510. Cisco gets autism. 2 out of 4 stars.
Rapture,
because he's doing the Close Encounters thing where he's organizing his food in a certain way. I also have Space Vest because now Starfleet has vests, uniforms. And then I also put Cisco's girlfriend sucks because I don't like her.
Well,
she did her time, but she comes back, but then she really imposes herself on their life.
But just you wait, you don't have to see her again for a while again.
That's good.
I haven't seen her now in 8 episodes. I totally forgot she existed.
Well, she was in jail for a while.
Right, but since then you don't see her again.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, because I don't like how she approaches Cisco and Jake.
That's the problem with all the
side
romantic side characters is they come and go. Lead is the only one that seems to actually appear regularly, but Kira's got her dude that you never see,
Yeah, and he really sucks. He comes back in the next episode when she's
Well,
is that the one where she's giving birth?
yes,
Yeah,
right,
and
but then he's gone again.
yeah.
There's some comments about it, but you're like, yeah, he's not a character. So like, do they just have these side character pieces that just come and go as the story dictates? And that's what
Yep.
this was too. You're like, yeah. So Rapture,
Yeah.
this has a cold open.
Yes, it does.
And I like, oh yeah, Ben solves the mystery the way Reddit does. like so this is so goofball because there's like
Yeah.
here's like this what is it, diorama of this scene that's never been solved, and I look at this and I went, well, there's a reflection in the waterfall of the thing on the other side. I mean, I've seen this episode before, but it seems so easy to solve. But it's Cisco who has to like, but I see through it all, and then he gets electrocuted for his troubles, but now he's got prophet powers.
Yeah, and he's just like, they're like, we need to save your brain. Your neural nets are dying. And he's like, don't take away my gift. He's
Yeah,
like, I need this.
yeah. So I mean, this is like, to me, like a soft yes, because it does put the story forward.
It does. Yep. Yeah, I gave it a 2.
There's a mention of Quark talking about pleasure mazes.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of pleasure talk in this series of Star Trek. And someone says sex in one of the recent episodes, and I was like, sex? I was like, ugh.
Yeah.
The way they phrase it, I was like, that's off-putting.
My next note was Cisco phasering walls. Because he's looking for an ancient city that's been lost forever, and the prophecy is that the chosen one will find it, and he does.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, I'm gonna go teleport down, and I think it's right here. Phasers a hole into these walls. It's like, there it is, and it's like this big thing. You're like, holy crap, he found it. And I don't think they play it as well as they would probably now, but they'd also, like, on a Netflix series, they would spend like 5 episodes on this one storyline, and here it's like, yeah, it's done in one. That's all it needs, and we're gonna move along. Which is like, it's such a throwback watching 1995 TV.
Oh yeah. There's good things to this, right? Where it's like you said, I think sometimes the Netflix stuff, it pays out when you have the big investment into it, and then sometimes you're just like, get to the point.
It's so drawn out.
Yeah.
So I guess like the reason why this is an interesting episode is because of the Cisco loyalties.
Yes.
Kind of getting set up, because if he is this chosen one, like when he's like, so suddenly now he's like walking amongst the people and everyone's looking toward him, which they've completely dropped since. Because it's 90s network TV. Mm-hmm. And Worf, man of faith.
Worf does a lot of stuff. I mean, I've said before, I think he's a good addition to the show. I think he does help to mix it up a little bit, but he's only there when they need a Worf. You know?
They need
sometimes
that Worf.
you need a Worf.
But yeah, that's it for my notes on that one.
Okay. 511 French extremist DS9. 2 out of 4 stars.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is the darkness and the light, and it's not a bad episode, but I'll hear what you have to say.
Yeah, this is a meh for me. This is the period of time that burnt me out when I was doing my rewatch. Yeah, because you're just like, it gets better. It kind of improves, but yeah, this was a bad stretch. And what a time to pick up the show. Maybe that's why I'm like a little bit more energized.
Yeah.
But so this is a Cure episode, and this is where I noted there is no chemistry with these two Dax Worf. Yeah, Dax Worf sucks.
Yep.
Transporter Corpse.
I did like that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, where they try to transport the lady and it just shows up as a corpse, and it's like, oh, they died in the transporter. You're like, cool.
I suspect the writers won't be killing the pregnant woman.
Yeah, so she's plot proof at this point.
And beating dudes up, pregnant, like, because she's like, they're trying to stop her, and she's just like flipping them around and making her way. And then if the payoff is womb rating, which is of course reference to Inside and French Extreme.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think the whole thing builds up to it. This like Saw-esque terrorist who's killing people, and then it all builds up to this one scene. He's like, "Your baby," or he's like, "You are guilty, but your baby is innocent. I will remove the baby,
It's
and
not
then I
even her,
will kill
and
you."
it's not even her baby.
No, it's O'Brien and Keiko's.
Yep.
Yeah, but yeah, that was when I got to that, I was like, I haven't even seen Inside, and I'm pretty sure that's what that movie is about, is what's going on right here.
Yeah.
So it's it's like I said, I actually I'm feeling the like there was
There was a what?
a stretch of episodes here where I was kind of just like, oof.
Yeah.
Like a few, kind of like the next episode.
I feel like they're padding some time out for some reason. Yeah, I feel like they know where they're going, but they can't get there yet, and so we're getting a lot of character episodes.
It's probably because they got renewed for like 2 more seasons, and they're like, "Fuck, we only had like half a season left to tell the story," and they're like, "Make time."
I don't know if. I feel like there's, I don't know. I'd have to go. Maybe there's like somebody who's written about this, like what happened with season 5, because it's definitely by the end of this season, from what I was reading, and then like 6 and 7 are all like one continuous big thing. Okay. But this seems like, yeah, it feels very drawn out.
This season's got some stinkers in it. This next episode's not a stinker, but it's not great either. So 512, Dad 2 out of 4 stars.
Yeah.
So this is The Begotten.
Yep.
Yeah, and this one's Odo becomes a dad, because they love giving like those characters, like Data becomes a dad in a couple of episodes of TNG. So this one they're like, let's make Odo a dad. But then they also
and a stand-in dad.
A stand-in, and then this is also their opportunity to retcon their like post-season cliffhangers and things like that, where they're like, he's like, should we keep doing this thing with Odo, or should we should we go back?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. So I start out with, did Quark just sell Odo a baby Yoda?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's exactly what Quark has sold and bought in children a few times.
Yep. That's a few times. That's what Ferengis do.
Yep.
Jar of piss.
Yep.
Yeah. So the whole shtick of this episode is that Quark has obtained a baby changeling.
Yeah.
And has sold or given it to Odo. It's not really clear. And Odo's like, oh, I'm gonna try to get it to talk and like communicate. And of course, because he was once a little baby goo as well. And so his like surrogate father shows up, the Bajoran guy who had to study him, and it's all about like them like not liking, or Odo resenting him and trying to do things scientifically the way he would have been treated, and them coming together, working through troubles, having an understanding, having a breakthrough, and then tragedy will strike. So yes, the fathers and sons on full display here in this episode. I feel like bad dudes of Starfleet would be running like crazy to get that goo, which is weird that didn't come up. You think that like the usual bad Starfleet people, like with Data, they're like, oh, androids aren't people, they're weapons. And that didn't come up in this episode because that wasn't the point of it. But Starfleet's always seems so shifty. And you're like, huh, they have an opportunity to study this. And I think they'd be all over that goo. That
is the Starfleet MO usually. You'd think an admiral would come in and be like, "It's our property."
Kira's hunk question.
Yeah,
that's yeah.
That guy sucks.
He doesn't do anything. He's just you're here in the show episode.
Yeah.
Of course, Kira is home birthing.
Well, it's Bajoran birthing. It's all about being calm, Jared.
Yeah. And then dead goo, sad face.
Yes, dead goo. But then rebirth
as it absorbs into Odo, and he flies into the hawk, and you're like, yeah, he's back. And then he lands in like a Freddy Krueger pose.
Yeah, it's just like the elongated arms. Yeah. And he's just and you go, Odo. Yeah, he doesn't use his bucket anymore.
No,
he just is a mass on the floor, just a glob. Yeah, which he likes. Yeah, so this episode's okay.
Yeah,
it's all right.
It's just there.
What do we got next? Cisco the terrorist. And I legitimately don't know how to rate this out of 4
Me
stars.
neither.
Because
Me neither.
I find this a really complicated episode because the way it ends, it's like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
This kind of goes against everything.
It does.
Like, is Cisco the bad guy?
Oh, to this, yeah. I'm glad you agree. And I'm not surprised because like I was like, when I finished this episode, I went, what? And then I read like Rick Berman talking about it, and he sounds like a fucking idiot when he's talking about this episode.
Okay.
Okay.
So, what did he say?
Well, I'll get to it. So episode 13 for the uniform. I didn't rate. I don't have a response to this episode.
Yeah.
So Cisco as Ahab.
Yeah.
So because he's after his white whale.
He's after his white whale.
Eddington is back. Mm-hmm. He's full Maquis, and he's all like, "You can't get me." The whole episode.
Mm-hmm. Jean Van Jean, you can't get me.
So he's a bioterrorist.
Yep.
Because they basically, the whole thing is he's on the run, and Cisco suddenly has a real bug up his butt about Eddington, like basically being a shitty Starfleet officer. He's got a lead, and he's like he's like doing his own like hunt for him. Like he's going to like undercover to track him down, and Eddington won't kill him. He leaves him alive, and you're like, what's up with this? What's all this about? It's like, well, because Maquis don't kill. We just create situations where people die. That's kind of like
their loophole.
They're like, okay, sure.
Yeah. Well, that's like, isn't that what Zack Snyder was saying about Batman? He's like, Batman doesn't kill people, his gun kills people. And then you're like, what?
Yeah.
But anyways, same idea.
Yeah. So the whole episode is like, it's about Cisco's obsession with catching Eddington. Starfleet takes him off the case. And they get like another, like a jobber Starfleet guy to do it. And then there's another clue, and they get led out astray, and it was all set up and more mocking, like, got you again, Cisco. And he's like, have you ever read Les Miserables?
Les Miserables.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And what happens then? Oh, so yeah, my note was your goddamn Maquis. Because this is like, for me jumping back into this, I'm like, oh, right, this is a whole thing.
You're like, something that no one cares about, really. It's like, we don't need the Maquis anymore. They seem less important now in the grander scheme of what's going on.
And so what the whole thing is that they want to like repatriate some planets where there's like generational people who are being pushed out because of this agreement between the Cardassians. Like, I guess they're settlers though too.
It's kind of confusing. It's like the planet was founded, and then there's other people, and it's like, but now they have to leave, and it's a whole thing. And
there's people who don't want to go, and they were never asked, or it's just what it is. And Starfleet's like, we don't agree with it, but we have to ask people to leave. And so the Maquis are kind of in the middle, and they hate the Cardassians, but they're doing terroristy things, or more rebelling. Guerrilla warfare. But here Eddington steps up a notch, and it's like, we're going to do a little bit of accidental genocide if you happen to stick around, because we're going to use this compound that only attacks Cardassian blood and will kill everybody via the atmosphere if you don't leave. And so they get that off one time, and it's like, oh. And then eventually Cisco, who's like keeps being referred to as a villain, the other guy's treating himself as like a Robin Hood figure. He's like, well, then I have to behave like the villain. And
if they want a villain, I will give them.
It's like kind of like Kirk. It's like Kirk. It's like when people make fun of the Shatner accent.
Cisco's accent's way worse than Kirk's.
It's peculiar. So, but it's like it's not as crazy as it was earlier on. But sometimes his delivery is
it's nuts the way he talks.
Curious. So what does he do? Well, he's like, I'm going to use this thing that only targets non-Cardassians on a planet to draw out Eddington.
And
he does. He
biological. And he bombs an entire planet, making it inhabitable for like what 100 years or something like that.
For only one particular group of people, who have time to get off the planet.
And
but
still,
but that's like the context of it. And of course, Eddington's like, you wouldn't dare. He's like, oh, but I did. And then it's like, okay, well, it's like, I'm going to keep doing it. I'm just going to keep like going planet to planet because they have to leave anyway.
Yep.
And this is how we're going to make it happen. and he doesn't clear the Starfleet. And then Eddington's like,
Uh-huh.
"Oh, don't do it anymore." And it's like, "Fine, I'll." So he like allows himself to be handed over to
Yep.
Starfleet for prosecution. And they're like, and then there's like, Dax is like, "You never asked permission to do that, did you?" He's like, "It must have slipped my mind." And it's like, what? It's like, this is insane.
They play it off as funny, and like number one, Dax, it's like I said, they're making her like comedic and she's never funny. But then Cisco, like, because he's doing it, and like Worf and Kira are like, you can't use a biological weapon on a planet. And he's like, watch me. And he'll do it, and then you're just like, wait, whoa.
Okay, so
Whoa.
it was actually Ronald D. Moore.
Okay.
Or sorry, that's him talking about the. One second. Oh, where is it?
Is that the Battlestar Galactica guy?
No,
Ronald D. Moore?
Ronald D. Moore. No, he's the guy who came up with the holo communicator, which does make sense.
Yeah,
That's
fine.
Yeah, that's where this was introduced.
Yeah.
Where people like have hologram representations of themselves talking in the space rather than on a giant screen.
Yeah.
View screens. Yeah. Let's see here. So you have to deal with it, create those problems. Something about fire. Okay, no, they're talking about, where's the actual line about the justifying why this episode is what it is?
Justifying the terrorism.
Oh, here it is. Cisco's actions for the uniform generated a lot of discussion. Ronald D. Moore commented, "Now we've stirred it up and let people really argue about this. Cisco took an action and took a step that probably Picard wouldn't have. Probably. That's what made it an interesting episode. I could see Kirk taking this action."
I disagree.
It seemed to me like what Cisco did was basically level the playing field again. Eddington goes and poisons some worlds, puts some stuff in the atmosphere that makes the Cardassians have to leave. He didn't destroy the ecosystem or the biosphere because he wanted the worlds for the Maquis. Cisco did the same thing, but did it to the Maquis, rendered some worlds uninhabitable to human life. It was pretty drastic action. He's out on the frontier. He has some difficult decisions to make, and it solved the problem. He pulled Eddington in off his ship, and he got results. I respected him for doing it. It was a bold decision, and it worked. I think sometimes the characters have to do the right thing, even if it's difficult, and make a tough decision and not worry so much about keeping their hands clean and not be so obsessed about what the rules are sometimes. I think that Kirk was more than willing to bend a rule every once in a while to serve the greater good. I think that's what Cisco did.
I disagree completely with all of it. Kirk and Picard, they did some like Kirk especially did some wacky shit. You know what he never did? He never like full on bombed a planet. This is some real storm the Capitol bullshit in this episode. And like that explanation is like, yeah, it was a little crazy, but he did what he needed to do. And it's like, I don't think so. This kind of goes against now I'm kind of seeing why these bring back optimism and hope Star Trek people. Like I like the gloominess of DS9, but yeah, I think I didn't know what to think of this when it ended. I was like, what?
And the fact that there's like no ramifications.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like on TNG, he would have been put on like trial because there was episodes where it's like Data and Picard were put on trial for like minor decisions that they made that like affected like a couple people. What Cisco did was he made like an entire planet uninhabitable, and it's like, but these planets are
not uninhabitable,
but to a certain people, right? And then it's just like, and then you're creating refugees. Yeah. it just
but they already did that, right?
Yeah, I know. And like, that's the thing. It's like, just because it's going to happen, he's like, well, I'm going to do it anyways then and speed it up. It's like, does that make that right? I don't know.
Well, that's the discussion that we stirred up. Ron Moore.
I mean, you can create discussion for a lot of reasons. I could be like, I could go take a shit on someone's car, and they'd be like, "Why'd you do that?" And I'd be like, "See, we're talking about it."
I think Kirk would have done the same thing, and they go, "What?" And then you run away.
Yeah, and then yeah, it's the same mindset. Kirk would be like, "We're talking about it now, baby," but Kirk would never like throw the shit into a person's mouth, which I think is what Cisco's doing. Yeah, I really, when this episode ended, I was honestly just like, what is going on in this show right now? I was like, and that's where I was just like, what is season 5? What is this? I was like, I don't know what's going on. It's like, I'm so confused.
Yeah.
Yeah, this episode is very strange here.
Yeah.
I didn't even rate it. I was like, I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know, man. Very bizarre. So for the next, I watched one more, and then
we'll wait then.
But then it's a two-parter.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll wait till next week.
Hey, RJ, did you watch any Deep Space Nine?
I did. How much should we talk about though? Because we talked about Mando for a while.
Well, we might as well get up to where did you leave off on?
I'm on 520, so that's 6 episodes.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's just do it.
All right.
Fuck it.
I got to pull up my thing here. I'll tell you my review of the one last thing I forgot to mention in the Cisco the Terrorist episode 513.
Yes.
Is I also put weird time to have a flying lesson episode because there's like a 5-minute scene about how they like undock ships and stuff, and I was like, why is this in here? I was like, it's very strange.
Because they don't have manual power.
Because I'm Cisco. Anyways, 514 Doppelganger Bashir, 2 out of 4 stars.
Ooh.
Wait. Oh no! Wait.
Wait, is that it? Episode 14?
No, that's episode 16. Wait, I'm way off on this. Where was Doppelganger Bashir?
That's in the 2-parter because that's when it's revealed.
Oh right, no, but 14's not bad.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So 14, I put Doppelganger Bashir. I said 2 out of 4, but then 515, I put Worf joins Fight Club, 3 out of 4 stars.
Gotcha.
Quark says sex, and then I also put it's weird that Jem'Hadar have people teeth. But 515 I think is a real good episode, and then 514 is good. But
it's all set up.
I didn't like the as you know, I don't like those doppelganger stuff. So the Bashir stuff, I was kind of like, meh.
That's such a minor part.
I know.
It's like it's barely there.
I know.
But
yeah, as a 2-parter, it's good. It's good.
Mm-hmm.
And yet more Fight Club stuff.
Yeah, let me just see here. What are my notes here? Because it's now feels like it's been a while since I've seen 14. Because I have finished season 5.
Season 5, I'm close.
You're getting there. There's a line: "I will kill Garrick," I believe is what Worf says if Garrick fucks around, and Worf's just like, "I will kill him." There's characters just hanging out. I think there's a bit where is it when Garrick says that he refers to the Bajor as a backwards superstitious religion.
I think so.
Yeah. It's good.
Yeah, Garrick's always got the lines.
And people are just ragging on Garrick. They're all like fucking just like, man, hasn't this guy like earned your trust or anything up to this point, folks? They're just like, oh, Garrick. It's like,
I think he has.
And then a Ducat appears, and he's always like, he just shows up. He just comes wherever he wants to. He's like talking to his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And then we get the duo team up Swerve.
Oh yes, yep.
Imposter Bashir is less annoying.
He is, because he's not like Bashir.
Yeah, but actually, I think from this point on, Bashir becomes less annoying overall.
After maybe the next episode.
Yes, yeah, he seems to
after
like
that.
Yeah, he seems to like be a little bit more toned down. I think from this point forward. Sandwiches. Yeah,
were they eating sandwiches?
There's some references to sandwiches.
Oh, like someone says like Garrick is going to make sandwiches for their trip.
Perhaps. I think this was like later in the episode, but there's talking. Oh, I think it's like Bashir says, "Oh, you guys want some sandwiches?"
You guys want some sandwiches?
Yeah,
space sandwiches.
Then there's the whole purpose of this episode is that Garrick has been tipped off about the whereabouts of a colleague, a Cardassian colleague of his that is deep in some space, and they gotta go check it out. And
it was in the last season. It was the Dominion, or not the Dominion, the whatever the like Cardassian like side group was that was trying to take on the Dominion. It was that group, and it was like Garrick's old boss,
Obsidian Order.
Yeah, the Obsidian Order, and all the ships were presumed exploded, but right. Garrick was always like, I think he's still out there, and that's where he gets word of.
And so he's going to head out there with Worf, because it's like Montauk might be out there too.
Yes. Yeah, so they both have vested interest.
Yeah, and then of course when they get there, they get captured immediately.
Of course.
And then they get put into a labor camp where no one does any labor at all.
Except for Worf.
Fight clubbing. Yeah.
Fight club.
Yeah. Gladiatorial battle in the jail where you don't see any other inmates because it's television.
Yes.
And then you get the reference to wormhole closure.
It's starting to become more and more of an issue.
That's right. Seems. And that episode is entitled "In Purgatory's Shadow." In episode 15, "In Inferno's Light."
It's a good episode.
Yeah, 5:15. Yeah, so I'm yes on both of these because you'd have to watch them if you're watching DS9.
Yes.
My notes for Inferno's Light: work camp without work. And then this is also, I guess at this point you get the thing where, oh, hey, the Cardassians, they're joining the Dominion. Yes,
which is a good. I think it's a good mix-up at this point.
Yes, and you're like, yeah, I guess, like that's cool. You get some Gul Dukat as Big Brother action back on Cardassia, and he's on the big screen, and it's like, yeah, he's the boss, and you're like, huh. I mean, part of it, you wonder, like, if the show came out now, the scale of it, I think, would be a lot clearer that he rules it. But this is like 1990 Star Trek, and you're just kind of like, it's like, oh, that happened.
They just bring it off.
You got to fill in the gaps a little bit, which is just typical, I guess, of like, or kind of of the time of network television shows like this.
Yeah.
Garak losing it.
Yes, he does. He's claustrophobic.
He's claustrophobic. And we get some the Breen. We get a Breen guy that's just hanging out, and I kept thinking maybe that Breen guy, he's like somebody. But no, he's just a Breen guy. And then we just see fucking Bashir gank a guy. He's fucking full on stab someone in the neck, basically. And you're like, God damn, that's Starfleet training.
His time in that prison camp really changed him.
That's right. And
because it's like a month or two that they say he's been in there.
Some time, because he'd been replaced by his doppelgoon. And his doppelgoon. Oh, so the ridiculousness of this plot. Speaking of like maybe plot holes, so the Dominionite plot, I guess, is to like make it seem like they're going to come and invade and take over the station and basically gain control of the wormhole. And so like they summon all the forces of like Romulans show up and a little bit of Starfleet, some Klingons, and they're going to have their big last stand. But it's a fake out because Doppelganger Bashir's got a roundabout that he's going to fly into the sun with this like detonation device and just blow it up and wipe them all out with a solar flare. But you go, well, fuck, shouldn't that be always a chance to wipe out people? Like once you've introduced that, you're like, that seems like a pretty dangerous thing. Like the ability to do that seems like real bad. Like,
it's like, why wouldn't? Because the Jem'Hadar already want to die, so it's like, why not just send one of them to every sun in the Alpha Quadrant
and wipe out all these fleets and then invade? Right. This is one of those things where you're like, these ideas are a little ill thought out, kind of like Cisco genocidal maniac.
It's like, no, it's good. It showed that he was willing to do stuff, and it's like, huh?
But if we pass it off after the end of the episode, it's like it didn't matter.
You didn't tell Starfleet about that, did you?
It slipped my mind. Indeed.
Oh, those millions of people that I just destroyed? No, I didn't tell them.
Speaking of Bashir episodes.
Okay, so Jarrett, 5:16. Yikes. I didn't rate this one, but I don't know how to feel about this one.
So
they flowers of Algernon to Bashir, and I was watching and I was kind of like, huh?
No.
What? So I don't know. I don't think it's a bad episode or anything like that. But when I was watching, I was just like, whoa, we're in for a wild ride.
Well, okay. So there's a couple things here. So this is Dr. Bashir, I assume. And this is an okay episode. We get Babu from Seinfeld.
Yeah, and he's speaking like in the thickest English accent. I was really thrown off by that. I was like, whoa.
So he's Israeli as well. But
man, this dude's got range.
He's got range.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or he was born in Israel. I don't know what he's like worldly. He's whatever he needs to be. Kind of like Bashir.
Yeah, I guess.
He's whatever. He's just he can play anything. This is where we get a reference to Vulcan Love Slave 2.
Oh yeah.
We get a Noonien Khan reference because it's all about supermen and the outlawing of genetic manipulations, which would be a problem that would have been solved, I guess, in this futuristic society by outlawing it because of problems of super people taking over.
Well, they do mention Khan, specifically, right?
Which is what I just said.
What did you call him? What's his first name?
Noonien.
Oh, okay, that threw me off. I was like,
Noonien Khan. Whatever it is. That's his name, Khan. So they kind of like we get like a speech about that, about like why it's a bad thing. And it's just like in the Federation, it is just nope, you don't do it, or you're going to do some hard time in New Zealand.
I thought that was pretty funny too. It's like, yeah, you're going to do 2 years in New Zealand.
Yeah, but it's like a minimum security work camp or something like that. Just do some labor in a world without money. But we also get introduced to the Doctor, RJ.
I do not like that guy.
Robert Picardo?
Yeah.
Welcome to 7 years of Voyager.
Is that... But
that's a version... I mean...
It's a version of him?
Yeah, because he's more of a... I think he's a little bit more of a dick here as the actual man. And then the program, and he's sassier, but he's not as dickish.
Yeah, I would like the sassier version, but yeah, his presence here, it's like he's unlikable on purpose, kind of, right?
Right.
Yeah. So
and a horn dog.
Oh yeah, dude was super horny. He's just he's like, I'll open a bar for you. What about you? Do you want me to open a bar for you? He's just like, God damn, dude.
Very doctorly of him.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Yes. That's it for that episode. Yeah, it's like kind of just there.
It's okay.
It adds a wrinkle to the Bashir character.
I was just more thrown off by, like I said, the Flowers of Algernon plot for Bashir. I was like, what? But anyways, yeah, it's not a bad episode. 517. Why would Odo have nipples? 2 out of 4 stars.
Yes, I had to send a screenshot of this to RJ.
Yeah, you did?
Why indeed would he need nipples?
Jarrett, I don't know.
So, but he does. Know. So this is an Odo-sode.
Yep.
And it's kind of like a noir kind of story.
Yeah,
we have like the lead character with a femme fatale. The dirty scum aliens we get in this, like
those guys are definitely dirty.
Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. They're plotting out loud about what they're going to do.
We'll get her down here. No problem.
And then we'll have to kill her. Well, it's too bad. She's fairly attractive. That's kind of like, and this is the era where like Tarantino like dialogue starts popping up, and even to this day in Star Wars. My next note is Odo nipples, frowny face.
Yeah, because there's no reason he needs to have those.
It's purely cosmetic for her pleasure.
I know, but he can't even get ears right. So it's like, how could we believe that he could get nipples?
Yeah. Odo gets laid.
Yes, he does. Yeah. First time, man.
With a human.
Human.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Kira's not happy about it. But, Dax is just a gossip. And even Worf is like, Dax. And she's like, what? I'm going to talk about it. And Worf's like, don't talk about this shit, Dax.
Quit being annoying. And then we get Avery Brooks's reading of a woman. That's nice.
That's nice. That's nice.
And you're like, man, Cisco.
He talks so weird.
Oh, and then, so my final note on this has a bittersweet ending.
It does.
Yeah, you're like, oh, because she was the quarry all along, but she didn't even know it. Because you kept thinking like, oh man, when's she going to fuck him over? When's the other shoe going to drop? And it turns out, nah, she's on the right side of the law, yeah, and it can never be.
She's just a sleeper cell. She just didn't know. Mm-hmm. Didn't know. Yeah, it's not a bad episode. I was just mostly thrown off by nude Odo.
Yeah. Unnecessary nipples.
Yeah, unnecessary. So then I have 518. I think they wanted Malcolm McDowell and Marlon Brando And this is a high 2 out of 4 for me.
Yeah, there's a lot. This is like a long spat of 2 out of 4 is this stretch. It does.
I'm gonna say it. Season 5 is pants.
Yeah, and there's not that. Like I said, like there's a lot of padding. This is where it dropped off. But by the end, the last 6 are much better than the last. I don't know. There's been 3 episodes that have been good in the last 15. That's not great.
A lot of 2s for me in this season.
Yeah.
It just seems like they're spinning.
Yep. So this is episode Business as Usual.
Yep.
Quark saying how titillating while stroking his ear.
How titillating. Yeah, he said sex a couple episodes ago. It was gross.
One Man and a Baby with this is the one with Miles and the baby, and he's trying to hand it off and go to work with it. Mm-hmm. Quark Arms Dealer.
Yep.
This is one I really noticed for some reason while Dax is drinking there's like the shuttle pod looking coffee mug. I feel like that's really bad design.
It's been here for a couple seasons now, and it looks like something that a shitty design people would have now, but things that would be like a disposable cup, something you would just throw away.
Which I get that it's like like the shuttle pod is like kind of like a reference to the history of space exploration, I guess, like from an Earth perspective. But as a coffee cup design, how do you clean it unless you have a replicator that just makes something that looks like that? And then people go, "This is great." It's like a little teapot, but it's like, well, you can't. It's angular, and you can't get in to clean it without a proper thing, or it disintegrates.
Yeah, which I guess is what they're going for.
Yep, but it looks. I was just looking at that. I'm like, oh, that's terrible design for what it does.
Mm-hmm. They also try to make you think that Quark and Dax are friends, which I was like,
all of a sudden, because they gamble with one another.
It's like I said, man, Dax, they have no idea what to do with that character. They bounce her around all the fucking time. And it was just like,
no.
I was like, what?
Yeah, no real definition to it. It's very unfortunate. Yeah. We have the Malcolm McDowell man saying, "Quark, I love you." But then we get Lawrence Tierney, who shows up.
Is that the guy I thought was they wanted Marlon Brando?
Yeah, but Lawrence, fuck. Okay, speaking of, because it's Lawrence Tierney, who you might remember from Reservoir Dogs.
I might.
So again, the Tarantino is.
Let me see this Lawrence Tierney. Regent,
yeah.
Oh yeah, I know this guy.
Yeah. He's a hard man. He
died not long after this episode aired.
Mm-hmm. And RJ, what do we have here happening with Quark? Is he Yojimboing a little bit?
There's been a lot of Yojimboing lately, Jared. Mm-hmm.
And there's also been a lot of Quark episodes.
There's been a lot of Quark episodes.
A bit much. A little excessive on the Quarking.
And I don't mind the Quark eps, but and like this one, I thought this one was okay. It's just there's been a few in a row here, and there's another one coming up again pretty quick here. So it's like, man, a lot of Quarks.
Yeah, part of it is like some of these episodes are so similar to one another.
Yeah,
it's like it's like, hey, do you like dying Cardassian patriarchs?
Yeah,
like let's do 2 of those like within 5 episodes of one another. You're like, come on, because that brings us to 519. Yes.
I put Kira and Old Guys, and this is a high 2 for me as well. Like, because I did like it, but it's like you said, it's repetitive. It's like we've done this before.
Yeah, we just had an old Cardassian guy die, like just yeah,
and then you double down on it this time. It's like Kira's gonna do it twice,
and it's like, oh, she was like a dad to me when I was fake, or I was like pseudo kidnapped. And that's like, and this is the one where it's like, this is like the bad dad who dies. It's just, they're going to that well a bit much, and they're not doing anything. It's not like a pleasant surprise in 26 episodes. It's like, nah, here's 2 of them.
The one good thing about this episode though is the Gul Dukat and Weyun appearance, which is good. And then I did like at the end the fake news segment where Gul Dukat's like, well, what does he say? He's like, yeah, he changed his mind. That's what we're going to tell people on Cardassia. Mm-hmm. And Sisko's like, that's not what happened. And Gul Dukat's like, it is what happened. Because I say it's what happened. And you go, hey, I've seen this in real life.
So this is Ties of Blood and Water. It is
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, the Cardassian guy that like was her father.
Lawrence Pressman.
Yeah.
It's weird. This episode on IMDb, none of the episodes. Some of them have the actors' names like in the descriptions, but his name is right here. Lawrence Pressman, Jarrett, was in a film called American Pie.
Wow.
He played a coach.
Cool.
So there you go.
I mean, what kind of drink is a black hole?
If you got to ask, man, you're not ready.
It's like absinthe times 10.
I took it the other way. It's like as soon as you drink it, you absolutely shit your pants.
I see.
You know what I mean?
You black hole.
You black hole. Your whole blacks.
It's not blackout.
Yeah.
You're awake for it.
You're awake, but you don't want to be.
That's right. You don't want to be in a black hole. Then I also remember when Kira said she'd killed Gul Dukat, and okay, some of that, but then like did you acknowledge that like that hostility's still there? Because you're just like, oh, he's back. I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, they won't see each other again for like a while. Like maybe they don't run into one another for a while. But oh no, here they're hanging out on the ship again, and she has to be cordial to him because he's like the president of a planet. And that's always the thing with Gowron is he never really seems like the president of Klingonia. Like he's just like a guy.
Yeah, like for Gowron.
Yeah, like
Gowron's always been weird. Like,
but they don't handle it like it doesn't seem like this is like a statesman. But I mean, like I prefer not to be treated that way because I am a warrior.
I also feel like he doesn't fit that role either because Gowron seems too small.
Yeah.
Like in relation to how they present other Klingons, it's like Gowron's a real little dude. You never really he fights Worf once, but he's not like great at that either. Because it's like maybe he's really good at fighting, but he's not either. So I don't know.
Okay, one more.
Okay, 520 Moogie. 2 out of 4 stars.
Yep. Ferengi love songs.
And so this one, I didn't like outright dislike it or anything like that. I was okay. Andrea watched 10 minutes of it, and then she just looked at me and she said, "I don't want to watch this." And I said, "That's fair. Yeah. I won't make you watch this."
Yeah, nothing happens. This is.
Well, I guess Quark gets his business license back.
And Jeffrey Combs, aka Wayun, is also the Ferengi guy with his big medallion.
Yeah.
His
and
partner.
He kind of talks like this a little bit.
But it's still him. My note here was Ferenginar looks so damn cheap. Empty rooms, curtains everywhere. The clothing material in like these shows, it's hideous. So ugly.
I love Quark's outfits.
But like all the costumes that all the characters are wearing,
it
looks like shit.
It's patchwork stuff.
Yeah, it's like very like someone like maybe that's the idea. Like the designer's like, well, Ferengis are garish, so let's do it that way. But like for the most part, I think like all the clothing in like Star Trek DS9 stuff is like ugly. The uniforms are so baggy, like the blue shoulder pad look. It doesn't work for most of them.
I don't love the gray up here with the color underneath and they did that in First Contact too because
they did that. Well, that's now the look. That's what all Starfleet looks like now. Is that?
Yeah. I kind of like the old one better, you know.
And my note was too much Quark. This is too much. It's too much of a good thing.
It's a little too much Quark. Yeah, he's better as the side piece.
Or you get these moments, these little like blips of like Ferengi action. That's fine.
Yeah.
But so this episode is just like Quark goes home to see his mom, finds out his mom is now in a relationship with the Grand Nagus. Nagus, and Grand Nagus is also like coming down with some Ferengi dementia. Or amnesia, Alzheimer's kind of thing. Yeah. He's just not on it anymore. He doesn't know his numbers. As a Ferengi, that's very important.
You just gotta stroke his ears, Jarrett.
That's right. And then, so they just like kind of like, well, we'll leave it at that. My mom's going to help secretly run things on this like hideously sexist planet, but maybe one day things will change.
I doubt it.
Some have said that the Ferengi are the most relatable races for humans of today.
What sense?
Of are compared to what the Starfleet Federation ideal is. The Ferengis are more realistic for like how humans actually are.
They are, but the Ferengis don't have war with each other anymore. So
that's one of the upsides, allegedly. I still think they're fair.
I mean,
they seem like they're still
to us.
scheming to kill each other.
Yeah,
I mean, hey,
but
Donald Trump didn't start a war for 4 whole years, and some people are like, they're we'll give him. We'll see what happens next time, right? Am I right?
Well, I mean, he didn't die. He's still around. I'm sure he's planning something.
He's watching a lot of TV.
Yeah, drinking Diet Coke.
Dad Coke.
I heard he drinks like 9 Diet Cokes a day or something.
Have a quarter pounder.
But he also said he's never seen a skinny person drinking a Diet Coke before. That was one of his all-time tweets.
He's got something for everything, as the kids like to say. Yeah, that's it for DS9, I guess. For now. Well,
but here's the sad thing, Jarrett. I have 2 episodes of DS9.
Oh,
I know. I've had a long week, but I do think this next week I'll be able to finally finish off season 5, which you've been done for what, 3 weeks now? Almost.
Yeah, about that.
Yeah, but I did hit a wall with this season of DS9 because I feel like this season's been pants in a way. But I do have 2 episodes for you, and then I'll catch up, and then you can talk about whatever you want to talk about, Jared.
Okay.
So I think the last one we watched was 520, which is the Moogie episode.
Yeah.
So we talked about that. 521. Klingons are nerds, and Dax Lady Macbeth's 2 out of 4 stars, I think. This is 521, right?
Yep. Soldiers of the Empire.
Yeah. So I think this is the Lady Macbeth episode for Dax, and I thought it was okay, but I'm not a big Dax person, so.
Well, you're kind of bringing the lead. This is about how Montauk gets his groove back.
Yeah. Oh, see, that's a better review of this episode. Yeah. See, I was more.
I thought you'd be more into this because this is all about because they basically talk about how the Klingons are space pirates, and you get to see like life on a Klingon ship that we don't really ever get to see ever.
I did like that part of it, but it's like I said, I think there's too much Dax in here for me. I don't like Dax. I find her abrasive and annoying. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, she kind of is there.
And her whole thing in this one is like, Worf, you should be be the captain of this ship.
Well, saying like there's a mutiny on this goddamn ship.
Yeah. It's like, you need a strong arm, Worf. You got to get in there.
So the one thing that this episode left me thinking about, though, was what are Klingon scientists like?
Did we see them in this one?
No, but they mentioned it.
Okay.
Just in passing, they just mentioned, oh yeah, they developed this new technology. It's like, whoa. I started thinking, like, when did the warrior, like, because they're so focused on, like, obviously you can't just fight war with like dudes with like swords. Like, there would be the people who are like developing, like, who are the philosophers of Klingon?
Well, I imagine the scientists are warrior scientists, right? And their goal is to beat other scientists in like invention and innovation.
Right. Where's that TV show?
Is that Discovery?
No. It's like cyborg. It's like Cylon Klingons or some shit.
I still can't believe what they did to them. I haven't seen the show, so maybe there's an explanation. But that picture alone, I was like, what? Why would they change it?
Yeah.
Why would they change it? So you like this episode? I take it?
Yeah, it's just like it's okay.
It's not. I don't think it's bad.
Yeah, like I said, I came into this like not with months of Star Trek baggage. And I'm watching. This is all fairly still fresh-ish, and I think this episode was an uptick from the previous 10.
The movie.
The last 10 episodes have been pretty like whatever, and this one was like it's okay. But yeah, Dax is. This is like her. She's like less annoying in this one compared to other ones. Yeah. We've had the Resort Island episode in this, so.
Yeah, and see, I think that's what I think the biggest difference between our watching right now is I am like in the middle of probably one of the roughest Star Trek binges, or not rough, but like grueling, I guess, because I've done almost 3 series now within a calendar year, kind of, or like a full year almost. Because when did I start the original series? Was that April?
I guess.
I think it was April. Yeah. So I should be done DS9 by then, hopefully, if I can pick up my watching again here. But yeah, I think that's what it is. So like you're coming in fresh. You got a new set of eyes on it. So maybe that's what we need. Maybe that's what we need, Jared.
Mm-hmm. Get
But
us
yeah,
through this tough spot.
get us through a tough spot. Yeah, this season's been a little tough on me, and lately Dax has been annoying me.
Yeah,
But
that's fair.
the next one is 522, Old O, and I think this is. I mean, I don't want to do this, but I think this is like a 2.5 out of 4. It's almost a 3. It's not a bad episode.
I mean, it's still got the same problems. This is a Children of Time. So this is feels like padding out a season, but this is probably the first episode in forever, I would guess, that is like a classic Star Trek episode.
Yes, 100%.
That has like issues and themes
to talk about,
and like it's taken out this. It has a concept and it runs with it. So, my first note was old school. So the episode is that the principal characters of the show are all in the Defiant, and they've gone somewhere to go check something out, and they're making their way back. And then they get some like, oh, Dax picks up a signal coming off of this planet that's under some weird energy field. And they're like, oh, we should take a look at it, because who knows when we'll ever get a chance to look back at it. There could be something to this. We should study it for science. And they're like, what's the big deal? What's the worst that could happen? Well, they get sucked in and they crash-ish on the planet.
Crash-ish on the planet.
They
get stranded on the planet.
Kira's not quite stranded, but like they have some downtime on this planet. Yeah. Kira's kind of injured a little bit because she gets electrocuted by the energy field, and they find this community that lives on the planet, and everybody on the planet knows who the crew are, because apparently what happens is in like 3 days from now, they leave, and on their way out of the atmosphere, their ship hits another energy blast. They come crashing back down, and they just wind up having to live the rest of their existence on the planet while repopulating it or populating it. And they meet because they get also thrown back in time. That's an important element.
Yes.
And so basically they go back, hundreds of years in the past, and they so they meet their own descendants of when they were stranded on the island. So it's kind of a neat idea, because the whole time you're also thinking, well, when are they going to pull the other one, saying, oh, this is fake? But it's like, no, this is legit. Like, this is actually what happened. And they don't play it as, like, this would be like a entire Image Comics mini series or ongoing series, I feel. And
this would be a whole season almost.
Yeah, and this is just one episode of this idea. And so it's like one of those weird things when you're watching Star Trek. It's like very condensed in its storytelling. And so like when you're watching it, so their idea though is like, so there's now a man who's the Dax, and and he's the scientist, and he's like, I've been figuring out how to get you off of here because of what's happened before, and I have an idea that you'll be able to escape through the atmosphere, and then it'll split off, where there will be a ship that crashes and one that goes out beyond, and it'll be perfect. Everyone here will stay alive, and you will continue on back to your ship. And you're like, huh, I guess you would never know one way or another if it worked, though.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that stuff where it's like, well, if you do this will happen. It's kind of like, but would it? It's like, would it though? And would you guys? There's like a big toss up there in there too. It's like, are you guys gonna exist? Probably not. So does it?
Yeah, and there's this thing too where the episode, in the context of like this war that's fomenting this Dominion war on the horizon, you're like, well, worst comes to worst, if Cisco just stays on this planet forever, and everyone else does, it's like, oh, well, you can't go back and fight in this war, and like, well, what's the worst that could happen? It's like, well, the Dominion could take over.
Yeah,
like this could, or I mean, maybe that's the way it's supposed to be if you're a Bajoran who believes in this stuff. But
and they'd be like, maybe if we go back, the Dominion will take over.
Right. So they don't really get into that part of it, though. It's more of like the issue of like, what do they owe these people they don't know? And it's like, are their lives and their continued, lives worth more than the existence of these 800 people who live in the middle of nowhere, who have like an entire like little culture that's based around the teachings of Quark, teaching math. And then there's like the people who like decide to go live off the land and be like Klingon warriors, and they don't even have to be Klingon.
No, because it's the way of the warrior.
Little ginger boy wants to be a Klingon.
Yeah. And I mean, I like Worf likes him too. He's like you have the way of the warrior.
That we also get introduced to polished Odo.
Oh yes, old O. He's here. His ears are off-putting.
Because he's real. This is like the actor all gussied up.
It's just really him.
His hair's normal.
His hair's okay, and I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I think old O's a little selfish in this episode.
Well, we'll get there. But of course, there comes the point where you start going, "Wait a minute." I think this Neo Dax guy is a bad man. I think he's full of shit. And then the episode goes, "Oh yeah, I know he is," because he's lying because he realizes what will happen. He has to set this coordinate for this to happen, otherwise it wipes out his own existence. So it's like, is he a bad man who's trying to like ensure his survival? Actually, not even his survival, his existence.
His existence, yeah, because he'll just cease to exist otherwise. But see, all the Daxes are bad. I'm telling you. Dax is bad.
I'm not sure if this is a quote from the episode. Oh no, it is in fact, where it's like when Worf goes to get his little Klingon warriors. He says, "There's an enemy we must battle. We must go do it." And they show up to the field to the plant, and he says, "Time is the enemy."
Time is the enemy.
That's very Roddenberry-esque.
Oh yeah. It's like it's like if I'd like a montage of Worf showing up places with his little soldiers. He's like, "There's an enemy we need," and at one place he'd be like, "Hunger," and they'd be at like the soup kitchen, like serving out food to like homeless people and stuff like that. You could have a whole show based on that.
Yeah, there you go. And so then you get a whimsical planting montage.
Yes. Yeah. Cisco's working hard.
Well, everyone starts going, because like at that point, Miles O'Brien's like, "Fuck these people. Fuck these descendants of mine. I'm getting out of here."
Well, because he's the only one who's like, "My family's not here. They're all back on the station."
Yeah. He's got something to live for elsewhere. He's like, I don't agree to this. And then of course after he plants with them, he goes, "Oh, we can't do it." And so they agree, okay, this is the course. We're going to do it up proper. The whole time Old Doe has been romancing Kira
Stone.
up and like saying, "Hey baby, I've always loved you." He tells her the whole thing. He just says, "Yeah, I've loved you all this whole time." Yep. And then Old Doe, I put it reverse Kirks.
Yep.
So, because unlike in City on the Edge of Tomorrow, where Kirk has to make a sacrifice, because he has to do, it's not what he wants, it's what's best for time itself. Odo reprograms the coordinates to create the accident that results in the 8,000 people existing. Yep. And the ship leaves and they're wiped out. Love wipes out 8,000 people.
Yes, it does. And it's implied, like, I don't know about you, but for me at least, it was a little bit implied that Oldo, he was like, "I want these people to live." He's like, "But it'd be cooler if you and I were dating. So I'm going to kill these people so that we could maybe date."
Well, it's not just that. It's not just because they're going to date. It's because Kira will be dead. Because Kira died. Yeah, that's the other one. Because Kira dies of her injury, and there's no way to save her without her getting back to the station. So that is actually what he's all about, is saving the one. He makes the selfish decision, you could argue, because at this point, all the crew had agreed. And of course, they can't figure out why, because they don't know. We don't know till the very, very end of the episode what's occurred. They're saying, New Dax must have changed it. He must have changed his mind. We'll never know. But of course, there's a conundrum, as time travel always does. If that Odo didn't exist to save them, then how does that happen?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and however, so OG Odo, he's like been hanging out on the ship the entire time for some reason. I think there's like a whole thing about not meeting your double, but that happened off screen, and he's like, he informed me that he did it out of love for you, and just so you know that the reason why 8,000 people no longer exist is because my future self thought very passionately and strongly about you. Good night, and that's the end of the episode. It's like, what?
I think that's even worse, because young Odo that's even more selfish because he could have just
Not said.
sat on that. Yeah,
Mhm.
because you can see immediately Kira like he
Horrified.
tells her, she's horrified, she feels bad, and she's like, I would have died instead. But then it's just like boom, Rick Berman.
Mhm.
And
These are bold storytelling beats that it's just like the Cisco thing from like a couple episodes ago where he's like genocide or attempted maybe.
Release the bomb.
the bioterrorism.
Release the chemical weapon on the people.
Yeah, bioterrorism. Good times. And so now you're just like, wait, what? Like that's pretty heavy stuff that barely comes up later and is totally forgotten about in like a few episodes, never to be brought up ever again.
Well, they shake it off in the episode itself. Hey, remember when you committed terrorism? Yeah, I forgot to tell the bosses about that one.
You're such a Cisco.
Cisco.
So anyway, yeah, very strange approach.
Oh yeah.
To Star Trek-dom in this like it's like a Roddenberry ethical debate, and then hey, here's a big bag of festering shit. Have a good one.
A big bag of festering shit.
You go sleep tight. Sleep tight.
Yeah, see, I like that one. I like how you do that.
But it's like,
yeah,
but it's not even. But you can't just like take the bag and throw it out the like out the window. You're stuck with it. It's like that stink's never going to leave you.
Yeah, they're like, so can I like throw this out? And it's like, no. You hold on to that.
That's yours, baby.
That's yours.
Because a guy who doesn't exist anymore made it so. And I'm telling you.
See, I think
because does Odo feel bad about that?
Because he doesn't.
Well, he didn't meet any of them for whatever reason. Because he was like on the ship. I didn't understand that.
Did. Well, was it that he didn't leave because he would maybe run into old O?
And then.
But that wasn't said. That was just said off screen.
I think so. And then he did, because that's the only way he knew this information.
Yeah, and like even that too, and it's just like, and see, that's why I think Oldo is a bit selfish as well, because when they like he like bonds with him, and then he's basically just like, we are one or something like that, and it's like, so this fucker gets to keep living even after everyone else is dead, essentially, because he's like, they've done their little like little saliva swap with their arms, and they're like, and they've gooped each other. You know, goop. You know, Goop. Gwyneth Paltrow's Goop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this episode's got depth to it, Jarrett.
Heft.
Depth. Well, heft. So that was, see, even though we only had 2 episodes, we talked for a while about that. Do I have some good things to look forward to coming up, or
you do? Yes, you do.
Okay, so I think I should be able to get 1 episode a day in at least for the next week.
Yeah, you better start getting into some season 6.
So I watched Star Trek instead.
Nice. The right choice.
Yeah. I mean, I watched a movie too, but I don't think you're an Andy Samberg guy, so I'll just movie wasn't bad. I like Andy Samberg, so
cool.
Hey, do you want to finish off season 5?
Yes,
finally?
Let's do it.
All right. Where did I leave off last time? 522 was old O.
Yes. Old
the
O.
one that ends just ends.
Yeah, questionably. So
season 5 has been a weird one for me, right? Like there's been some dips.
Mm-hmm.
So the rest of the season, I actually forgot to rate some of these, so I went back just now and I tried to give them, so they might not be super accurate. But 523, man, Nog aged 2 out of 4 stars.
I'm trying to remember which one this is. Blaze of Glory?
Blaze of Glory, yeah. So this is the one that has Eddington again. Cisco and Eddington.
Oh, again. Yeah. They go to the what is it called? The hellscape?
Yeah, they go to the hellscape to like, because there's possibly bioweapons there that are going to be unleashed.
Oh, yeah, but it's like, you got to help us get those bioweapons. Wink.
Yeah. It's the Bill Burr Mandalorian episode where it's like, I'm going to bust you out of jail just so that I need your help on this one.
That's right.
But you also see Nog in this, and I was like, holy shit, the actor who played Nog got real old. Like you can tell he's an old man now under that makeup, which maybe that's just me.
Yeah, there's in recent episodes, it's even more so.
Yeah. Nog and Jake are like 38-year-old men all of a sudden, and it's like, how did that happen?
Season 5 was rough.
Season 5 was rough.
It was the Clinton years, you know.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, this was Blaze of Glory. I gave it a 2 because I'm not huge on this Eddington Cisco like dynamic. Plus, because it made Cisco a war criminal, but also I was like, I don't think this Eddington guy is very like appealing. But that's just me. Some people might like him. Well, I don't know what you thought.
And now it's over and done with. Anyway, it's the end. It's the end of like this is the episode. My notes for here. It's like, oh hey, it's back to the main story finally after like what 7 episodes in a row that have nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, there was a big stretch.
Yeah, and now we're like, oh hey, right. Let's tie those things up with the knot as we move forward. So they tie up the Edgington stuff. They tie up the Maquis stuff. So that's like done. Mm-hmm. Or at least it's set aside. Cisco Eddington go to Spawn's Hell / Badlands. That's what it's called. And in quotes I wrote, crazy Cisco. Mm-hmm. You want to be crazy? Unhinged. I'll be crazy. Because he's like, I'll let you take over the show. He's like, yeah, right. Yeah, sure you will. No, it's your problem. And then Cisco's like, I'm going to make a Roctagino in the back.
Mm-hmm. And see, this is the weird Cisco thing. Like, even today I was on Reddit for a little, and I saw a thing where it's like, Cisco's the best captain. And I was like, not by my watch. I was like, Cisco is wild. He's a war criminal, and he does things that are like borderline reckless and shouldn't pay off, and the only reason they do is by chance. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's how I feel about it, at least.
So this is a yes for me, just because at least it has something to do with the
main story,
the storyline. So that's good. That's a plus, and it's like whatever. It wraps up things. Yeah.
Yep. No, I agree with you. Do you have anything else on that one?
That's it. Yeah. My notes start getting a lot more scant. I start watching these like later at night, like on Mondays. And I'm just sitting there in the dark, and I don't have my notepad on hand.
So you got to do my approach. 1-line zippers.
Mm-hmm.
Woo! Like this one. Die Hard Garrick. And this is a high...
Episode 24.
Episode 24.
Empok Nor?
Yeah, so this is a high 2. It wasn't quite a 3 for me, but it is an enjoyable episode. And this is, as I said, Die Hard Garrick, because every character eventually gets their Die Hard episode.
Well, this is also Slasher in Space.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Garrick goes crazy.
Yeah, he's hunting.
And my note here is he kind of just killed 3 Starfleet officers while drugged up. Huh. Like, that's it. And you're like, nothing really. Well, he was on Cardassian drugs that made him
drugs?
That made him go crazy.
He was basically on crystal meth. Cardassian crystal meth, where he didn't know what he was doing, but he was really jacked up.
He was on crocodile.
Oh, that was a gross one.
So that was some I think some not real things, or bath salts. There you go. There's an oldie.
There's an oldie. There's also Jankums, which was another troubling one. But I did like seeing Garrick sneak around killing people. That's good stuff.
Yeah,
that's good stuff.
Yeah, yeah. I think this is a yes as well, just because it's got a good atmosphere. I think that this is like the first time they introduce Empok Nor, the sister ship, or the sister station to DS9.
Yeah, this is the first I'm hearing about it.
Yeah, it's the first time it comes up. It's like, oh, we need some parts. And they're like, well, we're going to send a crew to go get some parts from the other station that's been abandoned.
Mm-hmm.
And while on the ship, they find some, like, sleeper agent secure, like, guys that have just been, like, put on there. So when they wake up, they will kill.
Yeah, and
it's like, what? Why?
Well, and wasn't it, like, the drug was... to kill anyone that's not Cardassian.
Yeah.
It's like that's what fuels them up.
Mm-hmm.
And there's Nog there just doing his thing.
They couldn't just have like a poisonous gas.
No, it needed to be slasher specific.
Right.
Whereas like we want you to kill people that aren't you.
Yeah. And it also taps into like O'Brien's like racism a little bit too.
Oh yeah, which I always like hearing O'Brien's war stories
Hmm.
and his rationale for things, like on TNG when he's talking to Cardassians and he's like, I hate that you made me a horrifying racist that enjoys killing Cardassians.
Coddies.
And it comes out of nowhere. You're like, whoa,
Yeah.
is O'Brien a war criminal too? And you're like, maybe
So
they all are.
maybe they all are.
Yeah. Maybe there's no heroes in war, Jarrett. Maybe that's the message that DS9 is trying to say.
Hmm.
Do you have anything else on
That's it.
Empok Nor?
That's it.
Good. Good. 525. So it's just Jake and Nog again.
Yep.
2 out of 4 stars.
What? Oh.
I just thought this one was okay.
Oh, this
I wasn't
episode's
hot
very.
on the Willie
This
Mays.
this episode's very enjoyable. It's the calm before the storm episode. In the cards, I enjoyed the thing that was like, Jake's like, "Hey, I'm human. I don't have any money," which is like that's what I've been saying all along.
Well, I mean, it's been stated many times that humans have gone past money and currency now. We live in the perfect society. Right. I wasn't too hot on this, but that's just me. I'm curious to see what you think. Sounds like you like it.
Yeah, so this is like it's such a odd episode, and I think
Yes, it is.
that's what I think the charm of it is, because I kept thinking too, I'm like, is this how the war starts? Like at some points, but then you're like, or it's like there's a guy who shows up, you're like, is this a time traveling collector?
Yeah.
Which is an interesting idea too, but no, it turns out he's just crazy. He's a crazy man. And there's also a really creepy scene involving teddy bear snatching, where they go into they break into a woman's room to take a teddy bear to give back to Bashir. Of course, because it's like in the nebula of like questionable behavior, Bashir cannot be that far off. Of course,
He's not. And I feel like because they changed Bashir's like origin too, and now they're playing it up, right? Where they're like, we know you're a super genius, just tell us. And he's like, blah blah blah. It's like all the other things Bashir does, like his womanizing, you're just like, Bashir, you're a weird guy.
Bashir. So this episode, Jake finds out that he wants to do something for his dad, because his dad's all depressed and weird.
On IMDb, it says to cheer up war fatigued Captain Sisko.
Yeah, there you go.
War fatigued.
Battle fatigue. That's like some PTSD right there.
Little bit.
Anyway, so there's an auction being held in Quarks, and a Willie Mays baseball cards up for auction. And Jake's like, I'm gonna get that. And he's like, hey, I don't have any money. Nog, give me your money. And they try to win it. They can't. There's this weird guy who does win it, and they start following him around to see if they can get it from him. And he's like, no. Then they start falling into his weird world of this invention he's going to build about staying alive forever. Well, at the same time, there is also negotiations going on between the Dominion and Bajor, where the Dominion want to sign a peace treaty with Bajor that, like, whatever happens, in this conflict with the Federation, you should we'll be all together on the same page. So that's a kind of like the serious thing that's underpinning the episode, and then but the main plot is Jake and Nog going around collecting things unquestionably for this
fetch quest.
It's fetchy, but it's like but one thing leads to another. It's a way of him getting around to all the characters. He's like, well, it's like, Jake, he's the son of the captain of this station, so he has all this access, and everyone's like, what do you need with this and this and this and this? And they're like, okay, sure. What's the worst that could happen? It's like they haven't watched the show for the last 5 years,
or haven't like ever been with a different person before. It's like, I need some of these things, and then you go, why do you need this weapon that kills everyone? It's like, just saying. Just saying, I need it. That's all. Saying.
We get some Jeff Coombs action, which is always much appreciated.
As Wayoon?
Yep.
Yeah, there's some good Wayoon coming up.
There is. But that's about it. I thought this was one of the stronger episodes in the last batch of things.
Yeah, I'm glad you like it. It's like I said, I was season 5 gave me serious fatigue on this thing, but I do think there is some light coming out now that I've got out of season 5 and into season 6.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm glad you liked that episode. I was just so. Uh, 5. Wait, you're done?
Yeah,
right
that's
now,
it. That's it.
Okay. 526 climactic anticlimactics 3 out of 4 stars, because this episode is both entertaining and build up a lot, but in classic DS9 fashion, I feel like it kind of just ends, and that's it. Because it's like a season ender, and they do like there is a big thing that happens, but then at the same time, like then it does a little bit more, and then they're like, all right, that's it, see you later, and it just stops. And I was like, but wait, what else happened?
So this is episode Call to Arms. My only note here was Lita's ridiculous breasts.
Yeah, it is. The Dabo girl breasts in DS9 have always. It's like the episode Jake brings home one, and it was a very busty lady as well. And it was just
home.
like.
He brings one home.
He does. He brings one home. And then I was like, wait a minute. I was like, I thought Jake was like 13, but then Jake was like 28 the next episode. And I was like, oh, so he is dating ladies with enormous breasts. I'm glad that you picked up on that as well.
It's hard to miss.
So this episode, I do think has some good stuff. It does set up a lot of things, and what I'm guessing is what the next 2 seasons is about, essentially.
Mm-hmm. This is the episode that marks the beginning of the Dominion War.
The Dominion War. I've heard. I do like I like some of the space battle and stuff. I don't know if I mean, I do think it's a good shakeup for where they leave it with the station. But again, I do feel like it just shows that Cisco is he's volatile, man. He's unpredictable. Is that good? I don't know.
He's a wild card.
He is a wild card. He's just like frying stations, leaving and stuff like that, doing whatever he feels like. I did really like
that's Kirk though. I mean, Kirk blew up the Enterprise when the Klingons boarded it.
Yeah, that was pretty gutsy. Hey, there's some Klingons on the ship. Fucking blow it up.
Well, I mean, everyone blows up their ship or like does it. I mean, at least he didn't blow it up. He just said, "Fuck you. I'm going to delay you as long as I can." That's completely legitimate move.
Yeah, that's not bad.
He left things in a much better place than he could have based on his previous actions this season, because he has it set up, and of course there's a reason why he's going to have to like come back, because Jake has made this decision, like, I'm going to be a war correspondent.
Yeah, kind of like out of nowhere. Like he's an author for a while.
Yeah, and I'm going to be a journalist.
Yeah, and then you're like, all right, I guess.
And then Odo sticks around. Yeah, Kira, and then now Bajor is like has a non-aggression treaty signed because he encouraged it, because he's like, don't join with the Starfleet.
I did like that, and then the other thing I like the idea of the self-replicating minds.
Yes, yeah, that's a really cool idea, and all really courtesy of Rom.
Well, I mean, and it's been building, right, where it's like Rom is a super genius. It's just Quark just shits on him all the time, so Rom's never really allowed to do anything. But O'Brien saw. Brian knows. So yeah, that was cool. I liked that idea. Yeah, and then what else happens? Everyone just scrambles.
Baseball's left behind as the bad guys take the station, and the music changes to triumphant Cardassian Dominion music, and
which is always encouraged, I believe.
So you like that Gul Dukat? Well, you're gonna get some Gul Dukat.
There's some Gul Dukat, especially in the next episode.
Oh, so you did continue on with some season 6?
I got one season 6 for you.
Okay, good.
So 601, and I forgot to rate this, but I do think it's a good episode. 601. What's up with Ducat's hair?
Oh, it's getting shaggy.
Yeah, he's got a lot of cabbage up top, Jarrett. Like it's getting super shaggy, you know.
Yeah, it wasn't nice and neat, but it was nice and tied back. It seemed like short, and now it's getting all like a little like mullety.
It's a little mullety, and It's just like it really stands out. It's like when did he get like a bob haircut?
It's a skullet.
Yeah, it's super weird.
I noticed.
Uh,
I noticed.
and then I also said we really needed Wei Yun. I need Wei Yun to be a main character in this show because in 601 A Time to Stand, Wei Yun really shines.
Oh yeah, you're getting lots of Wayoon. Don't you worry.
Yeah, I'm liking this first episode with him. I really liked I just think he's a good actor in general, but I liked the character in here. He's got good play with Odo and Garrett. Gul Dukat is trying to sex up Kira because he's got a thing for Bajorans, and Wei Yun's just there. He's like, I don't really give a shit. He's like, I'm here to do my job, and I was like, I like you, Wei Yun. You're a good dude.
So this is a yes. A time to stand. There's a time jump. We're kind of like things are just like, well, it's been 6 months or whatever, and I think that's the implication. It's been like 6 months, maybe only 3 months since they left the station, and the war's not going well. And they'll do a thing where it's like, oh, Bashir's like collar's down, and he's like, oh, he's seen so much shit. Like
Allegedly.
Yeah. And you're like, and they're just like, oh man, this war, it's rough.
That's what they want you to
all
think.
those battles we're in. Look, I'm like, I got some dust on my uniform. I haven't cleaned it. It's hard here up in space. Space wars.
Life is hard in space. Let me tell you.
The Dax Worf already back together. because the last episode, I Called Arms, there's this idea, because they're gonna get married, RJ. They're gonna get married allegedly, and then they're like, oh, it's gonna be a beautiful wedding, and they're like, oh, but now the war's come. After the war's done, we're not gonna see each other for a really long time. And in this episode, they're back together again, and it's like, oh boy, the most unattractive relationship where you're like, oh, these two, they oil and water. That's not, but they keep forcing it.
I know, and that's the thing. They're forcing it, but it's like no one's buying it. Yeah. No one's believing this.
Here I refer to as the Bashir jogging look.
Because his shirt's about halfway unbuttoned. His hair's a little bit disheveled, and he's very like, whatever. Yeah. He's like, he's like, none of it matters now. We have no chance.
This is my next note here was fake news Jake.
He does. He pushes a few buttons there. He's towing the line.
Wayun says, "This is not an occupation. You keep referring to us as occupiers." And then I believe the payoff is keep an open mind.
Yeah, it's good Wayun. Yeah. Vintage Wayun. You know what I mean? Yeah, I did like that too, and especially because with the Jake stuff, where this war journalist persona that he is now, that he's always wanted to be. I was like, where'd this come from? But I guess there's a use for it.
Young men affect personas all the time. They suddenly decide, I'm going to be a filmmaker, Dad. And then
I'm going to be a screenwriter.
And then a couple weeks later, after that fails, I'm just going to do this Twitch channel. I'm going to do speed runs.
And then after that, it's like, I've always really wanted to open up a food truck. And then you go, huh?
My pet's always been my passion. I want to sell pulled pork and donuts.
Yeah, and maybe pulled pork on donuts. That's something.
Slow down there, Kojak.
I don't want to give any ideas away for free, but
we gave away Letterbox for TV.
I mean, I feel like that's basically what we do already, right?
Yeah. That's all you've watched so far, huh?
Yeah, but hey, I mean, that's better than last week when I watched one episode. Two. I'm climbing.
You're climbing. Well, good, because I'm only at episode. I watched 12. No, I watched 13. I'm on episode 13 of season 6.
You're on 613. Okay.
Yeah, I'm halfway.
I could definitely get up to 606 this week, maybe more. Okay. Potentially.
All right.
Potentially. Yep.
Whatever.
I'm getting there. Mm-hmm.
Do you want more Alexander I don't know if we don't know if we talked about that enough before.
I've as soon as Worf got brought in, I said, "Where's Alexander?" Because I want him with Jake and Nog.
Well, RJ, your wish may be coming true sooner than you think.
Oh, baby, bring him on. I want him to be screaming and whistling at people.
You're going to regret this.
Oh. I can't wait until the Dax Alexander episode that I give 1 out of 4 stars, because I'm sure there will be one. Alexander, I'm your mother now. I'm Dax.
No, don't worry about that one.
Oh, okay.
That's not coming down.
Not that we know of yet.
It's true, but I'm pretty positive it's not going to happen, which is good. I'm not going to complain.
But do you want to hear about Star Trek?
Yeah, I do. I want to not only do I want to hear about it, I want to talk.
Oh, interesting. All right, so let's go to 602, and I put excuse me, 3 out of 4 stars.
Rocks and shoals.
Uh-huh.
I only have like really one line. I tore my pants.
You get some pant tearing.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, you do.
It's Lost in Space.
It is Lost in Space.
For one episode.
There's also people just hanging themselves in the promenade out of nowhere.
Oh, yeah.
That was where my what? Because I was watching it and then it happened. And I was like, wait a minute. I was like, what is going on?
It's kind of like the monks setting himself on fire in protest.
It's kind of like that, 100%. Yeah. What is this episode about? Jem'Hadar's
it's like the ships crashed and they're kind of stranded, and there's a Jem'Hadar ship that's also crashed, and they kind of come to meet. There's the other Wayun race. Yeah,
the other
Vorta guy who's a different Vorta altogether.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just about, I don't know, war. It's a short little war story.
Yep. I remember now, because Cisco it's basically like the Jem'Hadar. They're like, we do what we have to, and he's like, yeah, but you can't. He's like, you shouldn't, because I'm just telling you now, like, we know what you're gonna do. And he's like, we still do what we have to. It's like, we're soldiers. It's what we do.
And they go over that. They charge over that hill.
Yeah, and he tells him too. He says, don't do it. We're here. We'll kill you. But he does it anyways.
Yep.
Damn, war's tough, man. War's tough.
It's hell, some might say.
Some do say that. Some might say 6.03. Ew. 2 out of 4 stars. And my ew is this episode starts with Worf full on making out with Dax, and I went, ew.
Michael Dorn demanded it.
Is that how that came to be?
I have no idea.
Someone demanded it. They're like, we really need to see Worf making out.
Sons and daughters.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Rocks and Shoals is a yes for me. Sons and Daughters is eh.
Yep. For certain reasons.
Well, who do we got, RJ?
I would say we have the introduction of fake Alexander.
Mm-hmm.
Because he is very clearly not Alexander, and they're trying to play him off as he is Alexander. But this kid,
he hasn't got the magic.
He doesn't have the magic, and like all the character stuff is going against Alexander, which is like the point of the episode too. They're like, "You're not like this, Alexander," and it's like, so then why make him like this? It's very strange.
Yeah,
very strange.
Yeah, so the whole gimmick here is, Worf still hanging out on the Klingon ship, and Alexander wants to join the Klingon fleet because he's just like kind of doing nothing, but he wants to prove himself to his dad, and also inevitably wants to, if I die, then my dad will be proud of me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what the whole thing is. Some father and son, whatever.
And I mean, last week you told me careful what you wish for, because I was clamoring for some Alexander. But I wanted Alexander, Nog, and Jake. But now it's all war-torn Alexander, Nog, and Jake. And I'm like, they're just not kids anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's tough, man. It's tough. Yeah, so Alexander's a real wiener in this, I found. But what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Hardly any screeching, which is a real disappointment.
No snarling.
No snarling, nothing like that. So A real disappointment. Okay, wait, let me make sure I got the right episodes here. Because for some reason I was like, wait a minute, did I get the
Well,
wrong?
episodes 4, 5, and 6 are kind of like
Yeah.
all one storyline. Despite episode 4 totally ends on like a cliffhanger, but it's not like a to be continued or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, Rom's arrested, and
Yeah.
then
Okay.
and then they're like, oh, then it wraps up, and you're like, what? It's like that seems like a important thing because Star Trek doesn't work that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just like moving on, and you're like, wait a minute, where's Rom? So okay, yeah, I'm under. For a second I was confused, but 6.04 Bane, 3 out of 4 stars. Bane is on DS9 in this episode, and he's breaking people's backs. Someone gets their back broken on someone else's knee during
Oh,
the fight, and I was like, holy shit! I was like, Bane's on a
right.
part of the Dominion now.
Okay, yeah. So this is episode Behind the Lines.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
This is a yes. And my
Yep.
note here is Odo chooses Space Hose before Space Bros.
He does. And I'll just play my card here early, but 605 for me is Simp Odo is back, 3 out of 4 stars.
Yeah.
So these two I know all three go together, but yeah, it's Odo's a simp.
Well, yeah. Yeah, there's some talk. So yeah, I mean, my notes like on these next few episodes are very brief because I was just like watching them back to back and
Yeah.
just enjoying them. I guess I didn't take super thorough notes like I had previously. But yeah, this is kind of the turning point. They speed up the whole what the Dominion War is, at least as far as the occupation of the station goes, which
Yeah.
I don't know how you feel about it. We'll get there, I guess.
Hmm.
But the Cardassians. Oh yeah, so the Darmoth, Ducat's second in
Hmm.
command. He's like getting drunk and loaded at Quark's bar, and
Yep.
he's like he's talking a lot, and so this is kind of like the resistance stuff. And on the flip side, Starfleet is gearing up to do more missions, but Cisco gets shelved because he's more important. This makes sense though. It's like, oh, hey, you're a good officer. You would be better served sitting back in an office job like you would in a real military rather than on the front lines and like being always like in danger of being blown up. As like, man, being a all you see is like Enterprise ships now flying around like, oh, it's the Cortez, it's the Blink, and they're just getting blown up, and you're just like, fuck. It's like it doesn't matter anymore, and it's not even dramatic. It's just like ships just go up in flames, space flames.
And they're all the same ship now too. They're all enterprises.
Yep. I mean,
1,000 enterprises.
yeah, it's pretty monotonous. It's kind of it's not yeah, it seemed like I'm not sure why they settled on that, but I guess hey, it's the best ship. It's even though they blow up all the same, but maybe they got the best. They've got the best shot at it, and it becomes the standard.
Hmm.
I'm not sure.
Maybe it's just the mold they had for the minifig.
Yeah. It can make keep for plastic injection.
Yeah, they said we can pump out like 19 of these.
Clean up the mold lines.
Yeah, real fast.
Yeah, put some LED lights in there.
Smelly D lights, did you say?
Smeg? What?
Oh, I thought you said smelly D lights.
Yeah, that's what I said, RJ.
Like Sunny D, but smelly.
Sunny D?
Yeah, but smelly.
Yeah.
Is what I thought you had said.
So the resistance starts to mount. The Cardassians are going to take down the minefield, and they band together. Odo's supposed to help, but Odo's changeling space chick lady, she shows up, and they have a bunch of alone time, and they do a lot of merging, which is like PG alien sex.
Yeah, they're merging. But
Yeah,
then
like
they have
hands together, and then they go, and they turn to oozes.
But they also do straight on, Jarrett.
Straight on.
Like human stuff. Because remember, she's like, so that's how solids do it. And Odo's like, oh yeah.
Do you have nipples as well?
And she goes, why would we have those? That doesn't make any sense. He says, oh yeah, they should have airbrushed those out of me.
Yeah.
In post.
They've got computers. They can take care of that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Rom's like is a genius, as they keep
Yes, he
alluding to,
is.
and he kind of figures out a plot or an idea, and it's all supposed to come together. But Odo, he's too busy getting sexed up, and Rom gets caught because the security does not get turned off on the breaker, and he gets snatched up by Jemadar Cardassians, and it kind of just ends right there.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, oh, huh, how odd. Is there anything else in this episode?
No, I don't think so. That's about it. Because then they're all setting up for 6-6.
Yeah.
So these two,
Yeah.
604, 605, they're just setting the ground. Jared.
See, these are all like
building.
So then, episode 5, Favor the Bold, which is when like they find out that the minefield's going to be coming down. They get word out via Morn. That, Morn's Christmas gifts with like the secret code in the ribbons, and then Starfleet knows like it's game day. We gotta get over there. We gotta make sure that minefield stays up. Otherwise, we're hooped. And so everyone's converging. Worf gets sent on a side quest off camera to go get Gowron to send
Off
some
panel.
ships. Yeah, off panel, because they're like, yeah, we don't want to see no Gowron.
Well, they're like, the actor who plays Gowron can't be here, and it's like, it's okay, we'll just write that out.
It's like, no, I'll be available next week. No, it's fine. It's tight scheduling.
Nobody needs Gowron anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then so like the seduction of Odo here continues, and Kira's pissed.
Kira's pissed, man, and it leads to some stuff down the road, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, I don't, but I know.
Okay.
What do you recall of this episode, RJ?
Well, so it's kind of I'm with you. Whereas like 4 and 5, like 4 is where they capture Rom, and 5 is where they're going to execute Rom. And that's pretty much all I have, other than Bane shows up and then Odo is a simp again. But it's mostly just, like I said, I think they're just setting the ground for that episode 6, because they're building up to something, right?
Yeah.
They're just building and building, sure.
And so then you get to episode 6, Sacrifice of Angels. And my note on this is shit. Yeah.
So I have a dual wielding Quark, 5 out of 4 stars.
Yeah, I knew it.
Oh fuck, it's so good.
I was gonna say, is this gonna be the one that breaks the scale?
Oh yeah, this one broke the scale. So
Hero
I didn't...
hero of the Alpha Quadrant, RJ. Quark.
It's so satisfying to see him coming in dual wielding and just blasting dudes, and like Armin Shimmer, is it Shimmerman?
Shimmerman, yeah.
Yeah, that dude is so good. Like under all of those prosthetics, you can tell like Quark's like he's like hesitant. He's like, I don't really do this kind of stuff. But then he's like, bam, I blasted you. And he's like, God damn, Quark, man, this guy's got layers.
And he's
layers.
And he's like really like horrified by it as well. He sells it so well, because he's like, I didn't want to actually, because he's never really done anything like that. He's never killed, probably. I don't think.
No,
yeah.
He just sells stuff. He's never actually killed anyone. So, and this has probably the darkest ending to a Star Trek episode I have ever seen, and it's pretty dark, man. But yeah, this episode is terrific.
Oh, like I think so it's been like forever since I'd seen this episode, because I had seen this one when it aired, and I don't remember the details of when I saw it. But I remember being like, there's some like cool stuff there. And I was like, Gul Dukat, because there's episodes that are coming, and like Gul Dukat is like kind of fairly important character on the entire show. But the way that they play it out over time is so well done. And this episode, like Gul Dukat fails so spectacularly. Like and it's so good, because it's like, it feels like so dramatic, and it's like absolutely unlike Star Trek. It feels like it's like its own show, and this is like, I don't know, probably for a lot of people. I don't know if it gets much better than this. I don't know. This is where it starts getting vague for me, and I don't know if it will ever top this. But clearly, at 5 out of 4 stars, I don't know if Star Trek will top this. But
I mean, it hasn't happened yet, and more or less, like I think so that I hit a rough patch with DS9 last season.
Yes.
End of season 5, where it's like, I think on the whole, I think TNG is, for me at least, more entertaining. Like it was easier to watch. Where like DS9, and I think Oliver said this. He's like, I think he said something similar where he likes TNG more, but DS9's clearly a better show. Like there's more into it, and it's like I agree with that too. But there's the highs and the lows in DS9. You really feel, I think. And like TNG had that as well, but like this thing, I didn't realize this was like a big episode because I wasn't looking into these before. So I was just watching, and the 2 episodes before, I was like, "Fuck, shit's getting pretty tense." and then I watched this, and I was like, "God damn!" I was like, "It's getting real tense in here." And it seems like you said, like just based on, because all I see is the IMDb homepage. It's like this looks like one of the top rated episodes, so it's like, well, I get that.
It's got a good title too.
Sacrifice of Angels? Hell yeah, man. Which was the angel?
Well, so you have you have the one of like the best things on this show at this point is Ducat and Wayoon. And like their pissing contest, because like it's like Ducat's cockiness, and like they're all trying to impress the founders and like jockey for position in the Dominion, because they're like, we've already won, and like fucking Ducat walking around with the baseball, like all that stuff like that. Oh, so good. He's just such a great character.
Oh yeah. Yep.
And then you get like kind of the tying things back together with Cisco, who's just gonna be like, well, off into the wormhole, and like we're like, whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen. And then you get this like kind of it ties back into like where DS9's always been about. It's just like back to the beginning, and this like explanation, and then it's like, though it's like literally, you know, Deus Machina, where it's like
it is.
Where like, oh, like the gods intervene, but Star Trek, like we know that there are entities that can just make things disappear. Like we saw Q do it all the time. We don't think anything of it. That's how like him. I'm gonna make the Enterprise just fly through space impossibly all across, and then run into a Borg thing. And it's just like, oh, and then this is sort of like, oh, but we'll see what happens. Because this is like overplaying their hand, perhaps, these beings who just make this entire fleet of Jem'Hurda ships just disappear. And then it's like, oh, and our relay stations, they've disappeared. And it's like, huh.
And everything is gone. And Gul Dukat says, no, just wait. The reinforcements, well, they'll be here in a second. They'll be here in a second, Jarrett. I also like, because like, I think you could criticize it like as just being like an easy out, I guess, for the impending doom of the Dominion coming, where it's just like, well, they kind of washed away. But like you said, like all the stuff with the Q, and there's been like even original series had entities that could just do anything. Yeah. And it's just like, it makes sense. Like it kind of works with this. And I like how they it's like kind of funny. They're like the Cisco. They're like, ooh, it is the Cisco, and they just kind of like him. They're like, yeah, we'll do some stuff, whatever.
But it's like a price that you'll have to pay, or something like that. Which, like I said, the episode is just like, for what this show is doing, it's like, okay, good. It's season 5 dragged its ass all over the carpet, and it's so padded out. But then you get past that, and now we're into the Dominion War stuff,
which is good. Yeah, very good.
Yep.
Yeah. So this episode's awesome, and it's like I said, it has one of the grisliest endings, I think. So like,
Ducat's daughter.
Well, even just with him, just like and mumbling,
losing his mind.
Because I was watching, I was like, God damn! I was like, this is some dark shit. All right, cool.
Yeah, you don't see that. That doesn't come up in Trek too much. And if that happened to somebody, you would never see them again.
Yeah. Which it's like, I'm pretty sure they'll bring back Gul Dukat. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, but dual wielding Quark is that's the top of the top, baby.
No, it's like I mean, it's like got like all the elements of like a good war story of sacrifice and people doing the right thing for their own. Their side or whatever, and little band of resistance on the ship and stuff like that. Good times.
It's good stuff. Very good. And then there's 607, Jarrett. Which I put xenophobic or species phobic question mark. And this is kind of a low 2 out of 4 for me because there's some good elements to this, but then there's also the overall story of this episode, which I was like,
Yeah.
But someone talks about them being xenophobic in this, and I was like, well, no, I was like, they're literally different species. Like, they're not even kind of the same. So I was like, is that the same thing or is it different?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Xenophobic would be alien, like xenomorphs.
Yeah.
It's like other morphs. It's just like, yeah, it's relevant.
Oh yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess that works.
Like, I think it literally means like alien or something like that, isn't it?
Well, it's fear of outsiders.
Yeah, I mean, which an alien would be an outsider by that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
I just meant because like what threw me off more, I was like, well, they're different species. It's like, is that even gonna work? That'd be like an elephant and an alligator. It's like, I don't know if those pieces match up together. I don't know. But
so xeno literally means strange form, or xeno means strange, or like from the Greek. Yeah, xenos is strange.
But okay, that works.
It's the othering part of it. Othering, alien. Yeah. As opposed
regardless,
to this, of course, dealing with aliens, Klingons, and Trill,
and
quarks.
So, Jarrett, you are cordially invited.
Archie, that's also the title.
Oh, is it? What a treat. So tell me about Worf's wedding.
So my note on this is fine. This is fine. A come down episode. This is the equivalent of an X-Men comic where you get to see them after they've like had a big event happen. They play baseball,
or epilogue.
Yeah, or they go shopping. And it's all there to like, oh, we don't really want to rush into the next phase yet. Let's just forget there's a whole war going on, that this thing's still happening. But Alexander's leaving, and we have to get married now. Mm-hmm. So we get a little bit more Alexander for you.
Yeah, and I like him better in this offering than in the last episode. Even though I want to make it clear that this is fake Alexander. This is not the real Alexander.
We get Dax thirsting for some like Hawaiian man.
Yeah, like
she's like, yeah,
Dax. Like, just Dax, just Dax. And like, I think that's why, like, I don't know, I found the first 2 seasons, I found Dax was fine, but then lately I'm like, everything Dax does, I'm like, oh, you're so annoying. Stop making out with Worf. Get out of here.
So I will. You know what though? This episode had the highest Nielsen rating of the entire season because you know what? People love weddings.
Hey,
that's why wrestling does it all the time.
When they aired this episode, it would have been great if you were a small business owner or something and you could have somehow tied that in.
A tie-in,
like if I owned a Domino's, I would have had like wedding pizza is what I'm saying.
Right.
But that's just me.
But at least they got married here.
Yeah, at least they actually got married. It wasn't a fake out.
We have a bachelor party.
Yes. Yeah, which I actually that was part of the stuff that I did like in this episode. I was like, I like this bachelor party where they're all geared up. They're like, woo, let's go.
Well, yeah,
and they're like, so what's a Klingon bachelor party like? It's like we fast for 7 days.
Because Bashir the Predator is like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Of course he's into it. Miles is a married man. He's into it. And then they find out, oh, you don't eat. And it's really hot.
We fast in a sweat lodge for 5 days. And then they go,
Mm-hmm.
What's even grosser about Bashir being the predator that he is? Now that you know that he has that heightened intellect, it's just like he knows exactly what he's doing. Predatory Bashir. Gross. But I did like Worf's bachelor party. That was good.
Yeah,
that was good. Yeah, it was mostly just the Dax pissing contest with the Klingon mother, where I was just like,
Yeah, whatever is Martok's. Is it his
Martok's
mother-in-law?
wife?
Yeah, Martok's wife, Sorella.
Yeah,
it's very like contrived stuff.
Yeah, because and I like the
wedding's off.
Wedding's off.
But then they get married. Don't worry.
I do like the relation with Martok though, like adopting Worf. I thought that was really good, but yeah, this one's not great. And then there's 608, Jarrett. 6.08. Settle down, Kira. 1 out of 4 stars for me.
So
And I have a reason for that.
Okay, so this episode's not good. But it's not bad. But this is regarded as like the worst episode of DS9.
I disagree.
Right, that's what I mean. Like I was just watching this and I was kind of like, because like I don't have like, because I had this like 8-year gap between like the last time I saw Vedic Burrell. That none of this mattered to me. I was kind of like, oh, I kind of remember that because in the previously on DS9, they show you again. And I went, oh, him. And then I'm like, oh, he just showed up again. And everybody knows. And they're like, what? And then it's like, oh, he escaped. He escaped from the mirror universe. And you're like, oh, okay. And then Anyway, so yeah, go on, RJ. Why is this a 1 out of 4?
No, so I was listening. I was just trying to find if I can find what one of the worst episodes are, because this is definitely not the worst episode of DS9. Not at all. I don't like it because I feel like they really water out the mirror universe in this one, where it's like when they were using it before in DS9, I was like, that's kind of cool. Like I liked it when they first showed it. I was like, ooh, I like this. But I feel like even though there's only one, maybe a season, I was like, I feel like they're getting to that point where it's like, I think you're using it too much now.
Yeah.
And then I think they waste Mirror Universe Kira, who is a great character. And I liked all the way she was in here. But the biggest reason I don't like it is just because of like Vedic Burrell. I was like, this guy sucked. I was like, he was in some of the worst episodes in like the previous seasons. And it's like, and they're like, we're bringing him back. And then I was like, oh my God. I was like, I don't want to see this fucking guy anymore. I was glad that he died. And then, this one like has the problem I've had consistently through Star Trek, where like in TNG with like, with like Bev and like Troy and stuff, like where they always just get like won over, like swooned by men, like instantly. And like
it took like 20 minutes of episode time.
Like 20 minutes. And like I know in this one too, they're like, well, it was her former lover. It's like, not really though. This is a totally different guy. It's like, and I know that there's like, I get it. I do, but I'm just sick of these Star Trek ladies, Jarrett, getting like swooned by these men and then like taken for a ride. And it's like, they're stronger than that, man. They're stronger than that, man. But yeah, I just didn't like it mostly because of this guy, because like I was happy when he left the show. I was like, this guy's annoying. I don't like him.
I think that's why people dislike this episode, because people hate Vedic Burrell so much.
Mm-hmm. And like other than that,
so on like Wikipedia, Comic Book Resources included this episode in a list of Star Trek episodes that are quote so bad they must be seen.
No, disagree.
No, not at all. They note this is one of the Star Trek's worst mirror universe episodes. Wow, sure. I don't know.
Yeah,
there's not very many, and it could be that. Sci-Fi ranked this as the worst mirror universe episode, but did praise some of the character interactions. And Screen Rant ranked this episode one of the 10 worst episodes of DS9. They note that at this time it had a rating of 5.9 out of 10 based on user rankings on the site IMDb.
Well, it hasn't changed much. Yeah. It's at 5.8 right now. But it has lower interactions than any of the other episodes do.
Well, I think also when people are craving that Dominion War action, this is does not deliver on that whatsoever.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, they hit that peak, and then you get Worf's wedding, and then this, and then you're like, oh. But yeah, this is surely not the worst episode of DS9. There have been a lot more. Like, and that's what I could look after, but like, there's definitely other episodes. It's like, no, there's way worse ones, and not even just like DS9. Like, this is better than when Bev Crusher dates the Candle Ghost. The man from Lethbridge himself.
That's right.
Yeah, like this is better than that episode, I think, like hands down. But yeah, I just don't like Vedic Burrell. He's gross.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they're trying to make him very cool, and like he's like one-upping Worf, and I'm like, this guy's not that cool.
Oh yeah, because he's a thief.
Yeah, and because Worf's like, no one could ever steal a blade from a Klingon. He's like this
as he cuts the cheese.
But yeah, and then, like that blade is like 3 feet long. It's like you can't just like grab that from someone. It's like I'm with Worf on this one. It's not.
He's just that damn good.
I just don't buy it, Jarrett. I don't buy it. But anyways, this episode is fine. I don't like it, but it's definitely not the worst. And then, do you have anything else to say?
That's it. I just was like kind of surprised. Like when I looked at it, I'm like, what? People think this is like one of the worst episodes? I was like, it was just whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. And then I got one more for you, Jarrett.
Okay.
609. Bashir uses autistic slave labor. And this is a high 2 out of 4 for me.
See, I don't know. I think this is actually a pretty cool episode. I
Yeah,
love the idea.
bad.
I love the idea of it more than anything.
Yep.
So this is a yes for me. Statistical probability.
Mm-hmm.
My first note is this is gonna suck. Back on story track because now we're finally back to there's a Dominion war still going on, and there's like negotiations, and we're like, oh hey, this is the aftermath of like the taking back the station, and the Dominion's kind of regrouping. Ducat's guys now in charge, and they're going to be a negotiation, and then this is improving. And I like this plucky gang of whatever you want to call them, the enhanced, but because to me, like it felt like this could be its own TV series.
Oh yeah. Follow around these. We have old guy, we have anxious guy, and then we have sex lady.
Nympho. Mute. Well, you have mute. I don't know if you mentioned her. Yeah, because you have
the mute girl.
Yeah, that really loves the psychopath. Yeah.
Mute girl.
And they're like, can you imagine reporting to Bashir?
Yeah, no, like it's not a bad idea, and that's what I mean when I said hi to it's got some good ideas, but also I was watching it. I was like, is Bashir just? I was like, what's the end goal of this episode where they're like, we're using these guys as the brain trust. We're gonna make statistical like analyses of things. I was like, what's going on here? What are you guys doing? It's funny stuff. But I do like because Bashir this all season 6 he's just like the whole time, and it's been recurring where he's like we're fucked. He's like, we can't win this. He's like, I'm gonna tell everyone I know that we can't.
I'm gonna tell everyone at the bar. And like he tells Cisco, and like even when the Dominion had DS9, Bashir was just like, there's no point even trying. He's like, we can't win. Yeah, so I mean, so this episode is. So there's like a handful of, enhanced humans that were like, botched experiments. And this is kind of like the space seed kind of stuff where some people are fine and then others aren't. But eventually something goes wrong with them, or we perceive it as something's wrong with them and they act in a particular way and they get erratic in their behavior. It's a dangerous road. And this is sort of like an example of like these people have now, because of their high intelligences and abilities, because like the one guy, it's shown like he's like also like a super athlete. Which is like Bashir does not have that, and no. but the idea is that like they're at their wits end dealing with this group, and they're, well, maybe if like we bring him to the DS9, we can see if like a doctor of Starfleet who is also enhanced could maybe bring a new perspective or assist with this. Sure, because all doctors do everything the same. There's no expertise involved. They just read something and they know. But maybe he would. He maybe would be able to read something and discern everything he needs to know about it to a point. So anyway, they brings the group, and they're a crazy little team.
Ragtag team of misfits. Yeah, of
misfits. But what happens is they are kind of getting to know one another, and then there's like a television broadcast in Star Trek verse with the new Cardassian leader, and they can like immediately read and figure out all these tells. And
I like that.
That's awesome. Like I thought that stuff was really interesting. I'm like, Like, you would think that, like, in a science fiction show, this would be a thing. Like, you would have intel. Like, they always have, like, Starfleet intelligence. They're acting like just meatheads. Like, they're not. There's no actual intelligence. Like, wouldn't there be like empaths? Like, wouldn't Deanna Troi be useful in this sort of regard? Her feeling her way through this. Like, you'd think Betazoids would be like on every ship would have him, like, in this regard. Like, they do this, but these guys do it to a ninth degree because they completely pin everything down. They know exactly what's going on very quickly, and they're like, hey, these guys might be valuable in the war effort. And so they have them like around, so they're doing secret recordings of meetings, and then they can discern exactly what they really intend in this negotiation. And it's like, this is a really fascinating idea. Like, where are they going to go with it? And it takes it down this interesting road, I think, where left to their own devices, they come up with the fact that on paper, Starfleet can't win. The Federation has lost the war. This is what's going to happen over time. They present their findings to Bashir, and Bashir's like, "Yeah, this is it, Captain. Like, we might as well. We can save a lot of lives if we just forfeit and go for peace and join the Dominion." And they're like, "What? That's impossible.
Give up." Not me.
No. Right. And then, of course, in the episode, they point out the fact that maybe you don't always listen to technocrats, because just as what happens is shown, you can't predict everything that can happen in a war, and there's always things that can change that you never expected. And go forth into the world,
onward
into this war, bring down millions more lives.
Why not?
Despite the evidence, because you never know. So you're saying there's a chance.
So you're saying,
in the words of Lloyd Christmas.
That's got. I thought that too. Like, you're right. It is a cool, like, idea. I really liked the debrief scene where they're like just taking apart the videos, and they're like, "That's what this guy's doing right now." And it's like, let me tell you, that part was really cool. And they probably do need a Betazoid in all interrogations, but I think Star Trek writers forgot that race existed, or that species of aliens existed, so they just forgot about them. Although they had Loxana in like 3-4 episodes.
Yeah, but she's like not even like used that way. She's
not used in that way. She's used totally different. But
yeah,
is it like are Betazoids too much of a Mary Sue, or it's just like it would be too easy to see? But I guess Deanna Troi didn't get it right all the time.
I do believe at some point, I think Betazoid comes up, or Betazed, or whatever it's called.
Betazed, yeah.
I do believe it comes into play, maybe like secondhand as the war progresses.
Oh, like in DS9?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Like, even if it's just brought up.
Yeah. Well, there's like always these comments that, like, Vulcan is like, it could be in danger, and you're like, oh yeah, like there's all these planets. But I mean, it's one of the problems with the scope of network television and what they were thinking of at that time. Like, I'm sure that, Ronald Moore had big ideas, and it's like, no, you got to bring it down. We got to do a Kira episode. It's like, we got to do something about Miles's baby.
Let's bring back Kira's boyfriend who was dead. Let's do it.
Let's do an episode where it's like multiple old Cardassian men dying, like multiple times in one season. Let's do that. And then there's a serial killer.
Do you think that was how Rick Berman pitched the show? They're like, how is your Star Trek show going to be different? He's like, I'm going to have a lot of old men die.
It'll
constantly.
It'll be in mind of Roddenberry's vision.
That's kind of what Roddenberry had in mind, no?
Well, I mean, he lived it. He wound up becoming an old man who died himself.
Checkmate.
That's why I call him the Maestro.
Checkmate. So, like, the people who shit on DS9 for not being in Star Trek's original image, are they just making that up, or is that something that Roddenberry because he was dead like season 1 of DS9 or before DS9, right?
Before DS9.
Yeah. Season like 5 of TNG or something, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. But like, so like, what's the beef people have? Like, I know that it's that DS9's darker. It's not hope and optimism and stuff like that. But it's like, is that it? Because that's not much to stand on.
I don't know. They're fans.
Hmm.
The fans are always right nowadays.
Allegedly.
Give them what they want.
We're not going to do that for people who listen to this show, though.
Fuck no.
We're going to keep doing what we want.
That's
the way to go.
Exactly.
So,
yeah, your next 4 episodes are going to be good.
The next 4? I did see that the title of the next episode was The Magnificent Ferengi, and I was like, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever that is, I'm on board.
Yeah. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's a fun episode because it's Ferengi.
I thought you were No Fun Duncan.
Yeah. I mean, I always got some room for Ferengi. I just don't want too much Ferengi.
You like a little fun, just not too much fun?
Exactly.
I'm on board. I'm on board.
Not less fun.
Less fun, Duncan?
Yeah.
Oh.
I like some, but not too much.
We're allowed no Homer's Club. We're allowed one.
Homers.
Is that what you're getting at?
Exactly.
Well, I'm that's good to hear. I guess what was I gonna say? I'm not gonna be able to catch up to you, I don't think, but I am making ground.
You did, yeah. You closed a big gap there.
Yeah, I'm making some ground.
Not bad. Now I can crack on ahead.
Yeah. Well, where are you in King of the Hill?
Well, those are super easy to get through. I've got 4 episodes left of season 5.
Ooh, yeah. King of the Hill is the easy watch.
Yeah, they're like 20 minutes each, and they're a pleasure to watch. And DS9, if I know what I'm into, it's like this is good. But it's also very easy to watch. I will say
DS9's pretty easy to watch.
Yeah.
But here's the big thing. When we finish DS9, you gonna take on that Voyager with me or what?
No, I'm not going to. No.
Right, well, we'll see when we get there. We'll see. I'm just putting it out there. We'll reassess in a month or two. We'll reassess.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how far. I don't know. I don't think you're gonna get very far into Voyager myself. There's like a lot of shitty characters on that show.
Oh, I can already tell that I absolutely am gonna hate at least 3 of them. The doctor from DS9, who I didn't like. The Trill guy, who is maybe it seems like the most hated character in all of Star Trek.
The Trill guy.
Like the guy, like you know how the Trill have the like the leopard print stuff. Yeah. What's his name? Like Fleet Sick or something like that.
The Trill guy.
Or is that not Trill? Like,
are you thinking of Chakotay?
No, because isn't Dax Trill? Dax is Trill, right?
Yeah.
Because she's got the little cheetah print stuff.
I don't think there's no Trill. Oh no, you're thinking of Neelix.
Yeah, is that guy not Trill?
No. Look at Neelix.
I mean,
that is not a.
That's not a.
But he's not like a person just with like freckles. He's like an alien.
Yeah, I know, but I thought like because of the pattern, I thought it was the same.
Okay, look up a picture. He's the cook. You're talking about Neelix. I'm looking. that is definitely not a Trill.
He has an enormous fucking head.
Hey RJ, what you been creeping on this week?
I mean, does anyone think we have anything other than DS9?
I don't know.
Actually, I got to pull up the IMDb here so I can follow along. Where did we finish off last time, Jay? Jay Duncan?
We've watched the one about the Superman, that episode, which would be episode 9.
Episode?
No, RJ, not the autism episode.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that, but that's what's implied.
Genetically enhanced.
Yeah, that too.
Super people.
The super people. Okay, so that was
yeah, but I just want to say that I forgot to mention this last week, but I haven't been able to finish it. But after 2 weeks ago, Jackson mentioned watching Adam Curtis's Power of Nightmares. What I did not realize was that very week, Adam Curtis's new documentary series, it's like 6 parts, I think, called "Can't Get You Out of My Head." It got released on iTunes, and I think it's on YouTube now. And I watched the first episode of that, and man, oh man, you got to pay attention and watch that stuff. You got to take notes. There's so much, so dense, RJ.
Is that anything like the Kylie Minogue song?
That is exactly what it's probably referencing, RJ.
It is?
Yeah.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. So, are you pro or
I've only watched the first part, but yeah,
okay?
I mean, they're like essays in the good
Hmm.
way, not like the bullshit Jean-Luc Godard way.
Oh, I see. I see. Is there any that I would like?
Of Adam Curtis's documentaries.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you should definitely watch Century of the Self.
And that's the one about feederism, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
That's what I thought. Yeah. So wait, so you watched that? Was that all you watched though?
I watched. Yeah, that's all.
Or the
Well, I'm King of the Hill. I mean, I'm up
where are you there?
to. Good question. Where am
Because
I
last
at?
week you were at season 3 already.
Oh no, I was through season 5. I was halfway through
Last
season
week?
5. Yeah, last week
Holy
I had
how many?
I had 4 episodes to go in episode or season 5.
Fuck. What are you doing this like 2 seasons a week almost?
Well, I am now in season 7,
Mm-hmm.
and I've watched all of disc 1.
Any more? Okay, so you really motored. Any more highlights or
Well, I did get to
things of
the
note?
what is it? Operation
Infinite
Walrus.
Walrus.
Yeah, I did see that episode.
Yeah.
I had seen it before, but I forgot about it. It's like, oh, yeah,
It adds to the
kind of.
mystere of Bill, I think.
But it doesn't though either at all. It doesn't.
Yeah.
But the potential of it, like the absurdity of it, is oh god. The man, like there's like the photo of a walrus man.
Do you think that's where Tusk, the idea for Tusk, came from?
Doubtful.
Was Operation Infinite Walrus? Doubtful. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Probably not. Right? Probably not.
Yeah, and sometimes ideas just are in the air. It's the collective unconscious.
Oh, that's the monoculture.
Sometimes people they just want a walrus man, and and it manifests creatively
Yeah,
every generation.
I agree. I mean, I've been a walrus man for a lot of time, and no one's ever given me any credit for it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Well, you have to do something to merit getting credit, RJ.
I exist.
Yeah, a lot of things exist,
Yeah, but are they as good as this, my man?
but yeah, folks, Adam Curtis, that's where it's at.
Okay.
Check
Okay,
it out.
okay.
But
Cool, cool, cool.
that's not Deep Space Nine. There's no there's no Odos. There's no Worfs.
Speaking of, episode 610. So cute. 3 out of 4 stars. So cute.
Magnificent Ferengi.
Oh, this episode is so cute, Jared.
It's a fun time.
It's a fun time. I gave it a 3 because I like the interplay with all the Ferengi. I thought this episode was really good. What'd you think?
Yeah, it's good. This is as far as like comedy DS9 Star Trek stuff goes, I think this is actually pretty good. That animated corpse, man, it's like some ghoulish it's like Starfleet necromancy. Like it's
Mm-hmm.
that's new. That's a new one, but it's like pretty good that they figured that out. And with special guest star Iggy Pop.
Iggy Pop?
Yeah,
Was Iggy Pop the Vorta in this episode?
yeah, he was.
Holy fuck, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, with that voice of his.
I mean, I knew he was talking weird. I'm looking at the picture right now. Now that you say it, yeah, I see that. I was thrown off by the weird black afro that they give the Vorta.
Well, or the Cardassians.
Yeah. Iggy Pop? Man, I'm pretty bummed out that I didn't realize that.
Oh man,
I know
I was so bummed out to see that that Kanye West and the Kardashians are getting divorced.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, see, that's part of the celebrity that we need to pay attention to,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's something that should occupy our life. Hey, did you know that China Girl was about Iggy Pop? Did you know that,
Wow.
Jarrett?
Hmm.
It's about Iggy Pop. Iggy Pop was David Bowie's China Girl. Big.
So yeah,
Huge.
yeah, the whole episode is just the Dominion have got Quark and Rom's mom
Mm-hmm.
because she belongs to she belongs to the Grand Nagus, and they're gonna get her back.
Yep.
They set up a trade.
Mhm.
Using the Vorta that was captured was a prisoner of war from the second episode of the season that Cisco saves.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just it's a little, I don't know,
slice of life.
Slice of life. Yeah, exactly. It's just like everyday life, you know.
I mean, it's kind of like the Magnificent Seven, a Criterion film, Jarrett.
Well,
in a sense.
In a sense. We've covered it on this show. And yeah, there's like some nice little quotations in there, like the framing with the you know, your what's his name? Not James Garner. Coburn knife guy.
Coburn?
We get him. Yeah. We get like little moments like that. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, there's a few moments like that. Who's your favorite of the Ferengi?
I do really like Jeff Combs's Ferengi.
And he's like the auditor.
Yes, yeah.
He's pretty good.
I mean, I think like Star Trek Deep Space Nine has been a pretty great showcase of Jeff Combs's acting chops.
Oh fuck yeah! I mean,
well,
as
especially
soon as Jeffrey
have
Combs
you?
Came into the show,
I just have to check with you. You got to episode 13, right?
Let me see. Let me see.
Far Beyond the Stars. Okay, good.
Yeah, I got there.
Okay,
but yeah, this season, like as soon as Jeffrey Combs became a more regular, it really upped the show. Like I think at least, like for me, it did. Because I was getting fatigued, and then when Jeffrey Combs came in, I was like, oh fuck yeah. I was like, this is good stuff. I like this. Yeah. Good stuff. I did like Nog in this episode.
Oh yeah.
I like that they're making Nog like a strict military guy. Like, and he has been for a while, but it's fun. It's good stuff.
While also aging.
Oh yeah, that dude aged like.
Yeah, I don't know like how much that stuff's like medical condition stuff because he's got something. Yeah.
Progeria, do you think?
No, not progeria. That's pretty severe, RJ.
Okay. Well, I don't know. That's why you got to ask questions. If you don't know, you got to ask. You got to ask.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, that might fly in your world, RJ, but this is the internet.
Oh, well, nobody fucking listens to this podcast. We're okay.
That's our saving grace.
So yeah,
hopefully Mike Trout doesn't listen. He might beat me up.
He might be.
He might drink my Diet Coke.
Oh my god, he's got that big straw. He might get you.
He might get me, all right.
Might get you. So yeah, that episode is good. And then we have 611, a bone regenerator, 3 out of 4 stars. I like this episode.
That's a bone regenerator. Yeah, so this is Waltz, which I think is a play on the previous episode from earlier in the series, season 1, Duet.
Yes.
Like, and it kind of has the same idea of like digging into like the Cardassian mindset during the occupation, and moral relativism. And the whole episode is Cisco is he decides to join a escorting of the seemingly mentally recovering Gul Dukat.
Yes.
And the ship just goes down off camera. And it's crashed. Gul Dukat has saved Cisco from the wreckage. And we soon find out that Gul Dukat is seeing people and having some inner monologues.
Internal monologues that have been off panel for a while until they are now on panel.
Yes, they are happening right there while Cisco is injured. Mm-hmm. And they're waiting for help on a storm planet.
Mm-hmm.
And there's this whole thing where like the Defiant or whatever, they're looking and they keep they're beaming somebody up. It's just like 2 jobbers you've never heard of, not Cisco, and they're like, we're going to have to give up.
I do like Bashir's like, I wouldn't leave Captain Cisco, and Worf is like, well, you're free to leave the bridge then.
Mm-hmm.
Where there's that little, Worf's like, we're gonna do this, and Cisco's like, Bashir's like, I don't know if we should do that. And he's like, you're free to leave. It's like, I don't give a fuck. And I was like, God damn, that's that strong Worf that I need.
Oh, but that kind of goes back. They go back on that a little bit. RJ.
I know they do, but I like that moment.
Yes.
I like
but did you get to that episode?
Which one?
It's episode 16.
Oh, I'm watching it right now with I don't want to spoil my hot review of that, but I'm watching it right now. So
Okay.
I have seen that there's a little bit going on there. So
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, but yes, yeah. So this episode is just the back and forth of Cisco and Ducat, as that's the other member of the cast that I think has elevates the show is Gul Dukat.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Good actor, that guy. I don't know what planet they got him from, but he's doing great work.
Dude, he's from Cardassia.
Wow.
Are you dumb?
Well, I mean, maybe he's Cardassian. He could have been born on a station somewhere.
Oh, that's true.
Above another planet.
A military
RJ.
brat?
Yeah, exactly.
A military brat.
I mean, they're all military reptile spoonheads or whatever the fuck they are.
That's true. You know what I kind of wish about the Cardassians?
You know what I wish?
I wish they got like a change of clothes. What do you wish?
I wish that someone did a minifig of them because I think it'd be kind of cool to paint that skin. I want to figure it out, but they haven't made any. I'm gonna have to 3D sculpt that too.
Here's a question though: have you ever seen a Cardassian with their shirt off? Because what does their chest look like?
Well, probably ridgy.
Like, you know, because they have that like in their neck to their collarbone, they have that like real extended like thing that pops out. Do you think that that's like anywhere else?
Probably.
Yeah, that's what I'm interested in. Show more aliens with their shirts off.
I think I think that if you took it off while they were filming, all it would be is like this pale body, and you get some of those like Odo nipples.
Oh yeah, Odo shouldn't have nipples. It makes no sense that he does.
None at all.
They should have airbrushed that out. I think at least, but
yes, good episode.
Just me.
Waltz.
Yeah, it's good.
And it ends on a cool little cliffhanger.
It does.
Of Cisco like there's no more fucking around.
Yeah, Cisco's like, next time I see that dude, I'm gonna drop that son of a bitch.
Yeah, because he's a homicidal, genocidal, suicidal maniac.
Yeah, Cisco's crazy.
Wow.
And Ducat's a little unhinged as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cisco is a genocidal maniac. But yeah, I liked it because I was like, I like seeing Ducat. He's just like, I just want people to like me. And then the full turn where he's like, you know what? Fuck it. I should have killed every one of you sons of bitches. And you're like, man, vintage Ducat.
Yeah.
Love it. Okay, what do we got next? Yeah, so I just really like that line. He's like, there was a bone regenerator, but I didn't know how to use it. And I was like, oh yeah, good stuff. You know what else is good stuff, Jarrett?
Who mourns for Morn?
You were right. There's a good string here of episodes here.
Yep.
613, Morn, Fox, FUX, 3 out of 4 stars.
Mm-hmm.
Another good episode.
Yep.
Strong.
Yeah, this is like the one thing though. This is the weird thing on this show. There's too many like Quark episodes in proximity to one another.
Yeah, I feel like they're
because this is literally like within 3 episodes. This is 2 Quark episodes.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like and one thing too, like especially with streaming now, Andrea's been watching shows and like she'll notice that like episodes are out of order and she'll be like, oh, like she'll watch an episode and then she'll watch another episode and something hasn't happened yet. And she's like, why did this happen? I was like, well, I know in airing TV, like sometimes when ratings were bad, they would like move ahead episodes they knew that were good to like kind of spur like interest again. And I was like, I think that's what it is for like those shows at least. And I wonder if I don't think DS9 did because it is so there's the big story that builds to everything. So it's like I feel like they were pretty on top of the ordering of their episodes, but yeah. This one does come too soon. Like you could have spaced them out a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Right. I don't know. But good episode. It's all about Morn.
Yeah. Morn is dead.
Yeah,
and
R.I.P.
Yeah, Morn's dead. It's like everyone's talking about Morn at the beginning of it, and everyone's walking into the bar, and there's like, "Hey, it's Morn." Oh no, that's a CGI projection of Morn because everyone's happier if they see Morn, and everyone just like walks past and says, "Hi, Morn," and no one even notices. And then of course, Dax and Cisco come in, and they're like, "Hey, Morn's dead," and it's like, "Oh," and then we find out that. All his wealth has been left to you, Quark. And then all these people start showing up for the money, including a woman claiming to be his wife, who starts like sexing up Quark, rubbing his earlobes.
Oh my god!
Which again is just like jerking a man off like in public.
Yep.
And you're like, what the fuck is this all about?
I also like the implication where she's like, that all the ladies like Morn. They're like, we're all trying to get Morn, but he's not interested in all of us. And you're like, yeah.
Well, Jax thought about or Jax.
I mean, you could call it Jadzia Dax. You could just call her Jax.
Jax.
Yeah.
Like Mortal Kombat.
Did you watch that trailer?
I did.
Yeah, what'd you think?
I was laughing at how serious it seemed to be taking itself, but at the same time, the trailer seemed to be not thinking it was that serious. But I don't know. I appreciated the violence that I saw, but it didn't look particularly well shot or anything like that. In fact, it looks bad, like really like badly shot.
A perfect on-demand movie, am I right?
Yep, but they
For
would
home
have.
viewing.
Well, I mean, that's gonna be another HBO Max thing.
Yeah, we'll get it eventually.
Yeah.
Eventually.
So anyway, then there's like these two alien dudes that show up, like brothers. I enjoyed their interplay. Yeah, you're gonna give us $1,000. Oh yeah. I thought that was good.
Yeah.
And then there's the guy pretending to be a space cop.
Yeah, did you know immediately that guy wasn't a cop? Because that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like when you watch this show, you know people aren't going to die. You know who the bad guys are. You know that there's something amiss.
Yeah.
It's Star
Plot
Trek.
proof?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plot armor. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's fine. But hey, happy ending. Morn's not dead. What a twist.
I also liked that Morn has this like digestive system that can like hold latinum, and I think it was the right call that they still don't get Morn to say anything. They build up how much Morn won't shut up about stuff, and it's like I like this. This was a good call. Whoever thought about
I think
this.
there is a drawback though of keeping the latinum in his second stomach. Is that's what's caused his hair to all fall out.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, wealth and sometimes you got to be careful what you wish for, Jarrett. Sometimes you want something and you get it, and then you have consequences that maybe you're not prepared for, and that's life.
No.
It's life.
Yep. And all the worthless gold they wind up with. Good times.
Worthless.
No.
Just worthless gold.
Yeah, that's why you got to get into that doggy coin, RJ. I'm telling you.
Is it doggy or dog?
I think it's doggy, but I don't know.
I'm gonna say dog, just because
you might be right. Well, but doggy. It's got a dog.
Yeah, I know, but for some reason I thought it was dog.
It probably is. You're probably right, but I see DOGE. But I see dog E coin.
Yeah. I don't know. Who fucking knows it with any of this shit?
I have to ask your friend Elon. He's with the people.
My buddy Elon, yeah. He's a good person.
I can't wait to join his slave camp on Mars.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we've probably already been registered.
Probably
for segments of slave camp.
Yeah, we're being we're being kind of like partitioned out by like our various billionaire, trillionaire rulers.
Oh yeah. Who do you side with more, Tesla or Amazon? Like, who would you rather be a slave for?
Bezos or Musk?
Yeah. I mean, if you're lucky, you would be with Bill Gates because he seems like the kindest of the billionaires. Like he would actually like be like, you guys worked hard today. I'll give you an extra cigarette.
That's right.
You know?
Yeah.
Anyways. So do you have a favorite billionaire that you'd want to slave for?
Fuck. No.
Ellen DeGeneres?
Any of these people.
Okay, let's go back to the action, Jared.
Yeah.
6:13.
Mm-hmm.
Trek drops a hard N. 4 out of 4 stars.
Oh, good. I'm glad. RJ, I was really afraid that you were going to be like 3 out of 4 or something like that on this episode. I was going to be like, I was going to be so mad. So I'm glad.
This could be the second 5 out of 4 stars episode. I think it has the potential for that.
My note is top shelf.
Oh yes.
This is like, I think it is like, because when we were talking last week about the Sacrifice of Angels episode, I was like, it's like, as far as like Trek action and what DS9's about, this is like the best probably, or like up there. But I also knew you hadn't watched Far Beyond the Stars yet, which is episode 13, which I had just seen. And I was just like, the whole time watching that, because I had seen that when it aired. And watching it now, I think it's just like, it's so, I don't know. I think it's awesome. And the thing that's like so interesting is how weird it is, or not weird, but how just inherently interesting it is seeing all the actors
without makeup
as themselves without their makeup on, and they're just like, oh,
I agree.
Yeah, like seeing Armin Shimmerman, Who like I know who he looks like because he was the mayor on Buffy the Vampire, or not the mayor. He was the principal on Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Oh,
So I knew what he looked like all along. But like fuck, Michael Dorn. Like I don't
Michael
know.
Dorn was surprising to me, especially because of his voice too. Like you can hear Worf a little bit,
A little bit.
but
Well,
yeah, Michael Dorn.
did you recognize him when he was on the ship? When he was like when he was in his actual baseball uniform?
I don't know.
Because it's one of the first like when Cisco's hallucinating. He's like, "Hey, how's it going, Ben?" And he's like, "Who's that?" And like I didn't think that was Michael Dorn. I was just like, "Oh, right." It's
not till later. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Then later, I'm like, "Oh, fuck." I honestly didn't click with me until that later part. But
I think the one that stood out most for me was Gul Dukat, because guy, that actor, he was doing an accent one. But I think the actor too, I was like, he's way older than I thought he was. Like he looks like an old man, and Gul Dukat's like not really an old man, but that was the one that surprised me the most. But that was the thing that I really liked about it too. I was just like, I just want to see these people. I just want to see who they are. Nog threw me off.
Oh, I knew Nog pretty fast.
I knew him immediately, but I was just like, whoa. I was like, it's Nog. And then my only other note for this was, Jake, no, because Jake's like demeanor personality in this, like he's jive, man. He's like this, man, and I was like, Jake.
Yeah, was it Cedric? Is his guy's name?
Sirach. His real name is Sirach.
Sirach. Yeah, he is definitely his weaknesses as an actor, but at least for what they were trying to go with to try to get him into the show. Or into the story, like, he's a friend of Ben's, and he's like a streetwise, like street hood guy who Ben knows. Doesn't quite work.
It doesn't.
But they even give him like a bad like cornrows wig and bad mustache, and doing the dialogue for that. It's like, he didn't succeed. He's definitely the weakest of the actor performances. But you see who are like really good actors in this episode too.
Oh yeah. And there's a couple, and I actually think like this is the best demonstration of Cisco, and like how I think that guy should have like. I mean, he was a Star Trek guy, but like 1950s Cisco is what I want to see more of. I was like, I like this guy, this character.
Directed in this episode, directed by Avery Brooks.
Oh really? I didn't realize that.
No.
Yeah, see, like, I'd like to see Avery Brooks in more roles like that. I was like, I really like him doing this kind of thing. He was good. Odo, like, fit his role. I like Quark as the, like the, what would you even call him? Social justice warrior?
Communist. He was a
communist.
Yeah, he was like the 1950s closeted communist in America. You don't talk about it too loudly.
Yeah, it's like we all know
he's got his sympathies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so those dudes are cool, but yeah, this is a very good episode, very good.
And you get Miles O'Brien as Isaac Asimov.
Is that who you
kinda like? It's not. He's not exactly him, but
I was gonna say they didn't.
There's all the jokes about. There are also all the comments about
robots.
But robots, yeah.
And
then the whole. I like the thing about I think Kira. She is the woman has to write under the male sounding pseudonym.
It's like an androgynous.
Like DC Fontana.
DC who's DC?
What?
What's DC Fontana?
One of the writers of the original Star Trek series.
Oh, it was a lady?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know much, Jared.
I know.
But I'm upfront about it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. RG.
Yeah.
So yeah, this episode it's pretty well a one-off. Unlike most Star Trek episodes that deal with allegory, this one just goes right for it. Mm-hmm. Someone I think on like an AV Club review for this from ages ago, someone in the comments said, like on YouTube there's a television TV spot ad that is on there, and there's like Cisco faces his greatest threat ever, racism. Like that's how it was promoted. It's like really hitting that, which is what it is doing.
Yep.
And apparently, on the Wikipedia or something like that for this episode, it mentions that that's the scene where the Ben character breaks down. Apparently, that was pretty legit. I guess Avery Brooks like really went to that place, and they, like that took up a long period of time on set for him to come out of it. Mm-hmm. But that's that method acting.
Cisco, baby.
That's Cisco, baby. Playing out that systemic racism before our eyes for the Star Trek product.
And I mean, I think it, like, I mean, obviously, I'm sure lots of people have talked about this episode, but it.
And Odo.
Odo, yeah. It fits with like what the show is about, but it also, I mean, other than it being like real and timely, fits with what the show is about. And what I like most about it is like, I like the idea of these like 50s sci-fi writers. Like, I just think that's a cool idea too, like that they're like that Star Trek came from these guys, because it ultimately did, right? Like, I like that. That's kind of cool. And yeah, Odo is the hard crack editor who maybe has a heart of no, he doesn't have a heart.
He doesn't, because he doesn't really push for anything. He doesn't think he's a man of his time. Mm-hmm. But yeah, you can just see like, because he was working with Robert Altman, 15, 20 years earlier, and so you can really see his acting is again, he's one of those like higher tier actors, not just Star Trek actors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
like us.
We're Trekkies.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So good episode, Jared.
Yeah,
very good episode. Very good episode.
Episode 14.
614. Did I? For some reason, I said Protestants ? 3 out of 4 stars.
One little ship.
But this is also the Fantastic Voyage, and this is the only real weird thing I had here. I was like, why would they need to explain stuff to Bashir? Like, and I think this episode, I like this episode, but it highlights a new problem for me, where there's been all this attention put to how Bashir is like super intellect.
Yeah.
But then his character doesn't work anymore, because they're like, in this one, they're like explaining science to him. And it's like, no, isn't he smarter than all of you?
Well, he's supposed to, I mean, he would pick it up really fast, but if he doesn't know about engineering, he wouldn't know anything about engineering.
Yeah.
Like, he's not a quantum physicist. So, so that's why Star Trek engineer would come in handy. But I guess he would retain and understand the concepts quickly. But so he doesn't have to be specialized. But he was still, I mean, a highly intelligent person would still like need things explained to them, unless, especially if they're all. I mean, if you think about all the information you could possibly learn about medical science, that you still would have to learn it. So I mean, it's a weird thing, because once you introduce it, it's like, well, what are the guidelines and principles of like that intelligence? Like, how does it actually play out? And it varies episode to episode or whatever. It's always a problem in movies when they have enhanced abilities. You know, RJ, did you know that we only use 10% of our brain?
Oh,
see, this is the
that
thing.
Accurate?
This is a screenwriting 101 and the cliches. And when you're writing things, like, you have to hand wave it. And you're right. Like, it's going to be inconsistent. I mean, I haven't noticed it too much. Like, that episode was just like such a goofy episode in some ways, because it's all about, it's like, look, the shuttlecraft shrunk. It's really tiny, and everyone in the ship's really tiny.
Which is fun.
And
I like it.
But then we have to. But I mean, I personally think the more annoying thing is like watching the have the entire idea that the like Jem'Hadar have taken over the ship and just want to kill everyone immediately. But they then they find some reason, like, well, because there's now the Gamma Jem'Hadar and the Alpha Jem'Hadar, and the new ones look down upon the older generation. They see themselves as superior, and it's only by pure chance that this was a circumstance that this is why they didn't just get blasted off their feet. And that's even said in the episode. And you're like, huh, well, that worked out great. I mean, obviously you wouldn't write yourself into a corner that you couldn't get yourself out of, but sometimes that is by having characters behave odd. And that's the thing with Jem'Hadar, when you compare like how they were, and this is the same thing that happened with the Borg back in Star Trek. You present them as this like ultimate threat, but if you want to bring them back, you can't do that again. Now you have to say, oh, we figured things out, and here's some other versions of it. Jem'Hadar, they're presented as this like unassailable, you cannot without reproach, like, they are, you can't crack, you can't negotiate. You're going to have to kill them. And now they're like, well, there's a lot of doubt within the Jem'Hadar as well. It's like, is that called depth or character development? Or is it just like, well, now that we have to still deal with the Jem'Hadar and they're like stock kind of villains, let's make them more complex, even though it contradicts things that we set up before.
What they're supposed to
well,
be.
because they did that whole episode where they found like a baby Jem'Hadar and it grows up
Yeah.
immediately, and it's like there's nothing you can do about it against their nature.
Because they tried. Odo tried.
But now you're like, well, sometimes they doubt themselves and question the leadership, and it goes against those things, or they think, man, that Worf's a really great warrior. Like I won't kill him because he proved himself to be really great, and then they just get zapped themselves. You're like, what? But anyway, that's like again network television stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I agree. And it's like, I mean, like I know that there's a writer's room and they kept track of stuff, but it's like once in a while they'll probably let stuff slip, just human error, man. You know. Yeah. But anyways, fun episode, I thought. I like the little ship flying around. Yeah. I was on board with it. I think, as always, I was a little annoyed with Dax, but I thought in general, I was like, I like this episode. It's fun. It's fun, Jarrett. Mm-hmm. Do you have anything else to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, for my ratings, I guess, for these, Magnificent Ferengi, yes. Waltz, yes. Who Mourns for Morn? Okay. It's like, not if you didn't watch this episode, nothing would change if you were watching it. But it'd be worth watching. Far Beyond the Stars, obviously, yes. And One Little Ship, okay, it's fun. But again,
it's not essential.
No.
Yeah. Not essential. 615, Jarrett. Chester O'Brien. 2 out of 4 stars.
Yeah, pretty much. Honor Among Thieves.
It's fine.
It's fine.
It's definitely non-essential.
Absolutely unessential, but it does have Space Cat.
Yeah, we got Space Cat in here, which is pretty cool. I thought the relationship with that guy and his cat was really nice. I was like, I like this. I want more of this kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. I heard Discovery has a cat as a main character. Oh. Now, or maybe not a main character, but he's a character on the show. Okay. Cat.
Okay. Yeah. This episode's a real sure. Like it's fine.
It's fine. There's not much else.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a different thing where you get to see what low life Star Trek world looks like with like dingy bars and the crime syndicates. I enjoy listening. What is it? The Obsidian Order? No. Yes.
Yeah.
Or no, wait. Obsidian Order's that's the Cardassian assassins or like super special forces.
Yeah, that were going after the Dominion. It's some branch of the Dominion.
Something order. Fuck, no, that's what I just said.
Because there was a Vorta there, so it's some branch of the Dominion.
I'm going to look up organized crime.
Star Trek?
Yeah, because of course I am. Of course, there's also a piece of the action from the original series. Ooh. Oh, the Orion Syndicate. That's what I was trying to think of. There we go.
Yeah,
they're Obsidian Order, Orion Syndicate. You could understand my mistake here.
You know, all the same thing. But yeah, it's like a branch of the Dominion, kind of.
What's that?
The Orion Syndicate.
No, they're just like that's like the crime boss stuff. That's just like they're the mafia of space.
Yeah, but they work with the Vorta.
They work with anybody.
Oh, that's their deal. Yeah. They're just like whatever you got.
That's right. Making taxes with your hand.
The taxes. No. You gotta watch for the taxes, Jarrett.
And that's all you got? Is that you're almost up to date? Yeah. And then because you're halfway through the next episode?
Yeah. And I've seen most of it, but I'll just wait, I guess.
Yeah, that episode, I think I watched half of it, and then I didn't watch the other half for a week.
That sounds about right.
And because it was just like, whatever. Yeah, that's yeah. But, RJ, coming up for you in the next few episodes is another all-time banger.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? I don't even know what's coming up. I don't look at that kind of stuff, so.
No, there's another one. Yeah. So DS9.
Oh, yes, DS9. Where do we finish off? The Tomb Raider episode. Okay, 5:16. Tomb Raider Wharf. And I think I didn't even rate this, but I remember it being a low 2 for me. Mm-hmm. Not quite a 1. maybe a 1. I don't know. Tomb Raider Worf was not as good as advertised.
Yeah. Change of heart. My comment here is pants. As in, this episode is pants.
Yeah.
It is trash.
What's a Dax episode? And you're
Worf
like,
and Dax.
yeah.
They have to like go on a mission together, and they kind of argue, and then she's seriously injured, and then Worf has to like abandon her to complete the mission, and he goes off, and he just decides, I can't do it. So he goes back, he saves his wife, and the contact they were trying to make, he's killed by Dominion forces, and Cisco admonishes Worf, but then says, if it had been I was married once, and if it was my wife, not the woman I'm currently seeing, but my wife, I would have done the same thing. But you'll never have a command post.
Yeah, I kind of thought that it was kind of a really shitty ending because I was like, I feel like in other episodes, similar things get brushed off. Like, when Cisco committed like attempted genocide, and that got brushed off and nobody cared. But when Worf,
but Cisco got results with his actions.
I guess that's all that matters, huh?
Yeah, he was. I mean, he got what he. I mean, it worked. Cisco played it well. Just different scale.
I also feel like it was a little out of character for Worf. I feel like he should have just did it, and then this would have been a cool episode for Dax to just die. Potentially. That would be cool.
Yeah.
Man, could you imagine if this was Scoops Week and Sweeps Week?
I prefer Scoops Week.
Scoops Week,
like
where
the
it's
cat
like,
litter.
Well, I was gonna take it the other way, where it's episodes so good you're gonna need 2 scoops of ice cream.
Wow.
Yeah, because you won't want to get up. Yeah, this episode is not great.
No.
Not great, Jared.
No.
Not great. But then we have 6:17 DS9 sex slaves? ? And this is a high 2 for me. I thought this episode has lots of potential, lots of good things, but there's some like the side plot in this thing is kind of bizarre for me. Like the sex slave stuff, I was like, what's going on? But it's not a bad episode. I like the
companions.
Companions. Yeah, I like the guy who runs the branch of Rogue Internal Affairs or whatever. That's this episode, right? Inquisition?
No.
Oh, fuck. Damn it.
Yeah, okay. The sex slave episode is the one before. That's the one about Kira's the time travel and Kira's mom.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, this is not a good episode, I don't think. So yeah, the sex slave stuff was weird. Kira's okay, but I was also like kind of like, it does kind of fit with Gul Dukat's character, where he just wants everyone to like tell him he was right. Where he's just like, Kira was banging your mom, but it was for a good reason. I really took care of her. And so it fits in with Gul Dukat's character, but this is a 2 for me.
This episode is the entitled Wrongs Darker Than Death or Night, which certainly sounds like it's from actual fine literature, which it is. It is from a passage in Prometheus Unbound by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Yeah. Anyway, so this is an episode about how Kira is like gets a midnight call from Gul Dukat, who's like, "Hey, I used to bang your mom."
Yeah.
And she's like, "No, you didn't." "Yes, I did." And then she goes and investigates. She travels back in time using like just stuff that Bajorans can do apparently whenever they want.
The orbs.
Yeah.
That just became a thing last season.
Yeah.
Or maybe they were before.
I think they've been around for a while, but we're definitely seeing more of it. And so she goes back to the occupation days when she's like a little girl, but now she's like there, but playing
that can interact with the memories somehow.
Yeah, like she's there as whatever she is, and
not as a ghost.
And she winds up being she becomes friends with her mom, and she finds out her mom was a collaborator, and was in fact banging Gul Dukat for the benefit of her family. And this is, of course, Kira has a pretty strong creed about this. It's like, nah, this isn't right. She thinks about blowing up her own mom, even.
Yeah, she does, and like I feel like the way it ends, she almost says too. She's like, I really wish I had done it.
Yep.
And then you go, God damn, is Kira also
She
called Gul Dukat?
she's cold, man.
Dal Gukat? That's it, the alternative. Yeah, so this is a little bit of a weird one. Open access orbs. That's what they should have called them.
I see.
Where anyone could have got at them.
Yeah.
Yeah. This episode is weird. But 618, Bashir the terrorist, that's a 3 out of 4 star episode.
Inquisition.
Yes. So, see, that's why I was confused for a second. I was like, oh, I liked all the Inquisition stuff, but I didn't like the sex slaves. My episodes are confused.
Sadly, this episode didn't feature one of your favorite things in DS9. Like, it's a full-on torture.
If there was full torture, it would have been a 4.
There is jokes about it, though.
There is. And
it was like, oh, there's no lights. And they're like, oh, no, we don't do that.
We don't do the lights. But we do get militant Starfleet, and I'm just like, It's like, it is strange. Like, I hate when people talk about going back to peace and optimism, but this is where I guess those people are like, DS9 really strayed, man, because it's war, and it's not everything is hopeful.
Yeah. Section 32, I guess, gets introduced more specifically here, or like, this is the secret police of the the Federation who are trying to weed out again collaborators gets brought up, or like Manchurian candidates,
sleeper agents.
Yeah.
Which I thought was which is nice. That was a nice or a cool thing to do,
and it's a playback too on like the whole Bashir being like captured and put into a camp a year ago, and everyone just went back to normal. And you're like, huh? And then I guess the whole thing is like, it's I mean, you can kind of figure out what's going on early on in the episode. I felt like, because there's like all these like little tells, but maybe because I've seen it before.
Well, for me, I think it was just very clear that it was something with Bashir, but I didn't see like exactly how they were playing it out at the end. But then when you do see it, you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Something is up.
Why he's so tired when he wakes up? He's like, oh man, it can't be that time.
Well, sleep deprivation, it's a tool, man. It's a tool. Yeah, this episode's pretty good though. I did like it.
It has kind of a non-ending too. It just kind of goes off, and you're just like, oh, that's the end, and that's the story. You're like, wow, it's very cut.
There's a ton of things that just end. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're just done. And like, that's it. Right. Which is strange in this TV show.
It feels very truncated at times.
A little bit. A little bit. What else we got here?
So actually, I thought this episode was like okay, because I guess I saw that, and then the episode before that was also like, nah. It was just sort of there. I mean, at this point, it feels again kind of like they're exploring some themes, but just for the sake of, we have to deliver 26 episodes a season. So,
see, that's how I thought about it too, and like, see that the back end of DS9 too, like the highs are real high, but the lows are pretty low. So like, I think that's the one thing about DS9. It's like there's not as many consistently like, yeah, that was good. Or like, I don't want to use the word average, but like consistently average things. It was either real good or it was like, ugh, yuck. But Jared, let's talk about another episode. So let's talk about 619. Cisco, the thespian war criminal. And this is one that I'm choosing not to put a rating to, because this is the second war criminal Cisco episode that I'm confused at how I'm supposed to feel about this one, because I feel like you're supposed to side with him at the end, and I was like, I don't know if I do. I was like, I don't know if I like thespian war criminal Cisco.
Well, I feel like the moral ambiguity is intentional here.
Yes.
Whereas in the previous, like, what Cisco just did, that doesn't make any sense, and everybody knows. It's like, it's plain view that he did that, and Starfleet will know about it, and nothing's going to come of this. This is about a dirty little secret about the ends justifying the means, right? Like that. Wow, I guess it's like they got the Romulans into the war, right?
They did?
That's the goal. And
the goal?
And the interplay with Garrick.
Yeah, that's all very good stuff.
And like I love the flashback structure actually worked well, and you get like the one thing that I always enjoy a lot with DS9 is the scumminess, like the criminal underbelly of the Star Trek universe is there. You get like weird aliens who you'll never see again, and like you get their setup and how characters kind of play off one another, and then there's like, oh, how to let me out? Garrick asked. And he's like, what? Like he's terrified. You're like, what? It's like, what? The tailor? You're like, well, of course, by this point we know Garrick is he's so he's so helpful.
Yeah, he's just trying to get everyone in a nice set of threads, my man.
No,
nice set of threads. I do like the Sisko and Garrick stuff is really good, and I do like Garrick like just defending himself too. When Sisko gets all mad, he's like, listen, fella, you came to me.
The reason you came to me is because you know that I would be able to do what needed to be done.
Yeah, which I liked quite a bit.
No.
And I do like the the stuff that they do, like getting the Romulans in. It is good. It is good. It's like I said, I'm not sure. I don't know.
Well,
I mean, morally ambiguous.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
was it good or was it bad?
Well, but I think this is. I think this is a top-notch stuff. I think this is like what differentiates or part of the like canon of like great episodes of DS9, because it doesn't feel like Star Trek either. Yep. Like, because this is Picard or Riker in a similar situation, they wouldn't go along with it, but they were never put into the situation either, right? Like
the wartime captains,
right? Like their thing was like, oh, there's Klingon Romulan wars, and we just have to like be diplomatic,
peacekeepers,
right? And then like do stuff like, and it's always like that was like the wishful thinking, whereas the I feel like DS9 is positioned into the real politique, where where it's like, oh, we need to do something, and this is how the world is. Like, this is how wars in history are, is there are actors who are conspiring to achieve their goals, and our character, our hero of our story is part of that, rather than like it's like the nefarious Romulan, because this seems like a Romulan plot, right? Like, or this seems like something that the bad guy,
that's what Garrick
states
says.
do, right? And it's like no one would ever expect that Starfleet orchestrated this. There would be there would be like, if you were having negotiations, like, how do we know that Starfleet's not behind this? And then blah 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 blah. But like in this world, people would don't even think about that. But more and more they do, and so we get to watch that whole interplay happen. And because it becomes a thing where it's like, now it's up to Sisko to make the decision whether or not he calls it out and says, this is what actually happened, but he's achieved his goal, and now he has to be part of the lie to achieve what ostensibly would be a good end, which would be a move toward the conclusion to this war, to protect the life and liberty of everyone in the Federation, to prevent it from falling under the Dominion rule. And all he has to do is give up a little bit of his consciousness, his conscience is just like,
is he okay with it?
He apparently is, and that's it. Okay. And so I think it's like pretty awesome.
Okay, well, I'm glad you liked it. I think it's a good episode too. I still don't know what to think about Sisko. So like I see what you're saying. Those are all good points.
No.
Those are all good points.
I just think it's I think it's just so much better than that other thing, which is like weird, because some people say, oh yeah, that's like, it kind of sets up this episode. I'm like, no, not really. That episode never had to have happened, and this could just be like its own thing, and should be like a bigger deal. I don't know if this ever really gets brought up again or played into. In maybe toward the end of the series it might, but there's shit coming down Sisko's way and stuff like that. So
see, and like I do kind of like, I kind of see what they're talking about, where like that one might set this up. I agree with you too. It's like that episode doesn't need to exist, but it does.
Well,
that was my thing. I was like, Sisko falls into this role a lot, and it's like, I know they try to like rationalize it, where they're like, we just kept seeing the dead lists come up every Friday, and I'm like, curious.
No.
Curious. Interesting.
Yep.
Interesting. But say, what did you describe it as? Politico dominico?
Real politique.
Real politicio?
I don't know. It just seems like something ahead of its time for television.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, that's what people always said about DS9. No, I guess.
See, just so you know, RJ, the definition of realpolitik: a system of politics or principles based on practical rather than moral or ideological considerations.
Oh, well, who would know that? Some kind of nerd?
Well, I like the accompanying image with this is it's like a drawing of Nixon and Kissinger is one of the illustrations that pop up.
Suck ass Kissinger, as Nixon would call him, or what does he call him? Brown ass or something?
Brown nose?
Or shit ass.
Shit ass. There you go.
Yeah. Shit ass Kissinger. Yeah, that's some good stuff. Yeah, good episode. I'm sure it's it looks like it's clearly one of the top of the series.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's a big one. Romulans, my man.
Weird,
and then you
weird
follow
looking
it
Romulans. Oh man.
Weird with DS620, and this one I call DS9's Moriarty Simp. 1 out of 4 stars.
Yeah, this episode sucks.
This episode is so bad.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. I saw but there's I think one of the series creators thinks it's one of his best. Like he wrote it and thinks it's his best. He's like, I don't really understand what people have a problem with. It's like, no, this episode's terrible. It's so I did not need to see the episode of like Kira and Odo coming together in this way. I didn't need that with Vic Fontaine, who's like a recurring character now, who just pops up whenever. But it's like, oh my god, this stuff is so super dorky.
Yeah, I hate it. Well, and like the Bashir Bond episode, that one is great.
Yes.
This Frank Sinatra-esque.
There's some, and speaking of incel fanfic, I mean, there's like the whole thing's like, don't take no for an answer. It's like Bashir really had to work on that girl. He got shut down 6 times, but then he talked to Vic Fontaine, and then he went back, and now they're on a date, which is like ensign. Of course, it's always like the doctor hitting on ensigns.
Oh yeah, well they're fresh and they don't know any better.
Malleable. Right?
Malleable.
And he's so genetically superior.
See, that's the thing too, because Bashir, like, he can use, like, they talk about his genetic superiority all the time, and then it shows him like begging women and like schemes to get women, and you're like, weird. Yeah, so this episode sucks.
Yeah, this is a hard blah. I just no, never. Oh, the only importance of it is at the end. It's like, oh, they kiss. And that's it. You're like, okay, now they're together. Who cares? Don't watch this episode. It's this is way worse than that like Vedic episode from last week we were talking about.
Oh yeah. See, that's what I mean. The highs are high and the lows, baby, are they low?
Oh, but there's plenty of stink on Next Generation.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there is. I'm just I'm definitely more critical now because I am a seasoned
Jordy falls down a hole.
That was good. It happened like 2 episodes in a row, I think.
Yeah.
So that one was off. And then I got one more for you, Jared.
Oh man.
Just one. 621. And then here's my snappy review.
Okay.
There is no Kira, only Zool. You get that, Jared?
I do.
And then I also wrote Cisco is a spaz kid. And then my last note was fuck off. Because there was something in the end. I was like, what is going on?
Was it psychic battles?
Yeah, it was psychic battles. And actually, it was the Tachyon stuff. That's what I was like, fuck off. I was like, get the fuck out of here. Or, because like, okay, so like there's the whole talk about like how on the deck, and they're like, well, if we can do this, or maybe it wasn't tachyons, but it's something like that, or like chronions or something. They're like, we can release these, and that'll neutralize the prophets up there, and they'll get rid of here. And like Dax is bringing it up, and Dax is like, we have to save Kira, but even everyone is just like, no. And even Odo's like, nah, she wouldn't want that either, man. It's like, you're the only one who wants that, you jealous lady, or like selfish lady. And then like they're psychic battling, and I was like fine with that, actually. I was like, whatever, that's fine. But then with Cobra Kai, when she goes down there, I was like, how the fuck would she know how to use that shit? And then she does it, and it made me really upset. I was like, this would have been, or what's her name, the Kai?
Vedic. Oh, when she just goes and hits this button on the...
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah, and then she does it, and I was just like, what the fuck?
Because there's the button that says, do not touch. And she just took the piece of paper off and went, boop.
So I got really frustrated at the end there with that one, just because like Dax just brings, and like I know that's how they needed to resolve the episode, but I was like, another reason I don't like Dax. And then they like resolve it with boop, and I was like, get the fuck out of here. I was like, get out of here. I don't know. What did you think of The Reckoning?
So this is like more of the like main story stuff. So, Ben gets the call. Hey, we found some rocks down here with writing on it. You should come check it out.
Mm-hmm.
Which happens a lot, it seems, with Bajor, and he's the emissary. And he goes down. They're like, hey, this thing says emissary, welcome. And they're like, well, we better go teleport this up to the ship and take and examine it. Because I do that. Because he's done that at least twice now in the series, like recently in the last 2 seasons, I guess. And he has a thumb through. Vedic Ratchet gets wind of this and gets mad like she always does. I want it returned immediately, even though you're the emissary. I don't actually give a fuck. We have scholars who know this. Why are you doing this? Fair points. But, you know, it's this weird thing about the Cisco. He gets zapped again, knocked to the ground, as happens with all the... this is now 2 times. And, of course, there's like this ambiguity about what these stones mean, and there's always vague prophecies and interpretation. Again, like, it's very... like, I've seen this.
Yeah.
In a fit, he casts the rock aside, breaks it in half, and energy floats out.
Yep.
And
energy,
wormhole aliens.
Yeah, well, Zool goes out from one side, and then what's the Gozer comes out of the other one. Yeah. So Zool and Gozer go into, and then they need to find new homes.
And then eventually, there's a pretty good GIF action with Kira at the temple that's on the station where she's getting zapped. And then it is Ghostbusters-y, where she's now possessed by one of the spirits. And then it's like, where's the other one gone? And it's in Jake.
And Jake's like,
and they start,
I am all Zool, or no, he's not Zool. What does he do?
Well, then they start having like psychic battles with like light tubes vying. You're like, whoa, this is all getting anime now.
It does, and I was like, I know that this is where they were building up with this prophet stuff. I was like, it's kind of silly, but like I didn't mind that as much. Like it's like I said, the thing I actually didn't like about this was however they neutralized them. I was like, ugh. I was like, that's stupid. That's dumb.
Welcome to Star Trek.
I was like, that's silly. That's a dumb thing to do. Just because I was like, let him do it. Kill Jake.
Yes.
Like, you know.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, he represents all evil.
Why is that?
Die. Why does Jake represent all evil?
Yeah.
Because he was Gozer or whatever. That's like I think that's the line he actually says. He's like, I am all evil or something like that. And you go, oh shit, really? Okay. Yeah. So that's DS9 for you, baby. I also I was just looking on the IMDb, and In the Pale Moonlight is the top rated episode of DS9.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, and then there's a couple under it, but a couple that you were before you started rewatching. So like Long Fingered Tony Todd as old Jake. That's like number 3 highest or something like that. But so In the Pale Moonlight. So that's it. That's it.
Week. Well, you'll be done season 6 next week.
Soonish, yeah. And then there's one more season, isn't there?
One season after that, and that's DS9.
It's DS9, and then we take a voyage somewhere new.
you can go do that.
Well,
you can start your Voyager podcast with Aaron Lang, and I will have my podcast about Phil Donahue.
So I got some Star Treks for you, not as many as you would hope. And actually looking at it, I'm actually a little surprised. I only have 4 episodes I can talk about. That's not very good.
That's horrible.
It's not very good.
You're going to fall one shy of finishing season 6 and putting it to bed.
Do you want to stop and I can go watch it and then we'll come back?
No, I don't.
Would you still like to talk about these episodes?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you have anything you'd like to talk about before we get into this, Jared?
Not at all.
Okay. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. All right. Where did we leave off? Last episode we watched was 621. Was Zool, Kira Zool, and the one that I kind of just finished off, which is saying like fuck off this episode. It annoyed me so much. The weirdness in that one little thing with the tachyons or whatever. I was like, ugh. Okay, anyways, 622. And alternate titles: montage track or Jake sucks. And I'm gonna give this a big fat 1 out of 4 stars, Jared, for 622. I did not like this episode.
I think,
but it's not outright bad. I just didn't like it. That's all.
This is kids in space.
Yes, it is. But we've had kids in space in both series before, but I actually didn't mind TNGs when they get kidized. I didn't mind that one. This is a different kind of kids.
Yeah, I was deep into some kit bashing when I was watching this, and for people who want to know what that is, that's when you're taking your plastic minis and you're cutting them up and making new minis out of it. That's what I was doing while this episode played.
Shit.
So I was pretty zoned out on this. All I always remember is the kids, because there's like a sister ship to the Defiant,
the Valiant,
the Valiant, and that was like out there, fucking shit up, doing some secret missions. It got rocked. The captain died, and so did the next few people get killed. In
basically
like,
every senior officer.
All the adults were killed, leaving like young Starfleet officers in charge. Like, and it's like, oh, this is like the young, arrogant Kirk-like character with the like very young looking actors.
Yep. Red Squad,
because they're like the elite. They're the best of Starfleet. And I think the implication is that the captain's like a bit of a drug addict at this point.
It's implied that, but it's also implied like a little bit. It's like, wait a minute. They're like, we're on a secret mission that we intend to fulfill, and it's like, are you? It's like, maybe you guys should check in. You're like 15, but they're like, we're Red Squad, baby.
Yeah, I think. Whatever you want to say about this episode, I think it all gets summarized at the end with like the fucking line. I had to rewind because it was like so funny. Was like, so what happens is these kids. So Jake and Nog they're going on like a trip, and they get attacked by a Dominion ship. The Valiant comes out of nowhere, saves them, teleports them out, and they're like, well, you're going to join us for this thing because we're almost done. We're almost going to accomplish this task. And then you can go back home, and it'll be fine. Well, it's a big fucking failure. The kid,
oh, really?
The kids blow it. And all it's like, what, 3 of them survive? Jake, Nog, and 1 girl.
Yeah.
And they get rescued. And there's this like kind of thing at the end where the girl's like, oh, Captain blah blah blah, he was so brave, and he really had like the best intentions for the ship. And I think like, is it Jake who's like, he got everyone killed, he was a terrible leader.
and then she goes, that's not how I'll remember it.
Yeah. And you're like, good God. It's like, how relevant though in some ways. Yeah.
Well, exactly, because she's like, he was the best, and she's like, I'd still die for him. And Jake's like, how can you say that? He killed everyone on your ship. None of them had to die. They could have all just went home. Yep. And she's like, that's not how I'm going to remember it. She's like, that's not how I saw things. So, and then even Nog is persuaded by it, and you're just like, damn. Yeah, I did not like this episode. It's like I said, it's not an outright bad episode. I was just like, I was like, I don't want this right now. If that makes sense.
Well, this is the this is a stretch of episodes, that's for sure.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah. This is some like some padding, I will say.
Do you have anything else to say about Valiant?
That's about it. I mean, I wouldn't give this doesn't get a 1 out of 4, but it is definitely kind of just there. It's not. This
is a low 2. I'd say.
I feel like this isn't a lot of people's favorite episodes. That's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. But Jared, let me tell you about something.
Profit and lace?
Maybe tell you about 6.23, or as I like to say, what the fuck is going on? Unrated. I didn't even this episode threw me for so many spins watching it. Like I think like 10 minutes in I was like, wait a minute, what's going on? And then like 20 minutes I was like, wait.
Oh boy.
What is going on? And then it did it again and I was like, what the fuck is going on in this episode?
Mm-hmm.
I kind of liked this one just because of Quark.
Yeah.
But this episode is wild, Jared.
Yeah.
Why don't you tell me about it?
So I only have 2 notes for this one. Workplace sexual harassment, because this opens up with Quark just full on, just creeping on his staff, on another Dabo girl, and being like, yeah, you can get ahead. That kind of thing. It's like, classic Quark.
Yeah, this episode could also be called Quark the Feminist. Quark discovers feminism,
Yeah, and then my next line was, "Whoo boy!" So
this is some '90s stuff.
So the Grand Magus and Quark's mom, they're kind of on the run.
A little bit.
There seems to be something going down on Ferenginar. We always have to have like a ongoing tale of what's happening on Ferenginar in DS9. And they're like, what's going on? Has it been attacked by the Dominion? It's like something's amiss. And then Grand Magnus shows up, and they're like, oh, yeah, I've been deposed. And
that's just a great Wallace shot. 100%.
As Grand Magus?
The Grand Nagus?
Nagus. I keep saying
Nagus.
Magus. Yeah.
Nagus.
Nagus.
Think of it like he's a nag.
Yeah.
That's how I remember.
Yeah, with some early onset like Alzheimer's. Well, maybe not early. He is like really fucking just old in general.
Yeah,
he's got a lot of senior moments.
Except from when Moogie is around because she helps him.
She keeps him straight, and she's also pushing her agenda, which is essentially just women's rights on Ferenginar, so they don't have to just like stay inside of their houses naked all the time.
Yeah, they don't have to stay in the holes naked. They can go out, wear some clothes.
That's right, which is very
make
disruptive.
Profit.
So, what's his name? Jeffrey Combs is
Grunt. I think it's
Brunt.
Brunt.
Yeah,
Brunt.
Brunt.
Something like that.
So Brunt, who is he's like the IRS or auditor.
Yeah, he is. He's like the all of Ferenginar's IRS.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Well, he's now positioned to become the Nagus, which is what he wanted the last time he showed up.
Mm-hmm.
And he's kind of been in and out of like favor, and now he's back, and now he might wind up being the Nagus, and unless they can get some of the major Ferengi players on board with this plan to let women have, or Ferengi women have rights on Ferenginar and in the society, and in doing so, his mom has a heart attack, basically, while having an argument with Quark, who's like telling her off and saying, you're a terrible representation of our species, and she's at heart attack, so she's taken out. And so the right party, the Pepsi generator of the Ferengi people, who makes Ferengi slime.
The Pepsi generator. Oh yeah. What's it called again? Too. It's called like slime, isn't it?
Something like that.
It's got a gross name.
That's like Sprunt.
Yeah, it's like Sprunt mold slime or something, and you're like, ew.
And so that's what everyone drinks.
Reminds me of like a Slurm. From Futurama.
Yeah. Delicious Slurm.
Yeah.
So
sorry,
so the owner of that's coming, and like if he could be convinced and see the prowess of women when it comes to making decisions, then this idea will be won over. But now his mother's had a heart attack, and she won't be president, and so it's all going to go horribly wrong, unless Quark gets an impromptu sex change.
I like how it's like they actually do it though, like genetically change.
But we're not physically at least.
Or they but like he like there was something like
But,
his
but they're also like, or there's definitely some hormones, and
yeah, because he's acting different,
and
right?
they just do this. Apparently, Bashir just whips this up. They just do it effortlessly inside of a day, and so now you get to see Armin Shimmerman dressed as a female Quark.
Yes. Instead of Mrs. Doubtfiring it, where he just wore like female clothing, it's like, no, we actually have to do a full like hormone replacement on Quark, just so that it's all like clean and proper, which I feel like is more work than was needed.
Because there becomes because it becomes a big moment where Brunt knows what's up. He knows there's some tomfoolery at foot, and one of the things is like, you have to prove you're a woman.
Right.
And then he just takes off his shirt, and it's just like, oh,
you go,
breasts.
Interesting.
There you go. That solves that. But it's like, wait a minute. In this world, if it's like that easy to get like this sort of operation done and then undone, wouldn't this be of a greater concern in like Star Trek world, like in the universe itself?
Yes, and I've mentioned this before, like in that one season opener where they all become Klingons. They actually become Klingons in that episode. This comes up all the time. Like that one time they kidnapped Kira and made her Cardassian.
Yep.
It's like the same thing, because I've thought that the whole time. I was like, because like when they became Klingons, I was like, you can just become Klingon like through surgery. I was like, I feel like that doesn't like make sense, but okay.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, I mean, wouldn't that be changing things on this real level as far as like interplanetary relations?
Yeah. There's a lot more that you could take out of that like through the implication.
Well, because like maybe we should all just become changelings.
I mean, if it was me, I think the obvious thing is everyone should just be Vulcan. But
that's basically, isn't that the end of Neon Genesis Evangelion?
Is that everyone becomes Vulcan?
No, we all become changelings. This whatever it is, that's not the singularity, but the instrumentation project or whatever it is.
I mean, I'm not going to say yes or no. I'm just going to say congratulations.
Congratulations, Shinji. Congratulations.
Did you watch the Mega 64 Neon Genesis?
No.
Yeah, you might like it.
I don't watch that. I don't watch it, so I have not seen it.
You might like it. You might like it. So, anyways, did you? Yes or no? Would you date female Quark?
No.
Oh, okay.
God, no.
Like not even on a first date, like to a McDonald's or something, just to see.
No.
Oh.
No.
Yeah, because he wouldn't split the check with you. He would definitely make you pay, because the Ferengi are all about saving profits, right? Like.
Yeah.
So yes or no for you on profit and lace?
Yeah. This is a tough nut to crack. It's pretty.
It's definitely non-essential.
It's pretty. I'd say it's like kind of a terrible episode, but
yes.
So I mean that's about all I'll comment on.
Yeah,
this is a bad one. Pretty misguided, but
it's definitely problematic to say the least.
To say the least.
To say the very least. But I mean, it's like I said, I got some enjoyment out of it, just for the sheer kind of factor. But anyways, you want me to move on?
Please do.
Okay, so you might get some flashbacks to some TNG ratings here. 624. Keiko harasses a cat. Molly falls in a hole. This is a 2 out of 4 for me.
Really?
But this is a complicated 2 out of 4. Okay. Like, I'd say on the high 2s, it's not enough of a 3 where I was like, oh yeah, that's really good. But I will say this about this episode. This episode made me feel. And I was like, man, this is like a complex issue going on in this thing. I liked all the play with Molly and stuff like that. Number one, I thought Bashir's logic made no sense from the start. And the way this episode ends, I was like, yes, wasn't that the logical solution? Because he's like, well, then she'll cease to exist. And it's like, yes, this person who just lived a horrible like upbringing would cease to exist, but then they would have never existed anyways. It's not like you're killing her. Anyways, I thought Bashir's logic was weird. And then I also thought it was like something scary where it's like, do you remember that book, The Velt, from Ray Bradbury, or the short story?
Yes.
I thought that they were velting Molly, but also Keiko and O'Brien are kind of negligent parents. So I didn't feel when I saw Molly running off in the background, I was like, hey, one of you should watch your kids. One of you should watch your kids. Anyways, yeah, high two for me.
So episode 24, Time's Orphan. My first note, RJ, is Molly falls down time hole.
See, that's more accurate.
Because she literally, like, little Molly, because we haven't seen, like, Molly probably on the show in...
For a long time.
A long time. I don't even know if it's, like, the same, like, actress that's played Molly. Because, I mean, I feel like Molly's been the same age for forever. But,
for a while.
But I guess when this was airing, it was, like, a few-year window. So she falls down a time hole in a cave. That's just like, oh, yeah, there's this, like, time rift. Like on Bajor? Is it Bajor they're on, or a moon of Bajor?
It's related to Bajor somewhere, because then they get the Bajoran or like council or whatever to come examine the ruins or something like that, and they really play it off. It's like she got teleported 300 years ago, and everyone's like, yeah, that does happen.
Yeah,
like,
I know, exactly. Oh shit, this is one of the problems with space travel, is you never know when those time holes are going to sneak up. We've lost lots of people, and
they're like, oh shit, not again. Let's roll.
But using Star Trek science, they're able to lock onto her tachyons. We'll just say that's what my go-to is, something involving tachyons, and we found them, and we're going to reactivate the time hole, because now we found like there's actually a time door.
Yeah, it's like a doorway kind of thing.
And so we're going to lock onto her and bring her back, and they bring back, like, 18-year-old Molly, who's now a feral child.
It's as if, like, I think it's like 10 years has passed or something like that.
But probably more than that.
Yeah, maybe a little more, because she's lost the ability to speak.
Yeah, she's basically on a planet that was,
uninhabited,
1,000 years earlier, and she was just like living in primal land, and there's no
Savage Land.
The Savage Land. Well, it's just like a place with like
there's no dinosaurs.
We don't even know if there's animals, because we don't see what's on that planet, because they're off panel, because that costs money to do.
It's definitely off panel. The way I kind of read it, I thought it was like kind of implied that there was nothing other than like plant life, because like in her drawings, the trees are like her family. So I was like, it seems like there's no other animal life. Like it's just plants.
There was no predators, and she was just eating.
Yeah. But that's complicated too, because like if there's nothing there to produce carbon for the plants, like carbon dioxide for the plants to take in, it's like, how are they alive?
Tachyons.
Oh, right, tachyons. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
That's always my explanation. So,
of course.
So they're going to make a go of it. They're like, well, we could put her back and we could try to get another one, and like another Molly. And they're like, oh, we couldn't do that. You're like, well, who gives a shit? Throw her back and throw this one back and get our Molly.
Get our Molly. Well, and see, that's what I thought, because I was like, Bashir, I was like, your idea doesn't make any sense, because he's like, well, then this Molly would cease to exist. And it's like, I think that's kind of the point, because it's like this lady clearly just lived a horrible, like,
it was
maybe not horrible.
It was
it
was an existence.
It was an existence, but it's like, was it a good one? I don't know. And it's like, and he's like, well, if you get the real Molly, then this one won't exist anymore. It's like, I think that's the idea.
What if RJ, in like 3 episodes, Starfleet loses the Dominion War, and Molly winds up getting enslaved and becomes a Cardassian companion girl? I
mean, some of them were treated right. They had those hypersonic showers. Remember, it said really make sure you spend a lot of time in there. Cardassians like their women clean.
Mm-hmm. Just like most Islak.
Oh. Ugh. Yeah. So kind of like that.
So anyway, they're like, yeah, we're gonna try to rehabilitate her and get her back to the ship shape form, and they bring her to the station, and she's like doing the bed. Oh, I want to go home. I want to go back home on my forest planet. And so they go to the holodeck simulation, and there's a lot of like, oh, she could do this, but she's having issues, and she's having some rage outs because some Klingons really want to like get their like fight on in the holodeck, and so they get kicked out, and Molly has a freak out. She attacks Quark and some randos, and
She
They're
stabs the dude.
They're going to have to send her away. They're going to have to put her into an institute. She's dangerous.
I like the rationale there too. It's like we're going to send her to a planet of doctors,
in which we're told there is no other possible solution.
And you go,
That's what whoever said it. It's just like they say it out loud, and you go, "What? This is ridiculous! Like this is so contrived." And then, then we get a. Oh yeah, because like my other note was these are very supportive parents.
Oh yeah,
they're just like, oh, it's fine. You want to hang out and play in the cargo bay? That's fine. You can do whatever you want. And it's like we're gonna do whatever we need, but you're going to like live in an asylum forever because that's so much better than you not existing because of time travel. But then they go, we can't let this happen. So they basically endanger everything in their life. And endangers, his O'Brien's position in Starfleet by breaking Molly out, and like they're just going to send her back into the time hole so she can live out the rest of her life where she belongs. And they manage to do this, and conveniently, they send her through the time hole. But when she goes out the time hole, she winds up mere only days since Molly herself had arrived initially on the other side of that time hole, and older Molly is able to send young Molly back through the time hole. And everything works out great except for Savage Molly.
A little bit for Savage Molly, but then
she ceases to exist completely.
Yeah, she dissolves, and that's kind of like what I was saying earlier. I was like, I feel like that should have been the plan the whole time, because it's like, why wouldn't you do that? It rights all the wrongs, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a strange one. Like, I did really like the O'Brien and Keiko trying to work with feral Molly. I thought that was good stuff. I really liked that. But then it's like I said at the same time, they were negligent parents to begin with. Keiko also like bullies that cat in the opening scene, which I was like, that's weird. It's kind of like when Geordi kicks that dog.
Well, is that the crime space cat?
It is, yeah.
See?
Yeah, it's like Chester or something like that. Yeah, and so like it's sitting on a blanket, and she pulls the blanket out from under the cat's feet, and I was like, man, what a bitch. I was like, why wouldn't you just move the cat? I was like, that seems like a shitty thing to do. Yeah, and then Molly falls in a hole.
Molly fell down. Oh, it's so funny too. Hole. As she falls, cause she's falling feet first, and she's like, "Daddy, help!" And then she falls into the hole.
When you were watching that, did you know that was coming?
No. Well, I knew something had to happen because when I was kind of skimming through the episodes, I was like, "Oh God!" Like I don't remember this episode, and I was like, "Oh, is she going to fall into something?" And I'm like, "Oh fuck! Of course she did." And like now we have to get her back. Imagine like that's the cold opening. Like you're watching TV back in like 1997 or whatever. And you're like, "Ooh, it's DS9 time." And you're like, "Oh fuck." Miles and Keiko. Oh, they're kidding. Oh, the little girl fell down a time hole. Well, I better stick out through these commercials and find out what happens next. I really want to make sure little Molly's okay.
And you go, wait. Let's
just see. What was that?
I said, wait. Let's just see if this amounts to anything.
Yeah, I like.
Just keep watching.
That's like all Trek? Will this amount to anything?
Will this amount to anything? Oh, Cisco just committed a war crime? I wonder if this is going to come back ever. And then it doesn't. Not really. Not yet, at least. Not yet. So that's a weird one. And then I have one more for you, Jer.
Yep.
I have the boys simp for a ghost. And this is probably a 2 for me as well out of 4. It's not a bad episode. It was definitely watchable, but at the same time, I was kind of like, I feel like we're past this kind of stuff at this point. But I was also like, hey, you know how this lady's dying from carbon dioxide poisoning? I was like, maybe you should not talk to her 24/7 so she's using more oxygen than is needed. Maybe. That's just me. But anyways, the boys simp a ghost in this one. All of the boys. All of them boys. Who do you think? Some of it is a little weird too. Like I was for the longest time. Did you think that she was very clearly bad, the person they were talking to?
No.
I did, because it seemed like the advice she was giving them, like especially Cisco, where Cisco's like, I just can't trust my girlfriend anymore. And the lady's like, well, why would you trust her? She's clearly bad. And then I was like, whoa, what? Anyways, what did you think of Space Ghost from Coast to Coast?
I thought it was good.
Yep. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. Yeah. Tell me more about the sound of her voice.
Well, this is an episode that when I was looking up, best of episodes, I think this one pops up on those lists.
Really?
I
mean, I think
I have no idea.
okay.
I
don't think it's great.
I don't know what the IMDb rating is.
7.6.
Is that good?
I don't know. The next episode's an 8.4. The Keiko Time Orphan episode was 6.3.
Mm-hmm.
Valiant was a 7.1, and this is a 7.6. So it's only 0.5 better than the Kid Trek.
But neither of us cared about Valiant though either.
No, well, and that's what I mean. Like, these IMDb ratings are meaningless. Because get this, Jared. Remember His Way, the Odo meets Frank Sinatra? That's a 7.6
So that's the same as this.
Same as this. Yeah, this is 100% better than that episode. 100%. That episode was bad.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like, they kind of set up this situation. Like, it's like going to be a no-win for everybody, but then they kind of give themselves an out because they're like, we couldn't have done anything anyway. It's like,
yeah,
I guess. So yeah, I think the ending is kind of flat.
Well, it's kind of a non-ending, right?
Right. I mean, I get it, but at the same time, I don't think it worked as well as they thought it was going to work.
I think they really thought it was going to be like a we gotcha, like a real zoom on people. Like at the end, it's like, look what we did. We really tricked you.
I think when you're doing like an episode though, where you might want to like save some money.
Oh yeah.
Like you can just like, hey, we need the bridge. We have a bunch of scenes with like one actor talking to nobody. And then we have we have the people come and go as needed. And then we do a little bit of the Hell Planet footage. Which I'm sure you're familiar with Hell Planet at this point.
I've been made aware.
Yeah.
From time to time.
Yeah, so they do some Hell Planet and they go, it's all rainy, turn on the rain machine, and then they're like, hey, there's a corpse here.
Oh, hey, settle down over there, buddy.
Hey, yeah, that was a pencil. From my notes. So yeah, I mean, I thought it was like okay. I thought it was well done, but yeah, it's not like top tier. And like as far as like the main story, which again, I always feel like for as much as the Dominion War gets talked about in reference to it, it is not as much of a focal point of the series as people probably who talk about it so fondly think it is, or like maybe it's been years since they've watched it and they're like, oh yeah, this and this and this. I'm like, well, if you edited it down to like the major plot beats, it's definitely probably more like that. But if you're watching the series, imagine watching this week to week, and you have like season breaks in between, like you have the summers off and then Christmas breaks where there's no new episodes for like 8 weeks and then it comes back. Like watching it that way, I guess. Also in the 90s, the digestion of television was so different, and you have to get through 26 episodes a season.
Well, I mean, how do you fill time for 26 episodes, Jarrett?
You do you get Armin Shimmerman to really stretch his wings. It's like, hey, you seen that Mrs. Doubtfire?
Do you think that should be our next step?
Mrs. Quarkfire?
Mrs. Quarkfire? Yeah, they I don't actually. I think this episode too is like it's a very TOS original series like esque kind of thing. I thought.
Yep.
Yeah. So it fits into that sense, and I don't mind the idea.
Well, so was the previous episode too, the time hole one. If there was anybody on that ship that would have a child, but I mean there would not be a child really. I don't think on the original series Enterprise.
Kids didn't exist until
next
Alexander.
gen, right, until the children were invented, or there was like the Planet of Children.
Oh yeah, well there was that, which is I think the lowest rated episode of the original series. That episode stinks.
Is that is there two?
The hippie children?
Well, then there was. Is it?
Oh no, there is two. There's the hippie episode.
There's
where they're like young.
Yeah, and then there's like.
But then there's actual kids.
And then there's like the children shall inherit the earth, or whatever, and it's like all like the planet of. Oh fuck those episodes.
Yeah.
Star Trek. Star Trek is not without its flaws. I think we all can acknowledge this.
We're all aware of that. Yeah, we're all aware, and that's fine. That's fine. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did finish it, but some pretty good shows. So, anyways, you ever heard of Star Trek?
I have.
I finished season 6, baby.
You did it.
And I had basically two titles here.
Okay.
In the first 10 minutes, I wrote down my review. In the first 10 minutes, it was "Quit trying to make Dax happen." And then my second review was "Finally, 4 out of 4 stars." But then I would come to eat my words in a matter of episodes.
Oh dear!
And I went, oh my god!
Oh dear!
Is the solution worse than the problem?
Oh dear! Is the cure? Well, I mean, it's like, wait a minute. This isn't like we didn't need the solution at all. There is no solution. Just move on.
Just move on. And secondly, everything that happened was Sisko's fault. Everything. And then I put God ? In there because I can't remember what it was. Maybe it was just Conversations of God. This is probably not a 4-star episode. Probably a 3-star episode.
Yeah.
But I was very. They made that character bad, and like I think the actress is fine. She does a good job. It's just like I found the character so all over the place, like as Jadzia or Jadzia.
Yeah.
I thought she was all over the place, and like she had like Peggy syndrome in those first couple syndromes where it's like you're only using her in these ways to like do these things. But that last episode of season 6, it's pretty good, and I did feel good about how things happened, but then, as I said, I think I got to eat my words a little bit later.
So the one thing that this episode kicks off and continues on through season 7 so far is we get to see what is now the Dominion War Room. And and that's all we goddamn see is it's like a closet.
They must have ran out of money.
Oh, season 7, I feel like they are like they have a small budget. It's diminished greatly from like a couple seasons ago, which is the realities of television production. Like they start cutting corners where they can, and that's the nature of network television.
They're closing shop.
You make do with what you got because this is where you get like I always forget the other Cardassian's name. Shit.
I don't know his name either.
Oh no, I got it.
Everywhere
Hold on, because I made a note about his alcoholism. Shit. Because that's one of his like.
Yeah, because all he drinks is Kanar.
Oh, his name's Damar.
Damar drinks Kanar. Interesting.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, because Wei-Yun's always just like, I think you drink too much, bud.
Yeah, Wei-Yun and Damar just hanging out in the closet together,
watching Klingon symbols fly with and like Federation symbols.
There's like this brown black room, and they just and like some guys show up once in a while. Like this week, for instance, Gul Dukat shows up. He returns, and he's got a plan.
God form.
Because he fucking hates Sisko so much. He fucking just hates him. And we've been hearing about these Paul Wraiths, and it's like, hey, I've got an idea. We need to go into the war chest and check out basically this museum of like captured, unrepatriated artifacts from Bajor. I'm gonna just crack it open. I'm gonna get blasted by some light, and now I'm filled with this spirit. And now I'm gonna Zool it. I'm gonna go fly a shuttle out and just beam aboard DS9 while there's a big offense going on. Ships are going to blow up left and right, as you've come to expect during this like Dominion War. We see like little bits and pieces of, and then he fucking kills Dax. She's dead.
I feel like they should have done it earlier, to be honest.
Well, they should have. They could. I mean, so this was one of the things
At
that
any time.
I did read in the production was they thought like, because like there's the whole episode where Worf goes back to save her, and it's like,
Yeah.
why didn't they just kill her then?
Yep.
And because they killed her like what 7 episodes later, but I guess it makes more sense
Save
to
it for the
tie it into like making it so like now the DS9 people really hate Dukat.
Yeah, I mean, I know why they saved it for an ending, but it's like because of the Dax character, which happens immediately in season 7. It's like they should have killed her off earlier. But like, yeah, I see why they saved it. But like, my first 10 minutes where I was like, stop trying to make Dax happen. It's all about like Quark and Bashir being in love with her, and I was just like, why is this like in the episodes again? We've gotten past this. Why is this coming back? Like, who gives a shit? Because she's getting genetically engineered to have Klingon babies. It's like, who fucking cares? Yeah. I don't.
Did you feel it coming though? Did you know this was coming, or
I thought something was up, like by the attention they were giving her, and I was just like, "What's going on here?"
Yeah, oh yeah. Because I knew that it happened here at some point. Like I don't know if I had ever seen the episode itself when it aired, but I definitely knew that she was done. And I was like, So I was like, we're gonna have a baby. You're like, oh dear.
Yeah, they really front load. It's like, look how great it is to be Dax, and then it's just like dead.
Yeah, ganked. And then the wormhole gets closed, and Cisco's gonna be sad.
Cisco's pretty sad. He's got to go back to Cisco's
because
and
he goes,
clean clams. It's his fault though, because like after all this stuff, like he knows the prophets are real, like the wormhole aliens.
But he got starfleeted, right? They're like, hey, because it came to the point where, I mean, it's one thing so this is the way to also think about this shit is it was meant to happen in the term, like this was inevitably these conflicts have to happen even in their own thing, even though the wormhole aliens they want this not to happen, but it has to inevitably happen, and it happened. And so maybe that was part of the game of like, well, now that it's happened, this is what we need to do to make it unhappen, or like we have to create the conflict because you are the emissary and there's got to be some struggle. We can't just be like, yeah, you have to go because you have to go so your friend dies. You have to fight us on this to a degree, so you feel guilty about this. That'll make you fight harder to reconnect. Like there's like that kind of 4D chess. As Twitter,
is that what it is?
As the Redditors like to talk about.
This is 4D chess. It's just breaking through 4 dimensions.
No.
Jarrett.
Yeah, Spock playing 4D chess with Charlie.
Oh God, yeah.
Remember that? Remember him? Yeah.
I do. I saw a thing today that said that Leonard Nimoy invented the Vulcan nerve pinch because he didn't want to do fight scenes anymore.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I mean it is brilliant. It makes sense to me. Yeah. So yeah, that was season 6.
Yep.
Anything else?
That's it. Moving along to the next chapter.
The end of the road for us.
The final season.
Final season. So 7.01. I put stop trying to make this guy happen. 2 out of 4 stars. And then I also put why are they giving the Holosuite any attention in terms of damage? Like I was like, what the fuck is going on? Quit trying to make like Rick Fontaine or whatever it is a thing.
Vic
Fontaine.
RJ, I gotta tell you, there's a lot of Vic Fontaine coming. There's an entire episode coming.
He sucks.
No, okay, there is like one episode that comes up that has the best use of Vic Fontaine there will ever be. And it's like hilarious because it's like, what? This doesn't even make sense. And then it's the payoff of it's very funny. The episode's like, okay, there's but yeah, whatever. Like I'm over it. Like it's not as now that I've suffered through enough of this. There's worse things than Star Trek.
There is. I find this guy annoying. And then I thought it was strange where he's talking to Quark and Bashir, and he's like, well, Worf's coming in and wrecking up the place. Oh, and it's just like
my joint.
Yeah, and Worf's just like, you're not even real. He's like, you don't exist. Yeah. So
this episode is called Image in the Sand, and it picks up with Cisco shucking oysters in the back of his dad's back in Earth, and he's all weird and longing, playing the piano aimlessly. He gets visited by the prophets again. He has a vision. He sees a face in the sand. We get some revelations, I guess, over the next 2 episodes that the Bajoran's wormhole alien prophets have had their eye on Cisco for a long time. That's the implication, I guess, between the next 2 episodes. They kind of blur.
Then the next episode gets into it a lot more, and I think is the better of the episodes.
Here's my note about the Dominion closet. I would say this episode is fine, but like the next few episodes I think are all fine. Like it's a really soft start to this season. Yeah. It's kind of like, I don't know how I feel about this. There's a quote though. I think this is from Quark, because like there's obviously the ramifications of Dax being killed, and I think it's Quark getting murdered by a Pal Wraith in cold blood or something like that. And I'm like,
cold blood.
But it's like these characters just say things out loud in a way that you're like, oh, because we're gonna talk about this because the next episode's got some shit. We're like, what is going on? And then Cisco gets gutted. He's just fucking.
Yes, he does.
Gets right on TV, just like, what the fuck? This dude, this Bajoran guy shows up.
3 episodes,
and he just gets like cut open. Not nice. Pixie Dax.
Pixie Dax.
Pixie Dax.
I didn't talk about it in this one, but in my I do. I bring it up in my next my next one.
Because did you know what was going on when she showed up?
I knew immediately. And I was like,
Well, I mean, and then of course they force it, right? Because you're like, what? What's the chances that she's going to wind up staying on the station? They make it happen because they're like, I think we need a new face on the show.
And even I can't remember where it was. Like I think I opened up Netflix or something, and the poster for DS9, I think it's this, like the Pixie Dax in the place of like actual Dax. And I remember I saw it when I was like a season in or something. I was like, who the fuck is that?
Oh yeah.
And then I was like,
tough to it's one of those things where you're like, did they recast her as a completely different person? And like, well, that's bold, but there you go.
Should have just used a different poster, I think.
I mean, it's an old show. And they might be like, oh, it's just a new character.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I thought at the time. But
So enter Ezri.
Enter Ezri, which
a very I think, I'm not sure how won over people are by the end of this or over the years, but contentious at the time.
I understand because for 702 I put, oh no, is new Dax even worse? / Cisco is Hercules? ? 2 out of 4 stars.
Shadows and Symbols, fine. Again, these 2 episodes I wasn't crazy about. So my first note, RJ, is this whole thing with dudes out loudly pining for a guy's dead wife is really bizarre.
See, that's what I mean. It's like, why are they trying to make Dax such a big thing now?
Well, now that's like, I mean, Bashir, I get it, like, because he tried. He did, like, he was like the original love interest, I guess. And but the Quark thing is so late, and now he's like, oh yeah, I really wanted to fuck her, but Worf wasn't ready for her. It could have been me. You're like, what? It's like this, and you're like, and they're talking about it with him right there.
Yeah,
it's like this is preposterous. Like it's so stupid in a TV way, and I'm like, I'm not feeling that. The Cisco family desert vacation. That's it. That's all. That's what they fucking do for this whole episode. Is they go look for a spot on a desert planet.
Yep.
Or whatever, and he continues to have visions, and he sees his a dead wife, or sees this new woman. That's his mom, but like she possessed like the spirit who like used to like hang out with his dad, and now and then she like possessed his mom, and it's like turns to like, oh, his mom really didn't really have much of a choice in this matter. She just got possessed by the spirit and like had to go through it. That's depressing.
Not great. Not great in the consent era.
And then they start going into this, it all takes place in their head angle,
Yeah.
which I'm like, out of nowhere, which is nice because I like that they had the Damar playing the doctor.
As a doctor.
Yeah.
That was good.
I love the humans as like the actors playing humans out of their makeup. I think that's such a cool touch. And you see, you're like, holy shit, that's not at all what I think this guy looks like. That makeup's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that I was surprised by that too. But that guy's voice is super recognizable, and I was like, "Hey, that's nice. That's cool."
Yeah, it's a really nice little touch because he's trying to deny him. Like, because the whole idea is that Ben from the what's it, Far Across the Stars, whatever that episode's called, the period piece one. They kind of go back to the idea like, oh, is this like a sequel to that where he is in an insane asylum and he's writing the story in his mind and he's got writer's block as he's writing on the walls of his padded room, and the doctor keeps telling him, no, it's not real, Ben, you have to give up this. And you're like, oh, I see. It's like, this is like that episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, or that issue, the last issue of Grant Morrison's Doom Patrol comic series. It's that's why I always think
Mario 2.
Or Mario 2.
As it always comes down to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a little caught off guard for a second. I was like,
and the final line of the episode, just when you think things couldn't get more interesting. Thanks, Odo. Because Ezri's there, and they're like, TV, shit.
That's super 90s sitcom-y where it's like,
Yeah, I hate like how they always like, that version of Odo's quips has really shifted, and like, so when they kind of go back to it, it feels like, oh, haven't we gone past this point?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we have, but apparently they don't.
The show feels differently. And then what do we get, RJ? Unless you had any thoughts on episode 2 beyond.
No, that's it. I was just like, why is Cisco Hercules? And then I don't really like new Dax. I just don't like Dax.
Well,
and she says symbiont or something. She says symbiote really weird. Anyways, 703, trapped in the closet, Garrick style. And this is about a 2 out of 4 for me as well.
Yeah, this one's fine.
Yeah, it's
as
fine.
Opposed to fine question mark.
Yeah.
After image. We got some Quark Bashiring.
Yes.
Because now they're like, he's like, Ezri's here. This is my new opportunity to be weird. Because
he goes, it's basically the same thing.
Well, because I think it's really exciting. Because this is the first time he sees her, and he's like, oh, she's shorter. It's like, okay, yeah. I did note that Garrick has been making some gains. As I think he looked big. I don't know.
That dude's super broad. Like his shoulders, that Garrick looks big, man.
Andrew Robinson. Are at the end of this, RJ, are you going to read Andrew Robinson's book?
Is it about DS9?
It is because he started writing a diary about being Garrick. And then he actually got it published. He actually was one of the ones he was like, I'm going to do this. And apparently, like, no one else has done that. Like, and actually wrote it themselves.
I would read it if it was from the point of view of Garrick.
I think it is.
Ooh.
It might be. I hope so.
I'll look into it. Look into it.
Garrick novel. Let's find
Is it
out.
the Garrick stories?
Yes. I think there's things about his decisions and why he winds up on the station. A Stitch in Time.
That's a good name.
Published
by Kelly Armstrong?
By Andrew Robinson. The novel originated from a biography of Cardassian Elam Garrick in the form of a diary, which was written by Robinson after he landed the recurring role in the series. He would read extracts from it at Star Trek conventions for fans and was heard by novelist David R.G. George III, who suggested he should submit it for publishing. Although it was announced that a sequel would be published in 2001, co-written by fellow actor Alexander Siddig, old Bashir, the only follow-up to the novel was Robinson's short story The Calling, which was published as part of the Prophecy in Change anthology in 2003. Presented as a letter from DS9's resident Cardassian spy and tailor to Bashir, Garrick recounts his life story and also notes developments on Cardassia after the end of the Dominion War.
Hey, Jared, if you're interested, the mass market paperback is only going to set you back from $160 to $270.
Fuck off.
on Amazon.
Yeah. Maybe take a swing by Echo Books and see if they still got a copy for like $2.99.
Well, the Kindle is $9.99.
I'll be paying no dollars for this.
No dollars for Stitch in Time?
Yeah.
Doesn't seem right.
Oh yeah, and then I wrote, "Lol, feel bad, Bashir," because like she gets told if Worf hadn't come along, you beta creep would have been the one.
Bashir's predatory with women. It's very clear.
He's very intelligent, and my final note was Psycho Worf. This episode's just all about the aftermath, I guess, of like people dealing with Dax being dead, and now you got this new chick, this Ezri, and she's filling those shoes, and everyone's coming to grips with it. And then Ben Sisko is really pushing to have her stay, because you get this whole thing where like she happened to be on the ship that was closest to be able to take the Trill on, and usually you get a lot of training, and she did not get any.
They just threw it in, and she doesn't know how to handle it.
Yeah, that's the twist on it.
Mm-hmm. Where usually they're quite competent. Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, not a hot start to season 7, and
no,
it's not for a couple more. Next episode, because I'm RJ. What am I up to?
Mm-hmm.
I've watched 17 episodes of season 7.
Oh, so you're almost done.
I have got 9 episodes to go, and from what I've read, it seems like the last like 10 episodes are all kind of like one big stretch of tighter continuity than what we've been getting up to this point. Next episode's it's the Chris Claremont episode.
I saw the title, "Take Me Out to the Holodeck," I think, or something like that. Yeah,
close enough. Hollow Suite.
What the hell am I thinking of?
Oh, that's the exact same thing. Take Me Out to the Hollow Suite. You're good.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, I was gonna say it's just called Hollow Suite. I was gonna say, what the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like baseball.
Yeah. But anyway, I won't say any more than that.
Okay.
But yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll see next week, I guess.
We're
almost there, Jared. You're almost there.
Yeah, I'll probably be.
You'll be on the Voyager by next week. Yes. Clearly. Clearly. So I don't have a ton of DS9 for you, Jared. I know you're gonna be disappointed. I only watched 2 episodes.
What the fuck?
2.5.
I finished.
I know you did.
I finished.
RJ.
And
you're on to Voyager already. I know. But you got to put into perspective here. I watched Jules and Jim, and then I watched the 4-hour Snyder cut. And my friend, it took me more than a day to watch this thing.
Of course it did.
Let me just emphasize that for you. So do you want me to talk about the Snyder cut, or would you like me to talk about DS9?
Well, let's just get DS9 out of the way.
Okay. Well, and it's like I said, it's not as much as you would want, but the Snyder cut took out 4 episodes. So I would have had 6.
And you're just like watching these, like you're in like the, oh man, wait, you wait.
I know. So where we left off was 703.
Yep.
So 704, I put there's no crying in the Hollow Suite. I'm giving this a big fat 4 out of 4 stars, baby.
Wow. Really?
I thought this episode was wicked.
Okay, that's cool. I thought this episode, it's good. Like it's very charming, fun episode. Yep. I wasn't sure what your feelings were going to be on it, but I'm glad you really liked it.
Yeah, I liked it. I mean, who doesn't want to see Worf hit some dingers? I actually thought it was funny that Worf couldn't play baseball because they were really counting on him.
Yeah,
and he's the warrior, but
he's supposed to be the athlete, and I do continue to enjoy these like offhand comments about Bashir being a genetically enhanced doctor. It's like they're always talking about, it's like, well, in his brain, he's genetically enhanced in his brain, but we've yet to like really see that be demonstrated in reality. Like it's
any other way.
Yeah, like it's so weird. I don't get it. Like. Was he so like how much work was done to get him to this point?
Well, I mean, especially because in the next episode you see all the other genetically enhanced people, and you're just like, how is
Fuck.
Bashir the standout on
God,
this?
that episode. Oh boy.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really like this one because it's like, I mean, we all know Cisco is baseball dad, space dad, and I don't know. It was actually like, this is the kind of one-off that I actually I really enjoy. Like, it's such a weird thing. It's like the Vulcans, and it's like the Vulcans. What? Like, what a random like group to pick to have in here. And then I just like the dynamics in here. I really liked Rom. He's very bad at baseball, Jared. He's very bad.
Well, because they don't. I don't think Ferengis sport.
No, but he does save the day.
So what's this episode about? This episode is about an old Starfleet rival of Cisco's, who's also a captain of a. Is it a Vulcan ship specifically? Yes, but it's in the Federation kind of realm, but it's not Starfleet. But it's like a
No,
but
it's
like
adjacent.
Captain Sonos or something like that. It's a very typical Vulcan name. But like he like man, being a emotion free Vulcan, he is an asshole. And like it's like this is an emotion, is it not? It's kind of a curious thing because like he's like, I want to beat you, Cisco. You won your I congratulate you on your winning the medal. I won that medal just a month before for the second time this year. And just rubbing it in. And
well, I imagine maybe he's not 100% Vulcan. Like, new Spock is half human. Or wait, well, I mean,
OG Spock was half human too.
Yeah, not
my boy.
I meant new Spock is emotionally unstable because of his half human stuff.
That was like old Spock too.
Well, he didn't let it loose too much though.
Pain.
So maybe it's one of those situations.
No, he's a Vulcan. He's just a jerk.
He's just a dink. Yeah,
he's a big dink. So he challenges Cisco to a baseball game.
Baseball.
And so Cisco's like, I mean, we all know Cisco is a big baseball boy like Sam Sanchez. And he gets the team together using all the principal actors of DS9, who, of course, are not baseball players. They're just people. Nope. And they're going to be going against Vulcans, which some may recall. Vulcans are faster and stronger than humans, just naturally.
Denser bones.
Yeah, Spock like fucked people up all the time back in the day. We always forget about that. It's like, oh yeah, no. It's kind of like there was a clip that popped up on YouTube for me of when Riker was prosecuting whether or not Data was property or not, and when Data just bends the steel bar.
Yeah, Data could fuck people up too. There's always one, right? Like, so Spock could, Data could, Worf to a lesser extent.
Worf sucks, man. Worf always is getting his ass beat.
I know. Well, that was my whole thing. Remember, I was like, I want to see Worf like actually throttle some dudes, but like Klingons are all talk. They're all talk, dude.
Kaplach.
They're all talk. I had perfect Klingon dialects there. So yeah, there's a baseball challenge. There was not enough hot dogs in this.
There's a training montage.
There is, which I liked. I think there should have been a scene where it's the dugout, where it's a break. If I was filming this episode, Jarrett, there would have been a nice break in the montage where everyone's eating a hot dog and you scan across, and it's like a nice little break, Jarrett. That's what I would have done personally.
Right. So yeah, so it's all about the game and coming together and Cisco's expectations. Fucking Cassie shows up again because, goddamn, that character just comes and goes as she pleases.
Rom's wife?
No, Cassie, Cisco's.
Cisco's girlfriend. Yeah, she's just around whenever. Like. Yeah,
I mean, I guess it's like part of like. I think she actually probably has like a career outside of Star Trek, and so she was intermittent, and they kind of was like, hey, you can be like a cargo captain of a ship, and so you're gone a bunch.
Yeah, but I mean, she was also like because. I know she served her time, but like I thought, like, was it a reduced sentence? Because I thought she would have been in jail for longer. She did way like back, treason.
Yeah, that was a while back though.
You know? Okay.
Yeah.
I just thought she got out too soon.
What did you think about these schlubby Vulcans? like
Oh.
where it just looks like they're just slapping wigs on to like just people.
I liked that.
But I kind of laughed because I'm like, what? It's like they're so dumpy looking. It's probably like also when you're filming this stuff in natural light. They're actually outdoors. Everything looks a bit goofy, but I mean, it comes to that thing too where they have to like, because I always remember like with the Ferengis, they used to have to put the little headpiece on the back of their makeup, right, to hide the seam, and that's why the Kardashians have that ridiculous hair of theirs. Because they're hiding seams. And
I thought it was just because Cardassians liked big mullets.
I mean maybe that's their style.
In a sense.
You know.
In a sense. Yeah, no, I actually kind of like the schlubby Vulcans. So I was like, these guys are fun. I'm on board with this. Whatever. So those guys are cool. And
it ends with a moral victory.
It does, which I think is important. I think this is what they needed in this time of war, because there's all the doom and gloom, and it's just like let's get back to some good old American baseball. And Jarrett.
Mm-hmm.
So that was good. I like that episode. Yeah. It's fun. And then after that, I have 705 Drama Nerds again, and this is. I don't know, a low 2 for me. Like it's fine, but it's not good.
I think Chrysalis is this episode. My only note is yeesh, because there's a fucking song and dance number.
There is, and
that's a big no from me.
That's a big matzo ball to just throw on people there. This thing was like those guys are such nerds, anyways. But the singing thing, I was like, oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah,
Not
so
good.
the super mutants, the super geniuses from a few like last season, in the episode that I thought was okay, you less liked, and I thought that episode when it first started was going to be this episode, but no, this episode got that covered because they're back, and because there's like the mute one that can't talk, Bashir Semi cures her.
Yeah,
and then they start falling in love because Bashir will fall
in love.
He falls in love with anything with a pulse, but that's just fucking like Riker in Star Trek too. It's like it's the same like trope in Star Trek of like, oh, I'm a man, you're a woman. Let's do something about it. That's every Star Trek episode pretty well. Whenever there's like a love story, it's just like that, and you're like, okay. And for one and this person will never come back, so you already know it's ill-fated.
Yeah. I just find I think Bashir is very predatory. And I know Riker was too, but Riker was openly horny predatory. He just, he's like, I'll have sex with anyone in this room. And you're like, all right, Riker, that's fine. Yeah. But Bashir's sneaky predatory, which I feel like is worse.
Yeah. So is that it? You only watched these 2 episodes?
I watched half of one more, which was shaping up to be a good one.
Yeah, treachery.
Yeah. So, I mean, I watched half of it, so I don't know what you think, but I thought the half that I had seen was good.
My notes here are basically Damar, alcoholic, and Jeff Combs, unsung hero of the series.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. And by the end, like I'm telling you. Here's a spoiler, but not really. From episode 17 on, it is like one mad rush to the end. So I would suggest trying to arrange it so that you can try to watch those last 10 episodes in like as much of a weekend as you can between episodes.
Yeah, well, I'll get up to 17 and then I'll wait until I actually have the time.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because those are like actually, you know what? Really, it gets like this is like the worst episode I think for a little bit. There is
Forza one with Jeffrey Combs.
No, so from this point for this episode on, I think like the next episode is okay. I think like there's another one coming. It's like it's kind of hit or miss for a little bit. There's good, there's meh, there's bad, but then you get to 17. And that's some good stuff. And that from that point forward, there's a reason why people talk about the show so well. Because there's like some really good episodes in the last 10.
Well, I mean, I know why people talk about it so well, anyways, because like it's got good stuff. It
But
does.
that last run though, like when you get there, I was kind of like, man, that was really good.
It blew you away, huh?
It really feels ahead of its time. It finally feels like the show people talk about.
Mm. People say we're ahead of our time.
Hmm?
We're too ahead.
We?
Yeah, as a podcast community.
I see.
Well, I'm excited. Yeah, I will get there. I'll get there.
Hey, RJ.
Yes.
What you been creeping on Star Trek?
Man, you want to hear about some motherfucking Star Trek,
this is
baby?
It. This is the home stretch, folks.
This is it. So it's like I said, good things happen when I get quarantined. I put down some serious watching when I'm alone in my basement.
But you know what they also say?
What?
All good things.
All good things. I mean, that's one of the things that I left behind.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean. So where we left behind last episode, see that transition, was 705, and that was the Drama Nerds episode.
Oh, yeah.
So we just briefly talked about that, but now we're on 706, and Jarrett, we have 20 episodes to talk about. Are you ready for this?
Is it 21 episodes?
21, technically.
Yeah, we do.
So
are you ready? Are you ready, fans?
This is my call for Oliver Granger to skip ahead 1 hour.
Yeah.
And for everyone else, you are not allowed to skip ahead. If you haven't been watching with us, you have to listen to this whole thing.
But just think, it's over, right, RJ?
I'm about 5 episodes into Voyager now.
Oh, fuck. I've watched, I think, the first 4 or 5 episodes of Voyager as well.
Ooh, see? We can just go on forever and ever.
Go on forever. There'll always be Trek.
There will always be Trek. I will say, 5 into Voyager, I'm already missing DS9, but let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Okay, yeah, we'll slow her down. All right, so episode 6.
Mm-hmm.
Give me your review.
Okay, now this is the longest to go for me, so I don't really remember what I was talking about, but 706 Goo Pandemic, 3 out of 4 stars.
Mm-hmm. So this is was it like it's treachery, but I don't think that's the full episode.
Treachery,
title.
Faith, and the Great River.
Yeah, I didn't have enough to write down on that.
Yeah.
So my first note here is this is Yes and Damar, alcoholic.
Which I think is great. It was a great character feature.
Well, because they started off slow with it, because that's how because first he's just this second to Gul Dukat, and his whole thing was like he drinks a lot, and he's drinking more and more Quark and stuff like that, and that's how Quark's trying to get information out of him.
It's a horrible disease, alcoholism, Jared.
But I don't know if
it got Damar.
I think it's later on in the series, whatever he's drinking, it's syrupy. It's
Kanar.
Yeah, Kanar.
Kanar, yeah, it comes out. It's like molasses or something.
Yeah,
it's fun though. I like seeing Kanar.
Mm-hmm. Jeff Combs, unsung hero of the series.
Yeah. By the end of this, and for this episode especially, but Wei Yun, I think, is probably the best Star Trek character.
Mm-hmm.
So far.
Jeff Combs is so incredible.
He is, because he's so earnest about things. He really puts it out there, which I like quite a bit. Yeah, he's awesome.
Well, he never had to do any. I guess part of the thing though is that he doesn't have to do the heavy lifting that other he doesn't have to. He gets to jump in and out, and they don't have to really write whole episodes about
What's Wei Yun 6 been up to?
What influences him? What's his background? And you get a little bit of that in this episode, if this is the one I'm thinking of, because this is the one with the runaway clone.
Yeah, it's Wei Yun 5 or 6 with Odo. Yeah, because the Wei Yun is he is, what's it called when you leave your army?
Oh, he goes AWOL.
Yeah, he's defecting to the Alpha Quadrant to Odo because he's got a secret, a horrible secret to tell Odo that the rest of the Goo people are suffering their own pandemic. It's Goo pandemic, Jared.
Yeah, they're turning into the undead.
The undead, and it's pretty cool. So this episode's just Wei Yun and Odo trying to get away from the Dominion. I think for the most part.
Oh yeah. So AWOL is without the intent of deserting.
Oh, okay. This
Yeah.
guy full on desserts.
Yeah, he full on defects differ. Well, yeah, he's
That's what it was.
yeah, yeah, you're right. And then yeah, dying changelings is introduced here, and yeah, as the last 11 episodes go on, some of that makeup is like pretty good.
Oh yeah, I have some things to say about that. That's actually in earlier episodes. That's what happened to Odo
Yeah.
earlier on, and I think one of my reviews I talk about this again too.
Yes.
But yeah, it's a good episode. I like it.
Yeah, because it's the whole idea is that yeah, the minion they're following this, but they can't really just blow it up because Odo is a founder, and
He's a founder.
so it's a kind of which is like because yeah the defecting Wayoon contacts Odo under the guise that he's like a Cardassian informant. Odo goes off by himself to meet him, and it turns out it's Wayoon. You get this backdrop. We get kind of an explanation of like kind of like how the Wayoons that race view
The Vorta.
the Vorta, and like kind of like
the cloning.
they're like
Yeah.
they're like woodland elves that were that they and they have this like kind of creation myth how they saved a changeling, and then the changelings kind of took over the Vorta and made them better.
Which I mean, isn't that the end goal for all of us? Sure.
Yeah.
To be taken under the wing of some goo people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then also in the background, Nog is doing some stuff, and no one really pays attention to it.
I don't even remember that.
I know.
I'm reading something about Nog.
He gets it's
oh,
him
oh,
and
the oh right,
and
oh yeah,
Miles and Brian.
the great material continuum, because it's about supply and demand and making. But I'm like, didn't we just see this happen like a couple up like it felt like not that long ago, but like with Jake and Nog,
I mean, it frequently happens.
and
Jared.
like, this seemed to be just like a what like that part was like sure, but like the main thrust of it was good stuff.
Yeah, I thought so too. I did. Yeah, good episode.
Yep,
You ready for another one?
of course.
707, Klingon Alzheimer's. And I give this a 2 out of 4. It's not bad.
It's
but,
okay.
it's okay.
Yeah. Once more, Unto the Breach, which
Yes.
is some Shakespeare, RJ. And my one line review for this was No Planet for Old Men.
Wow.
No,
Wow. You're hitting the Cormac McCarthy beats all over the place here.
that's right.
And the Shakespeare. Pretty soon you're going to be quoting Sopranos.
Sopranos,
Sopranos.
some David Foster Wallace,
Maybe. Yeah, and it's
The
a tennis
best-
match that goes on forever, Jared.
some DeLeo. It's great.
Oh.
So
So yeah, this one's about a Klingon, and he's getting old, and he thinks he's still in war. And then you watch it, and you go, okay. And then it ends, right?
yeah. It's got. I like the final beat of the episode, where it's like
Yeah.
he goes off on his suicide mission to hold off the Jem'Hadar ships all by himself, and there's like this like great tension to it. He's like, how can he do this? How is he doing it? You don't see it though. And all they know is they have to buy enough time so they can be far enough away so the Jem'Hadar ships won't catch up to them.
Yeah.
And I think this is kind of the last Klingon episode, right?
Yes. There's last Klingon one. We have
Like
there is
full
a
on
Trill
like
episode coming up, but yeah, that full on Klingon episode. This is gonna be the last.
until we get the return of Gowron, which is
Gowron.
like which is all in the like Dominion War home stretch.
Yeah, and that's not even Gowron is there, but he's not the main player in those episodes.
Right.
Yeah.
This episode's
it's okay.
It's okay. It's like this is the problem kind of with like the next few are okay, and then there's kind of it feels like it runs out of steam about right in the middle of
does.
season 7, and
Which
then
is unfortunate.
Yeah, but it's like it's kind of getting there, and you're like, oh, what the hell? And then it picks up.
Before we run out of steam, though, Jarrett, we really blow our lid.
Oh,
If you know what I'm talking about.
and in my leg.
We really blow our top. 708, War is Hell, Nog. 4 out of 4 stars, baby.
Nice. Yeah.
This is a good episode.
My notes here are Tuco from Breaking Bad.
Oh yeah, Tuco's in this.
War is Hell. And Quark.
Oh, the Quark scene in this, Jarrett, that could be modern art. That could be one of those NFTs. I think we're probably talking about the same thing, right?
Yeah.
So we've had War is Hell Jake, he's had his taste. This is War as Hell Nog.
Mm-hmm.
This episode is so good, Jarrett.
Mm-hmm.
Like I really like. So Nog, the way he screams.
This episode is the Siege of AR 558.
Yeah, the Siege of AR 558. We have a Federation outpost on like a Cardassian, or it's a Cardassian outpost that takes over.
Dominion. Or it's like kind of like the Federation of kind of held. They've been holding it.
They've been holding this,
but there's this constant onslaught of Jem'Hadar that show up invisibly using invisible bombs. Mm-hmm. And they're just wearing them down bit by bit. And this is the first episode where I think you really get a taste of what this war looks like on a planet, like on a ground level, because the whole time it's always ships and stuff like that. This is the one where you're like, oh, damn, this is like what the conflict is. And you're like, oh, because like, fuck, Sisko's about ready to get out of there. He's ready to like, hey, well, I dropped off the supplies. Bye.
Well, yeah, and there's a big show of where it's like, of course you're just gonna drop stuff off. They're like, no one stays. They're like, we're the only one. We're the 558. We stay here, but there's only like 10 of them left.
That's
Yeah. No, it is. You get some good ground level stuff, and later there's mention of that too, like ground troops on Cardassia and stuff like that, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, we have our ground troops, and then Nog gets a taste of war and gets his leg blown up.
And you get the Ferengi scream,
which like I found that like pretty piercing, where you're like watching and then he screams and you're just like, what the fuck? You're like, what just happened? But then all of the like medic tent stuff with Quark, I think is very nice.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the one good thing I'll say about Vic Fontaine.
Mm-hmm.
It's worth it for this episode.
Okay, the payoff later.
The payoff later and all that stuff, and like even because I actually like, it's super nerdy that they have like the Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra guy in here, but I think it's really fitting. So like when they're playing that music for Nog,
when Bashir's playing it,
when he's playing the music and there's all the fighting going around, and then when the Jem'Hadar tries to get into the tent, we got Quickfire Quark in here, and he's kind of like on Nog's body. You're just like, God damn. Like, this is art.
Art. Well, yeah, I think one of the great bits, too, is like when Quark's talking with Nog, he's like, you think these humans are going to be here for us in the end of it? At the end of once you start taking away their food and their water.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's been Quark's thing since from the start, right? He's like, at least in Ferenginar, he's like, we have certain things. It's like we take care of each other at our prices. He's like, as soon as you take away, I think he even says creature comforts. He's like, and then he goes like food and water. He's like, then the humans will turn on you.
Yeah.
The humans. Yeah, this is a good episode, and it really sets up Nog well. Where it's like, man, Nog is it was mentioned in that documentary, but like he actually had a pretty good character trajectory throughout this series.
And then we'll get to the documentary too.
Oh yeah, well we have to talk about that.
Yeah,
but very good episode.
Yeah, but episode 9, RJ.
Okay, so
oh baby,
I have horny Jim Jones Ducat, and this is a high 3 out of 4, maybe even a 4 out of 4.
Oh, this is a 4 out of 4, my buddy, because they speed run Jim Jones. I loved it. Oh, this episode is so awesome. But
it is good.
Covenant.
Yeah.
My oh god, this episode, I was like, oh, this is kind of goofy. But then you realize where it's going. And you go, "Oh my god!" Because it's like Gul Dukat's just trying so hard. He just
wants to be loved by the Bajorans, Jared. That's all he wants.
I love what do you call him? Bajoran core. I love when he starts rocking the Bajoran look. I like that he's not wearing the Cardassian military outfit. He's just wearing, but he looks so cool.
He does.
So so this is a Kira Gul Dukat episode. She gets sneakily transported away by a Vedic that has turned heel. He's a Paul Wraith worshipper, and he sends him off to the new spiritual leader of the Paul Wraiths, off to old Gul Dukat, who's over on the sister station,
Empok Nor,
which is awesome. brilliant idea. It's like I love how they start using Empok Nor in this way,
which they should, right?
Yeah. And so he's the cult leader. He's got all these Bajorans who joined him, and it's kind of like, he's getting this amazing painting of himself painted up because that's what happens to those guys. And of course there's like this couple, and because Gul Dukat wants to win Kira over.
Yes,
that's his whole goal. And he's like, look, all these people believe me. They see it. They see the way. They see that how the gods, how the prophets have abandoned them, and and I've got the way. And then of course the one woman, she's pregnant, of course, and she gives birth. And what do you know? She's got Cardassian face. And
it's so good. The reveal,
and then you're like, and then there's that look of and then he gives a good old professor. My children, good news!
Good news, everyone. The Pa Wraith have blessed us with a Cardassian child.
Yeah, that's right. Saying that's what it needs to be. The Cardassians
Unity.
and the Bajorans need to be united. I can't believe it. How else could this possibly have happened? Love that. Yeah. And then and then of course, she knows too much. I'm gonna put you out the airlock, but fails, and he fails on. That's the one thing I feel like it kind of because that should have been way more horrifying. Because I'm like, how did she survive this? She would have been sucked straight out. But I guess he just depressurized and sucked the air out rather than her out the port, because otherwise there would be no tension with her being able to still reveal what was going on. And of course he's like, oh dear, he goes into Cult Leader 101. And then
it's time to call.
And then it's like, well, I just had a new vision from the Palrans, and it's time that we suicide our way out of this. And you're like, his isn't real. His poison isn't real. And then it spills, and she's like, hey, drink this. And he's like, I love this episode.
He says, it's not right anymore.
Yeah.
I'm with you, Jared. I can concede to your 4 stars. This is a great episode. Well,
especially if you're on the Dukat train, this is like probably the best Dukating there is. He's a very I don't know if you realize, RJ, he's a very sexy character.
He is a sexy character, apparently. And yeah, like the build up to all that stuff is really good. And then I really like the ending where he gets found out and he rips his earring out and he's like, fuck you guys then. And he just
screw y'all.
And he just vaporizes away into he gets beamed up to his ship that was standing by the whole time.
Yeah.
Because
he knew it was always going to set up to fail. He's always setting up to fail.
Yeah, I mean, Dukat's it's tragedy, his story. But yeah, I do like that the only thing he cares about is the constant pursuit of Kira and the Bajoran people. Because it comes up all the time, and you're just like, man, Gul Dukat, man, is he horny?
He's got a thirst.
He can't help himself.
No.
So now we have 710, and I wrote Sad AF. And this is another one for me that I'd say is a high 3, potentially even a 4.
I'd say that, yeah.
Yeah.
This is the PTSD NOG.
Yes,
episode.
it is. Yes, it is.
It's only a paper moon.
Damn. So we have Nog, who recently has been given a bio-prosthetic leg, but he walks with a cane, even though doctors say, you don't need a cane, Nog. Your bio leg works fine. And Nog's just like, no, my leg hurts. He's got phantom pains, Jarrett, just like Metal Gear Solid 5, the phantom pain.
Yep.
And he's just not doing well, and he needs some Federation mandated rehab. So he takes up his retreat in the Holosuite with your buddy, your friend, Vic Fontaine.
Our good close personal friend.
Yeah, our Frank Sinatra look-alike for the DS9 universe. So this is just a Nog-heavy episode, but I liked it. I think it's like I said, it's pretty. It's kind of a bummer episode, but I mean, I guess war is a bummer, and being a war vet is a bummer.
Yeah, my notes are: Nog discovers crooning, I guess. Nog lives with man in Las Vegas hotel room.
Accurate. And they watch westerns together.
Yeah, they watch westerns, and then like I think it's even like where people are just getting shot at, and I think Nog goes, he was just shot. I think to Shane, because like he just watches Shane get shot, because it's like it's a Paramount movie, so they have access to this, and Nog watching it and be like, what's going on?
It's because there's no war on Ferenginar. That's what Quark's been telling us. They don't fight the way that other cultures do.
That's what he's been saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is just about how Nog got his groove back.
Yes, it is. They talk about the Searchers too.
Yeah, they do.
I think. Yeah, Nog liked the Searchers more. Maybe it was the scalping that he was on board with.
I do like the this idea that like the life of Vic Fontaine continues on. He's just living with Nog.
With Nog.
They're like roommates. It's like, well, couldn't you get another room in this hotel?
Nope. Nah, they need to be together.
They're gonna be together. And then Vic's like, hey, Nog, you gotta move on here.
See, if I was writing the opening to season 8, like our boy Ira Bear was trying to do, I would have had Nog and Vic Fontaine just living together. That's it. Mm-hmm. That's all it would have been. It was just roommates.
Okay.
But yeah, good episode. Mm-hmm. Good episode. And then we have 7-Eleven. Boring. 1 out of 4 stars.
My note is farts. And nope.
Yeah. This is a horrible episode.
It's so like, okay, let's try to get Ezri. Let's do an Ezri episode with Ezri's family, and like
no one cares.
Going ons about mines. It's like, what? Oh, this episode stinks. Like it.
Mm-hmm.
It
could be removed.
Oh, but it's so weird. They're trying to like even justify it as like tying into the continuity of when Miles went to the Hive world,
which I didn't like.
Which was like a whatever episode. It's like it had a space cat in it. That was the highlight. And then he's like, I'm gonna follow up on that lead on my own. And you're like, what? Why does he care? Like, is there nothing else more pressing going on right now than to like
the Dominion War?
But let's do an Ezri episode, and we'll tie in like, so there's a reason for Ezri to go because Miles is going to the planet, and it's the mining planet, and it's like whatever. Yeah, this episode is poo. A real piece of poo.
This episode sucks, and I find it really upsetting that Ezri outranks Chief O'Brien somehow, which is like, it's like how has he never been ranked up?
Is that true? Because he's like, isn't he like
he's a chief, and
he's the chief engineer of the.
He's
station.
only got 1 star, and one
and a half.
1.5, and she has 2 full buttons.
But she was just an instant 2. Did she
not anymore?
Did she get upgraded in 1 season?
Oh, you know what I think it was? I think Cisco promotes her so that she
Science
can stay on at DS9, which is bullshit. Cisco, you shouldn't you misuse your power like that.
Oh man, but I guess she's got the knowledge of whatever being a 359-year-old person.
Not enough. It doesn't cut it for me. Doesn't cut it.
The history of Drax.
The history of Drax. Are you gonna get that book now?
No. I'm not going to get no Dax book.
No Dax booking?
No. Okay. Make mine Garrick.
I mean, I would actually be interested in that now.
Yeah.
But yeah, that episode blows. And I wasn't a much fan of the next one either, Jared.
What?
7-12. And I had fucking Vic Fontaine lesbians 2 out of 4 stars.
What? Emperor's New Cloak is good stuff.
I got it. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't like how they've been using the mirror universe lately. Where it's just popping up. It's too frequent.
But this one's good because this one's got you get Garrick, you get Worf, you get all the gang. I like this idea that and Vic Fontaine shows up and you're like, but you're a hologram, and then he just gets shot and he's dead, and I don't know. I burst out laughing because I'm like, because he shouldn't be there. It makes zero sense. Like this episode was very like goofy, and it was like very this episode is like it takes the absurdity of the mirror universe, I think, taken to a I think it had a lot of fun with itself rather than being super serious. And I think it's like, especially compared to the previous mirror episode with Vedic, what's his name, Burrell, like that one is like, but it's not even as bad as people would say it is, like especially compared to a prodigal daughter.
No, it's just boring, that Vedic Burrell one. Yeah. That's what I mean. Like the last couple of mirror universe things, I just haven't been interested. It's like, we've kidnapped the Grand Nagus, and I was like, I'd rather just see him. Just bring Wallace Shaw back for just to hang out a little bit.
Do whatever.
He seemed like he was down. Well, I'm glad you liked it. The Vic Fontaine thing is pretty funny to be like. It was the first thing that happened in the episode, and it was all I could think about the whole time.
Yeah, because they just kill him because it's Quark and Rom hanging out with evil Ezri and then Bashir and Miles, because Miles O'Brien goes by his like alter ego name too. I think he's got the eye patch.
Oh yeah, I can't remember what his name is though.
Yeah, like he's like the hoodlum guy, but like they're like decent dudes, I guess, just angry. And then its whole thing is about it's like whatever Admiral Worf or whatever it is, or Supreme
Big
Commander, all grayed and wild eyed, and it's all I love
his hair's loose,
and Garrick's all like super schemy and like very like Chancellor, like yes, do that, no, we'll torture them. I don't know. I thought it was a very hammy, fun episode.
Yeah, and it didn't do it for me, but I'm glad you liked it. Garrick is good in it. He is.
Yeah,
I like Garrick
as always.
As always, yeah. That dude is Garrick and Wei Yun. I think are the two big dogs here.
I see, especially compared to the next episode, which I just like. Oh God, another Ezri episode.
713, nice melon. And this might be a 1 out of 4. I had 2, but it's not very good.
It's a 2.
Yeah.
Because it's Field of Fire, Murder Mystery Piano, shit Silence of the Lambs. Like full on, like it's like, hey, let's just do a Silence of the Lambs riff, you guys. Like you really feel the writers' room, like where they're like, yeah, and it's a Vulcan who hates emotion.
Yeah.
And it's like I'm gonna do like a thing where I'm gonna reach into like my serial killer self, and it's gonna be like it's totally Silence of the Lambs, and it's like do it, fire the gun, but she even has like the night vision thing going on. Oh, it's such a trash.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm aware.
And my note is Ezri Dax still sucks.
Yep. And now that I've had a glimpse into the writer's room of DS9, this episode does not surprise me in the least.
No.
I bet Ira Bear was all over this thing.
Bryan Cranston Haig?
Well, what, Bryan Cranston?
Well, he looks kind of like Heisenberg, right? He's
a little bit, but with a purple
goatee. with a purple goatee, as you do. But Sid Haig and his haggardness.
Oh, I gotcha.
He's like a combination of those two things. Because every time I see that poster of from the documentary, I just think Heisenberg,
and then you say it like that.
No,
Heisenberg. All right, Jarrett, you ready for 714?
Yeah, sure.
You don't sound super enthusiastic.
My note here is fine.
For Chimera, so 714, I put environmental buzzkill, and this is a 2 out of 4.
Yeah.
Don't
forget Odo sex dust.
Yeah, Odo does a sex dust, and I did like the new term in here, which was state shifter, where the guy becomes fire and then mist.
Yeah, so all of a sudden, so my note here was this feels 2 seasons too late.
Yeah.
Because it's something like, they just happened to run into another changeling. And he's like a guy who was also a pod that got sent out into the Alpha Quadrant.
It should happen before Dominion War.
Or like at the beginning.
Yeah.
And he's a dickhead. He's really anti-Solid, because Solids really hate changelings.
Allegedly,
and they meld, and you're like, okay, we've done this before, and it's like, oh, hey Odo, you should hang out. We'll team up. We'll go on changeling adventures, and we're gonna try to find the other changelings. I'm like, is this a manga? Are we gonna have like a whole tale of them going planet to planet looking for the other changelings?
I mean, that's basically, I think, what they were trying to do.
Is there a plot? Is there a plan to this though?
No, they were just gonna
cruise. Because they're gonna go cruising.
Yeah, because there's like they're immortal, I think, is what they think. Because the one, he's like, we just do this forever. He's like, we can just be goo together and make different things out of our goo together, and then we'll just be happy.
Yeah,
it's kind of what he implies. But what I got from it,
heteronormativity prevails.
Right out the window.
Yeah.
But I thought this episode was okay, but like you said, it's a little too late, I think.
Yeah, it's not what I want. Yeah.
You know what? I know what you want though. How How about a Vic Fontaine episode?
Bada bing, bada boom.
It's actually bada bing, bada bang.
Ah.
Yeah, so 7:15, I put stop trying to make Davy Crockett a thing. And then I also put Ocean's 9.
Yeah.
You get it?
Yep.
And I got a 3 out of 4 on this one because I thought this episode was entertaining.
Well, yep. I enjoyed Mike Starr.
Yes. Yep.
Mike Starr is always cool when he shows up and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
My notes really are just this is a not for me. Like I don't want this, especially.
Okay, that's fine.
The best has yet to come.
It's so stupid. See, this one I thought was stupid and fun.
Holodeck antics, eh?
Which, yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure who says this, but when do you plan on going back to work? I don't know. At some point, someone says that.
Oh, Cisco does.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They're like carrying on about like this like bullshit. Like Vic Fontaine's in danger, and it's like Cisco's. When do you plan on going back to work? Because you're like, yeah. Then Cisco gets sucked in too.
Well, because of his girlfriend who pops up whenever convenient.
Cassie.
Yeah. But definitely like what was I gonna say? Yeah, like I liked that too because they're just like, well, we're really worried about the hologram. He's like, I'm really worried that you're not going to go back to work.
I think the ship is a concern. We're in a war. They're like, nah, we gotta save Vic. He's helped us all out in his own way. We got to pay back the favor to the hologram.
And Cisco's like, just wipe the entire computer. Who cares?
Yeah,
wipe the program. No problem.
Yeah, we can't.
This one is dumb. I got some entertainment out of it.
This is some real what have you for me. It's kind of like, yeah, this is nothing. I mean, I just watched the Royale episode of Next Gen.
Oh yeah.
And that's like kind of this. I always had the same vibe about it. It's like, oh, it's Paramount. They have this like the sound stage available for like stuff. And they just let's do Star Trek on like it's like the holodeck episode or a Gangster Planet. Same type of thing for me. We're like. Someone got really obsessed, probably Ira Bear, with like 60s Vegas. Like he's like, I love it.
I mean, that's exactly what happened, and I've come to appreciate that as a part of the show. I just Vic Fontaine is just a kind of a spot for me, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, let's move on because we still have a whole lot to talk about, Jared. We're only halfway through.
Halfway there.
So
episode 16.
Yeah, 7:16. I titled this Leather Daddy.
Mm-hmm.
And I gave this a 3 out of 4 because I thought it was a good episode.
Yeah, this is a fine episode. Mm-hmm. Inter arma enum silent legis.
Wow. Yeah. Say that again.
No.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. This is fine, I think.
Yep.
Bashir, Patsy.
Yeah, to a point. His super intelligent brain can't help him now.
Romulan brain extractor. Is that something that was introduced in TNG? Because it vaguely felt familiar.
I don't remember seeing it, but that doesn't mean
they used it on us.
Oh, are you talking about the Men in Black, Jared?
Mm-hmm. In the way that that SpongeBob gif of like him looking all derpy. And they use it when you want to make someone sound stupid. I typed in because you have to have lowercase, uppercase letters. Genetically superior. It's like every time they say it, it's so like, we wanted to give Bashir an extra like level of character. That's the it's so because of this. I'm like, they don't have to do that for any other character. Like they never talk about even like with like shitty old Dax. They're never like, Dax, you have a 359-year-old entity inside
years of
you.
Experience.
They don't have to say that every time.
They have to with Bashir because the thing about Bashir is nobody likes him, Jarrett. I have some pictures I'll send your way from that documentary.
Oh yeah, but even like setting, it was kind of like I don't know this like I don't know why I was cast to be this ladies' man.
Oh, I liked that a lot too, where he was just like. He's like, I don't really know why they cast me for this. He was supposed to be a sexy dude.
You know what I think that because you think you daydream a little bit and you go, what would the future of DS9 look like? Would Bashir? I think like a long-haired, old bearded Bashir would be pretty good.
Yeah, I think that would be cool.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think Bashir does get near the back end of this stuff. He is a lot more tolerable. Yeah. But yeah, the genetically engineered thing is
Yeah.
it's a bit much. But
My next note here is, when did Romulans get all bumpy looking? Like they're all like,
just recently.
yeah, they really like they go deep into like making them look ridgier in their foreheads and
Yeah.
stuff like that. It's like, I don't remember this being so
Well,
heavy-handed.
you should you're on season 3 of TNG. You should have
Yeah,
seen
well, I have.
You should have a lot of Romulan
Well,
stuff. But
see,
yeah, they change them.
Now that I've gone back, I mean, they do have they do use a lot more prosthetics on their faces, but not to this degree where they kind of look just like, I don't know. So yeah, the whole plot of this episode is this is kind of like trying to tie up the Section 31 story with the agent, whatever his name is. And Bashir's being used kind of as like a setup guy to achieve the goal. We have the call him Admiral Barry. He shows up, and you kind of like, I don't know, it's pretty heavily choreographed because the show isn't like that smart. But like, you're like, it's, it's going where it's going. You know that like, oh, I feel like something's a little off. I feel like there's something a little bit off, and like it doesn't even make sense at the end of it. Like, what was the intention of this? Like, I don't know. At the end of the episode, I'm like, what was the point of it? Like, I don't know what their goal was. It wasn't clear what the operation was.
Like for the episode itself,
yeah,
or inside
like it's inside the story, the actual story itself.
I guess they were just trying to keep the Romulan thing alive, but it seems unnecessary, especially like because DS9, it's just like.
It's never come up. It's like, sometimes
don't matter.
The Romulans are building like devices on planets, and Bajorans are like mad about it. Like that's the contention in it, and you're like, I don't care.
Yeah,
it's like if you never mentioned it, I wouldn't even think about it. Other than like all it's like kind of been Care Bear staring lately, because it's like all the old bad guys. Like as I've been watching TNG, I'm like, oh yeah, when like Starfleet and Romulans are at each other's throats, and like war could happen any second, and now they're all like pals.
Yeah, I think that's all it is they're trying to keep that old flame alive, but it doesn't seem necessary anymore, because it's one of those things. It's like you've gotten past the point of when the Romulans were an intimidating threat. They're done. We don't need Romulans anymore.
Okay, so
we've moved on.
And after that episode, this is now the 10
home stretch,
the 10-parter essentially.
Yeah. It is a 10-parter, and I think this is the unfortunate one to start with. Not that it's bad, but
this episode is a very much a okay. And then I felt the same way, because it felt so much like the episode where Worf and Dax are like on Jungle Planet.
It's exactly the same. So, or like. It's got the exact same feel, like almost as if they have forgotten that they had made that episode previously, and then they're like, let's do this, and they're like, oh, that's a great idea. So I have for 717, Dax sucks, Worf fucks. 2 out of 4 stars. And then we get the introduction of Daft Punk into the Star Trek universe.
We also get a wedding ratings. Because that's what you do. Because in the late 90s or whatever, it's like, well, we gotta do a wedding episode, because people tune in for weddings. It's just like in pro wrestling, you gotta do that. So Cisco and Cassie are gonna get married all of a sudden. We get Worf and Dax in the jungle. We get long hair Worf, who rules. Like when he lets his hair down, he looks great. And we get which I think is like a pretty interesting thing to pull at the end of a series, is you get plastic surgery Dukat.
Yes, and that's how Dukat got his groove back. Which it is interesting. Do you think the guy who played Dukat was just like, I'm tired of the makeup?
I think it actually is smart. I think it actually is a really smart thing. Because this whole idea that there's this Cardassian who really wants to like be Bajoran, but like for all the wrong reasons, like and like as just demonstrated like in the episode with Quark,
Jim Jones,
the Quark episode, where like you can just change into a different, like your body just changes through like 23rd or 24th century technology. It's like he's going to be a Bajoran, and so all they have to do is like, hey, it's Mark Alamo, and he's just throwing the Bajoran earring and like the little nose ridge, and we're good to rock and roll. And it works so great, because I think that guy's such a good actor.
Yeah, he is. He was really good in this, and it's nice to see him just in his own skin. No. And
so he was actually in the first episode with the Romulans, season 1. He's actually one of the Romulans.
I mean, that makes sense. They seem
And
to keep people around.
Skinny from Unforgiven, he's the other Romulan.
I saw that he was in Unforgiven.
Yeah.
Or no, wait. Yeah, and I was just like, oh, it's like I can't remember where, though.
He's the saloon owner who's decorating their place with my friend. I am.
See, I got to go back and watch that now, too.
Always a good time to go back and watch Unforgiven. So yeah, unfortunately, this, like, considering this kicks off the last episode's run, this is a pretty, like, weak episode.
This is the tram to get to the plane, though.
Yes.
And then the plane takes off. We all go off together, if that makes sense.
And then that plane is like a wicked-ass rocket ship.
It's full speed. It's full speed until the end, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like, there's not a bad episode coming up. I don't think.
Actually, it pretty well goes, like, I think my notes go, yes, yeah, woo! And then sure. There's a sure episode there.
Ooh.
That's the Eternal Sunshine episode.
Oh, I put the Inception episode.
Okay, either one or the other. And then,
same idea.
And then yes and yay. That's pretty well the trajectory of how this goes.
Good to know. Same for me. So next we have 718, and I put Cisco simps 3 out of 4 stars. This is his turn to simp for the cause.
We get Down and Out Damar, which is so good, like him looking in the mirror.
Oh yeah. Accepting his alcoholism.
Well, he's just like, why am I so depressed? Why am I such a? Because this is starting to set up why we had to do that first episode, right? And it's like this elaborate thing of like, hey, remember those weird looking aliens?
The Breen.
It's like, there's a reason why they're here, and you're like, oh damn. And Damar's feeling, a little cold shoulder here because the Dominion, they made this new deal with the Breen, who turned out like, oh, they're a big threat. You just never realized it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which I actually thought was a great inclusion there and this too, it's just like the Dominion, they just cozy up to whoever's warmest. They're looking for opportunity, but I really like the idea that the Brain is just like, yeah, we can do some bad shit. We just never have.
Yeah, and this
like,
is some.
We will now.
We get some torture episode, a little bit off camera torturing.
Just off camera, which I prefer on camera, but you know me.
I do know I like when Dax says Bashir is obviously attractive.
Well, yeah, because it needs to be stated. It's because they kept trying to make Bashir a sexy guy, but no one was buying it. So they're like, maybe if we start telling people that he is, maybe that'll have the effect we want.
That's how writing works.
That is how writing works. Yeah.
And this is the wedding episode. We get the same arc with like Dax and Worf's wedding, where it's like, oh, something came up. Maybe it won't happen.
And it's just like,
and then it does happen.
Cisco.
And then because he gets a visit from the prophets who say, "You must not get married. It will end horribly, and it'll end in pain."
Oh yeah.
Well, I must, because sometimes I do this and sometimes I don't. I don't know.
Well, he's like jazz music, Jarrett. He flows.
He talks in incomplete sentences.
He does talk in incomplete sentences.
I've heard he's an odd man. He's an odd man.
He definitely seems it. But I gotta say, there's something weird, like, because even so, into Voyager now, even Janeway talks weird, and it's just like, why do they cast these people who have like such weird like diction and like the way that they speak, like the cadence? It's like, why are they casting these people? Because I haven't watched a lot of Voyager yet, Jarrett, but Janeway talks weird too, and I'm like, what's going on? It's weird.
Oh well, we can talk about it. Okay. So yeah. I don't even know what the episode 18 was. At this point, like I kind of stopped, like, because they all started blurring. That one I didn't. What is the title of 18?
Till Death Do Us Part.
There we go. Why would I write that down? So yeah, this episode's good. It's just because you're like, ooh, what's going on with this?
Advancing the plot.
Yeah. Episode 19 is Strange Bedfellows. Yeah.
So this is a Worf slut shames, and I forgot to rate this one.
Again.
But it's like again, but this. We're everything's good. My one note for this was Klingons talking about front doors, which I found weird, because there's that Klingon. He's like, yeah, I married this late Klingon woman, and she left the front door open, and my trog got out, and I never saw it again. And I was like, this is such a weird like it's like this doesn't fit with the way Klingons are. Like front doors and like a dog that ran away. I was like, where is this coming from? It's very strange, Jared. It's very strange.
Trog?
But it's something like that, isn't it?
That's another thing, because Trog's that movie.
Wait, let me look it up.
Klingon and pets.
Pets.
Remember when that war pig shows up in Next Generation? And
yeah, monster dog.
Well,
it's called a targ.
It's like a pig though. Like that. It's like it wearing a little suit. Oh, I loved it. I'm like, oh, good boy.
Oh,
and Gowron, the Gowron toy came with a.
It came with a targ.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
It was a terrible like rendition of it. It wasn't really painted. It was just like solid plastic color. Yeah.
The first picture that I see for the Klingon dog here is so good. It's just the one from TNG.
Yeah.
But I'll see if I can send it your
way.
Well,
it's a boar, right?
Yeah, it's like it's just like, it's like a wild boar kind of thing.
I'm just looking at people's like costumes they've made for their own
with their pets.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can get down on that.
Oh yeah, then there's another one. It's like a rat. It's like a Klingon rat monster.
Do you think that's what are they always talking about? Voles? Do you think it's a vole?
No, it's not a vole. They kind of dropped the vole.
It was a plot beat that they've really kind of abandoned.
Yeah.
Now for whatever reason.
I think for it's not a priority.
No.
Okay.
And it should have been.
So Strange Bedfellows. This is where you get Vedic Kai.
Yep.
She shows up and Vedic Kai is that she lives up to her rep.
Kai Wynn.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's in there, man. She's doing the good stuff. Doing the real good stuff.
There it is, giving them good pets.
Good pets. I just sent Jarrett the picture of the targ.
And so this just sets up where Ducat arrives, and no one seems to recognize this voice of the former dictator of
the leader of all of Cardassia,
of the occupation. And he's like, oh, this is great. And he's saying it's all these sweet nothings. He seduces her.
And he does a good job at it too.
Oh, he gets her. He wins her over, and they lay around in bed, I think, till the next episode. And then we get Damar, babyface turn.
Yeah,
because this is the episode
he's had enough.
Because after Dax and Worf are kidnapped and they're going to get executed, Damar goes like, fuck you, fuck the Dominion shit, fuck you assholes, I'm gonna shoot these Jem'Hadar guys and let them go, because I'm enough of this crap. Cardassians, the thing that instigates this is because like this planet of Cardassians got completely like wiped out by Klingons, because they're like, well, we'll let that planet fall. He's like, what do you mean? Why wasn't I informed of it? He's like, well, the Breen thought it was a good idea. Oh, I love Wayun and the Breen. They're like, oh, yes.
Yeah, and it was a great point to make it so that we can't understand the Breen, like, and to draw attention to that too. And it's just like, it's like you must have the problem if you can't understand the Breen. It was good. I liked it.
Yeah. Then episode 20, The Changing Face of Evil. And this episode opens up with the fucking feds getting fucked up.
It certainly does. For some reason, I just called this episode Hocus Pocus, and then I gave it 3 out of 4 stars.
Oh, because it's the blood at the end. Because Vedic's dude says, this is evil. You're looking at the ancient books of evil. And I got killed. And then blood. And I'm like, oh, yeah, the blood's a good thing that reveals the invisible ink on the page because Hocus Pocus. But it's good. You go. It's good stuff. This episode opens up with all of a sudden it's like a cold open. And then you're like, oh, hey, the Breen like attacked Earth, which doesn't happen. And
and they blew the shit out of San Francisco.
Yeah, Starfleet Command got rocked, and everyone's like, this should have been like a bigger thing in some ways, but this is TV, and you're like, whoa, that never happens. That's never happened. Like, it got close. The Borg cube almost got to Earth, and then but they defended it. And here it's like, oh, the Breen just walked right in because nobody knew it was coming. And that's like man, they're going big and bold here.
Yeah, no, it's that's a good point too. Though is it's not something that has happened ever, because you're right. Like the Borg, they didn't even get there. Not even in First Contact, they still couldn't get to Earth. Like not really.
They saw the hole and they exploited it.
Yeah. See, I like the Brain. Do they ever come back? Probably not, hey?
Well, see, well, I mean, this is like a big picture thing, I guess, in
Yeah.
terms of Star Trek. But like after, so DS9, I feel like is the last piece of, other than the
timeline?
TNG movies, they don't really proceed much past the, like, so when they do Abrams movie, you see Vulcan blow up or whatever.
Yeah.
And then there's like that. Like that's as far as we go into the timeline of
Mm-hmm.
Starfleet, and beyond that, it's like non-canon. We don't know we don't know what happens. We know
All the other series went back pre-Enterprise, right?
everything's been pre. Yes, so Enterprise, Discovery, the Pike Show, like they're all in the past.
Yep.
Like they don't want to go forward, which is really frustrating because that was always the really I guess exciting thing about Next Generation at the time was like, oh, it's 100 years in the future. Cool.
Yeah.
And
it's
then,
actually moving ahead.
And I mean, the DS9 innovation was, oh, we're going to like do a show that's set in one location, set in this world, and like and do like what it would be like living in like Federation space, or like trying to convince a country / planet to join the Federation.
Yeah. In a post Borg world as well, and and then Voyager doesn't count because Voyager's they were taken out of the timeline anyways.
Well, they get thrown into the Delta Quadrant.
Yeah,
and
so like what they do doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
not that I can.
It's just
not yet.
I mean, they got to do like they go down like, hey, spaceship adventures every week.
Yeah. But that's it.
With Tom Paris. So
that guy sucks.
I know, right?
His name's Duncan or something.
Ensign Kim.
Harry Kim. Yeah, I have opinions, but we'll get there.
Yeah. So episode 21, When It Rains.
So When It Rains, I have 721 Crazy Eyes 2 times. Because there's 2 people with crazy eyes in this episode. And this is another 3 out of 4 stars because it is a good episode.
And blind Ducat.
Oh, yeah. Ducat goes blind because he was doing something he shouldn't have been doing. That's what they used to tell little boys, right, Jared? Don't do stuff you shouldn't do or else you'll go blind.
Yeah. And we get more things about the bad Fed. Which is where they find out, it was Section 31 that poisoned the changelings.
Oh, right.
A little bit of, biological warfare.
See, and this is where Cisco should be all over this because he loves bioterrorism.
And this episode is where Kira gets sent off to assist the Cardassian resistance, because that's the other thing that happens, I think, in the previous episode, is Damar is now like the leader of the resistance.
Yeah, and he's starting his own Cardassian guerrilla resistance, and they need a trained revolutionary, which in the documentary they frequently talk about Kira the terrorist, which I feel like is the wrong word choice to describe her. But
freedom fighter, terrorist, like, it would have been different. I don't know if they let us put it on the air like that now.
It's like, well, yeah, maybe if you handled it different, so more delicately.
Yeah, so this episode is kind of like where everyone gets dispersed. Everyone's kind of getting broken off into their own like storyline, which actually winds up working out pretty well.
It does, yeah, because they all kind of get split into where they need to be, and it actually gets good because it doesn't feel like anyone was cleaved off and isn't needed. They're all doing their, like, Kira's story is good with the Cardassians, and then what else do we have?
Well,
Cisco's just there.
Is that so? You have Cisco, who is, so Kira and Garrick go off to join Damar with the Resistance, and Bashir is he's on the case to figure out what's going on with Odo and how to reverse it. And Odo is also with Kira, and he's hiding how sick he actually is.
Yeah, which is the next episode.
The next episode, yeah. And then I think those are the main things. And then eventually, and then you get Bashir and Miles teaming up.
Right, and that's 2 episodes away.
Yeah, that's 2 episodes away.
So they all get set up. And it's kind of like you said, these 10 episodes are basically one thing.
Yeah.
It's just they all kind of split.
And Gowron shows up to take over from Martok. He's like, I'm going to run things better.
Yeah. Man, Gowron, you should get a Gowron tattoo.
A tat?
Just the eyes right under your chin. Just the 2 eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone else has crazy eyes in this episode too, though. I can't
Uh,
remember who it is because I put crazy eyes 2
Might
times.
have been Ducott because he goes
Oh,
blind.
maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, maybe that's what it was. But yeah, another good episode.
Okay, episode 22.
22. Dry Odo is back, baby.
Tracking into the wind.
Yeah. So
Like
this
is like zombie Odo.
This is zombie Odo. So in one of the season 1 or 2, when he doesn't go back to his goo form before he knows what he is, he goes into like this dry zombie kind of Odo stuff too, which is
not tracking, tacking into the wind.
Tacking into the wind. That
makes
someone
way
on
more
the
sense.
internet would have really let you have it if you had not corrected yourself.
Full blast.
So what happens in this one, Jarrett?
We get sick Odo, who's because the resistance got pinned down all of a sudden, and he's trying to conceal this. Garrick's there. That's just like kind of the main thrust of it. But the big thing is Gowron is like just fucking shit up because he sucks. He's stupid. He has no military mind, and he's just trying to make Martok look bad, because in Klingonese, when you're successful at fighting, it makes you look good, and you can politic back in. Mm-hmm. And this climaxes into probably like the best moment of Worf's life.
The only time in two series has Worf ever lived up to his reputation.
Yeah,
I think
of beating ass, but because you never see him do it, but here.
No,
he kind of does it, and he kind of does get tossed around here too, because he gets thrown through the fucking glass, and then Gowron's standing over top of him, but because Gowron sucks, he gets fucking gutted, and then Gowron's dead, and it's like Worf just killed Gowron, the president of Klingonia, and now Worf is the leader of the Empire for like a minute.
Until he concedes it. But yeah, that's the thing about Worf and Klingons in general. They're all talk. They get pumped up a lot, but you never get to see them do anything like real. Oh, they're just there.
In this episode, it's got the there's an offense attempted, but the Breen can like fuck you right back up real bad, because this is the episode. Because once the episode where the Defiant gets blown up.
Could have been this one.
It might have been this one. Oh, yeah. At some point, somewhere here, the Defiant goes boom, and you're like, God damn! And they have the escape pods, and then he's like, then I think it's like Wayne's like, oh, let them live, so they will spread the word of how evil and powerful we are. And you're like, oh, don't do that. Blow them up. Blow them up a little bit.
It's the number one mistake everyone has always made.
Everyone makes that. Well, it's TV, baby.
Yeah, you gotta blow them up. But yeah, this is a good one too. They're all good from here on, except for maybe the next one. Well, the next one's fine.
Extreme measures.
Yeah. So 723. Yeah. So you said Eternal Sunshine. I said Inception. But the one thing also is I put Cisco says what, and did you notice how Cisco reads the line here? They say something to him, and he goes, "What?"
I think, yeah.
And he says it like that too. He's like, "What?" I can't even copy it. It's so like,
strange. What?
There's so much like it's very like subdued, but there's so much packed into. It's so weird.
Yeah, this
so
episode,
strange.
So this episode is all about breaking into Section 31 guy's head.
Yeah, and this is to stop genocide.
Stop genocide, because they have to find the cure for Odo, to save Odo, because he's going to die. And so Bashir and Miles O'Brien, they go inside of Section 31 guy's head, because they lay out this plot. It's actually pretty good. It's a pretty good idea.
It's not bad.
It's an O'Brien scheme where it's like, hey, you know these like holodeck plans and stuff like that, when we're doing these like ideas, it's like, why don't we do this for real and say we did find the cure, and we'll send a message to Starfleet, because Starfleet's all being weird about this, and they're going to, the Section 31 guy's going to know all about it, and he's just going to show up, and when he shows up, we snatch him up, and then we get it from him that way. We beat it out of him.
Which, it's a good plan. And
of course he suicide pills it.
Yeah. And then he's dead, and then they have to go into his brain, into his dead brain,
or his dying brain,
which could have had the potential to be super spooky, which I think they missed out on, because it's kind of like since now that you're watching TNG, eventually you'll get to the Data Dream episodes where he has his nightmares, which is like, ugh, so good. I think this could have been like that, but they just missed it. They didn't buy into it enough.
Agent Sloan is
Agent Sloan.
yeah.
I just know him as the bad guy from The Mist.
Oh yeah.
And what else is this guy in? What's this guy's name again? Richard Atler
Oh,
or
it's
something like that.
William Sadler.
William Sadler. Yeah, he's a good dude. He was good for the role.
Yeah.
Yeah. What did I say? Richard Atler. Haywood from Shawshank. Remember what he did in Shawshank?
One of the dudes.
He was one of them. So yeah, this is it's an okay episode, I thought. You know, in the middle of all this stuff, it's kind of like it's a bit jarred in there, but if it came at a different time, I think it would have been good. So anyways, do you have anything else to say about that one?
That's about it. It's just like it's such a slowdown of an episode, but I mean it's all about getting Odo okayed, and it does play into the end as well.
Yeah, it does. It does. So then 724, I have William Wallace Cardassia, and that's a 3 out of 4 stars.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
so this is the Dogs of War.
Dogs of War. We get Rom Grand Nagus, which is like I felt was very telegraphed.
Yeah, I had completely forgotten that even happened.
Yeah,
until you brought that up.
It's pretty well like the closure to the Ferengi arc, like how because it's kind of really interesting when you see the very first episode of the Ferengis appearing. There's this whole speech about like one day the Ferengis will be better.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what DS9 becomes, is like that's like one of the arcs of like how the Ferengis like arguably become a better species because they open up and maybe become not as vile, just pure capitalists.
Well, now women are allowed to wear clothes and get jobs
and be part of the economy and in society in general. And and now you have Rom, who is like the nicest guy around.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, and then it's basically the end of Quark, and I feel like Quark gets shortchanged on this. He doesn't really have a conclusion to his story.
I have a note here: snogging.
Did someone say Oh, between the Nagus and Moogie?
Yeah, there's like
I think.
And then like Quark's got his lady that she was like all into him.
Oh yeah, yeah. Quark does some. It's always gross to see him hitting on ladies.
Harassment.
Yeah, harassment is right.
Oh yeah, so yeah, the other thing that's been going on is Kira, Damar, and Garrick, they're like in a basement and on Cardassia. They're at
Garrick's mom.
Garrick's not his housekeeper.
His housekeeper.
Yeah, the family housekeeper or whatever. It's been keeping the house the whole time. They're hiding out there in the basement. They're waiting. They're trying to hide from detection. Damar is becoming sort of this like cult figure, the hero to the people, and they can't do anything about it. And yeah,
which is I really liked that kind of side plot, like the Damar, Kira, and Garrick stuff. It's really good, and it has a great payoff in the next episode.
Oh yeah.
So I have these as 2 separate episodes, but we could probably talk about them as one.
It's pretty well one, because it's like it's definitely like longer than even 2 episodes. It seems like there's so much that goes down in this. Yeah. So the big thing is Cisco and the Federation. This is it. They've like managed to like get into they got their asses pushed back by the Breen, but things are going down where there's a positioning. I can't remember what's going down where they can now make a big push, and it happens in the first half of this episode.
Part of it was because Cardassia turned, so that opened up a hole.
Yeah,
and then they the other part is that the founders are all dying, so that like is a part of it too. And they're pushed back to Cardassia Prime,
and that becomes
their
super base. Yeah, and then now their idea is there's this debate whether or not we could just let them. We could rest up and try to but it's like they're just going to start rebuilding again.
Oh, the other part of it is that Martok takes over the Klingon Empire.
Yep.
So they have better Klingon strategy now as well, even though he was doing it before. But so they have him there. The Romulans are still on board. And then Cardassia leaves. So that all of those things, I think, is what opened it up for them to kind of take over. There was one other big thing, though, like one more thing that they lost or something. I just can't remember what it was.
Yeah, kind of skimming what the big the Dominion Breen Cardassians versus the Federation Klingon Romulan fleets. Cutting off the communication between the fleet. Talk. I'm because it's like it's been like 3 weeks since I watched all this. So
yeah, so I did have two separate things because I watched them as two-parters. But for 725, I put they straight murked Grandma, and then I put 5 out of 4 stars. For 725.
See, what was that again?
I said because I watched it as 2. So I'll give you my rundown as 2 episodes, but 725 I put they straight murked Grandma, and then I gave it 5 out of 4 stars.
Okay.
Because they stab her or something, and they throw her down all the stairs right over Garrick, and I was just like, oh my god.
They're the Z Germans, RJ.
I know, but still, I was still a little taken aback by it.
We also, 5 out of 4. This is also we get the return of Gul Dukat. Because he got blinded and got sent out into the street. It's like, until your vision comes back, you can't come back to me. So he gets put on hold for 3 episodes, but he's back. And he's back, baby. And that's like kind of like the back burner of like, there's the Cardassian battle, then there's like the small battle that's like sets itself up. And we'll talk about that, I think. But yeah, you get the invasion of Cardassia, which is awesome. You get the Damar, Kira, Garrick final like, I don't know, charge on the base with like certain death looking upon them as they decide, as they're attempting to push in. And once the Cardassians, so what happens is there's the big star battle, and like everyone's getting fucked. Like the Federation is getting destroyed, and they went in knowing it. Like, this is like D-Day. Like, they're like, we're going to lose a lot of people, but we need to do this right now because more people will die in the long term, and we could do this right now and end this today. It's awesome. Yeah. It's like, makes total sense. They charge in. They're getting destroyed left and right. It seems pretty grim. And then the Cardassians turn, and they decide to start blowing them away, pushing them back, because that's what the big thing. And then then the Dominion falls back and consolidating. And then once the changeling, the boss lady, when she finds out what's going on, she gives an order, RJ.
What's her order?
To exterminate the Cardassians.
Yes, she does. And she says, you know what? Fuck these people.
All of them. They kill them all of them. It's like, what? It's like, what's going on right now? It's like, go send everybody out, kill them all. I want them all dead. Like, just start kill them. I don't give a shit, because she's rotting, decaying rapidly, and she's like, oh fuck, I'm gonna make this, like, I'm gonna make them fight. I'm not going to call for like an end to this. Like, I want the feds to like eat every single death. I want them to fight for it, because I don't give a shit.
Yeah, well, and her point too is she's just like, you know what? She's like, the Jem'Hadar will fight until we tell them to stop.
Yeah, so until the drugs run out.
Yeah, they're like, they will fight forever. So it's like, send them down and exterminate the Cardassians, because nobody cares about them. They suck.
That's right.
And then you go, holy shit.
Yeah, because how many die, RJ?
All of them?
800 million.
800 million? Which did they say how many of the how many are left?
No, they didn't mention that part, and counting, because that wasn't the final tally. That was just like within hours of like when they actually do finally stop the killing. Because you get Damar's big death, which I loved it. I thought like he's like, he turns like, and that actually I think the actor in the documentary, he comes off as a pretty cool dude. Yeah,
and I think the biggest thing for him too, he was kind of just like, he's like, Damar was just kind of there. And he's like, and I was just doing it. And then he's like, and then it actually became a big thing. And he was just like, I was just trying to be Damar, you know? And I think Damar has a good storyline too in this last 10 episodes. You're like, yeah.
Yep.
You're rooting for him a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah. So, yeah, very good. And then, okay, so I do have notes on the last episode.
Okay.
Because this is basically where that halfway point is. So 726, I put King, Simp, Christ, Jesus, 8 out of 4 stars.
8? Holy shit, boy.
There were 2 separate parts of this episode, Jarrett, where I sat up and I made audible gasps out loud to myself. One of
Okay.
them was the Spawn segment with Cisco and Ducat.
Yeah.
I sat up and I actually laughed out loud, which isn't something I do very often, like especially not when I'm alone. But I sat up and I went, "Holy shit!"
What do you think of Cisco's solution?
Uh, well,
just fucking body check him. It's like, that's it. It's like, huh? Yeah, that did it. And it's like, and then the prophets go, "Hey, you did what you're supposed to do." Like,
and he goes, "I know."
Oh,
and he says, "It's complicated."
It's complicated.
So the next day, because I watched this late at night, and then next day I was talking to Andrea. I was like, "I finished DS9," and she's like, "Oh yeah, what happened?" And I was like, "Cisco turned out to be actual Jesus," and she's like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "He was Jesus. He was."
Well,
he brought it all together.
So this is the thing, right? At the because that speech that Ducat gives. So so Vedic gets burnt alive, which is rad. Because she everything she did, she made the wrong move every single step of the way. Time. But she played her role because it was all about going to the fire caves. And like let them up. But then there's like that speech he gives, and you start realizing like, wait. Like you can start like thinking back to this. It's like, are the paw wraiths Satan?
Well, I mean,
like
so
if you think about
just
like
the segment of the wormhole aliens, right? And they're the ones who got prisoned, but the wormhole aliens are still alive.
So if you want to think about this in terms of like if you want to think about like in terms of like an atheist view of Star Trek, because like the whole idea of like making Cisco as a prophet, right? They call him a prophet, and they send like energy things, like aliens, the wormhole aliens send beings to like create Cisco, to like do this one thing. And because the reason why is the Pal Wraith, like when Ducat's like supercharged and he's like talking about, "I'm going to set the galaxy on fire," and you go, whoa, wait, like what could he do that? Because it's like, if this is the fire caves, if this is what hell is, if this is the vision that maybe the prophets have been sending to people on Earth all this time, trying to get the Federation to Bajor for this moment, to deliver Cisco to this moment, is this like the entire purpose of like have they been sending? I was just wondering about this because like that speech is really curious. I'm like, is he being just like very like, is this being poetic, or is this like he's like, no, he is actually like the destroyer of worlds, like he was like Darkseid or Thanos for like a moment, and it's like, oh, he had to kill him, and he did. And it's like, and he's the only one that can be there, because at the time there's like a big final like, hey, we're having a party with Vix because it's going to be great.
I mean, I think so. That was what I got from it, was that was what was set up to begin the whole time. Or the whole way. It's hard to say though. Like from my viewpoint, I was like, oh, they made Cisco like Jesus. I was like, I get it. Yeah, it makes sense to me. And then we have the Spawn segment, which I think is pretty spectacular.
Or AKA Freddy.
The Freddy meets Spawn, and then they go into the flames, and I thought that was amazing.
And I do love that you go from plastic surgery Ducat to real Ducat by the end, where you get to enjoy some Cardassian action when he gets restored after he gets blasted. I thought that was a great touch. Yeah,
that is super cool as well. So you have that, and then like the story finishes off, and then but before we get there, where is the montage? Is that right at the end? The Way You Look Tonight montage, or is that like before the actual event?
That's before, because they have that big montage in the club with the song. And then but I don't know if that's the montage I'm not sure if that's when the montage, because there's the whole scene where like they're singing, and that's when Cisco gets the vision of like, I have to go now. And he goes and takes he takes a shuttle and he goes off, and they're like, hey, where'd he go? And you're like, oh yeah, he went to take care of something. And then they get the vision, and then you get the montage of like where they have to like, they can't use Jadzia because they'd have to pay her money to do it. That's the one thing I'm like, oh yeah, Worf wouldn't think about that like one bit. I met my wife and she died, but she won't make it into my flashback. My flashback because of unions and paying people.
Which I thought was really funny. And so like the inclusion of the montage too, like, so I liked it with the song The Way You Look Tonight. I was like, this is very fitting based on like everything else they've done in the show. But I actually thought it was really good that they had the Bashir and Miles. It was like a romance montage where it's just like them being in love with each other, which I thought was super funny. And then also when they have Quark's montage, it's like a blooper reel. It's just scenes of him being like embarrassed, and I was just like, man, Quark is really getting the fucking short stick on the end of DS9 here. They're just making fun of him. But whatever.
Well, because I think like probably ultimately his like arc, like he kind of wound up exactly where he was, and that's like despite his heroicism at moments, he at the end of the day he's the bartender.
Right.
He is.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he is just yeah. But so yeah, you have the montage, and then yeah, Cisco does his thing, and then you get a Harry Potter-esque like moment of Cisco and the like talking to Cassidy and stuff like that, and then they go back to the station, and you see everyone get set up for the rest of their lives, Jared.
Well, and you get Odo in his tuxedo.
Odo in a tuxedo, which was very good. Did you squirt out a little tear at the end of there, or what?
I did not, but I thought it was like that's really cool. That's nice. Like it ties up things in a pretty good little way. With Worf being an ambassador for the Federation to the Klingon Empire, O'Brien's gonna go teach at Starfleet and to go do nothing, I guess.
Yep.
And then Kira
Worf becomes a general.
Kira's the station commander. And and Cisco's son Jake is just going to hang out and wait for his dad. Be like, what about me?
Which is like easily, I think, one of the saddest things in Star Trek in the franchise. Just Jake looking out the window at the wormhole.
Yeah.
And like, I think that's just how you got to leave it.
No.
Cisco never comes back, and Jake is just yearning for him forever. It really makes that one episode where Jake is an old man. Have a little bit more weight. I probably should go back and check that out.
I have to say, so yeah, Wei-Wun dies. R.I.P. He's done. No, and he was the last clone.
And they say that was our last Wei-Wun.
Yep, and that's it. And then I love the signing of the treaty too. I thought that stuff was like so well done. Like that was like, man, like what closure? This is a lot of TV shows wish they'd have like a closer like this.
Yeah, no, they wrap it up pretty nicely, I think. They really do. But I don't know what else. What else is there to say?
I don't know. I think that last 10 episodes of the Dominion War are like pretty much best Star Trek. I think like without like it's hard to compare, right? Because there's no comparison. It's like that multi-episode thing, which they in that documentary we'll talk about here quickly maybe. They say that's what made us lose viewers though too, is because everything like we started doing these multi-parters all the time and like telling long-term stories, and it's like the fans, they're not ready for it. But it's like when you watch TV back then, like if you didn't tape an episode, it was just gone, and you'd have to wait for reruns all the time. And watching TV like that was difficult. But I mean, Star Trek fans were committed people, but you need more than Star Trek fans, because you look at the movies. Those movies didn't make a lot of money. They were not performing top notch like nowadays, I guess, with the Abrams action movie stuff. But
right, which I mean, I feel like has already ran its course too, right?
Yeah, Star Trek for fascism.
But I actually, so like now that it's done, I think like if you're gonna do this, the only correct way to do this is actually to do original series and then TNG and then DS9, because I think you need that build up of like original series just because it's wicked, TNG because you do get like you start to build up on some of these things, and I do think you have a lot of like original series stuff in there too. And then I think to get ready for DS9, I think you do need those other ones too.
I will say that I'm kind of like half watching TNG for the most part, because I've seen all these episodes like several times, and like the last time I tried watching it when I was using my full attention on it, I found it really tough because like television has developed.
I remember you saying that.
But watching it now, like after coming off of DS9 and going back to it and kind of being a little bit more interested in like not fully like watching some of the cheaper production values at times, though, man, the one thing, so in the Next Generation stuff that's on Netflix, it's all the upgraded effects, and they look really good.
Okay.
It's actually great. I really didn't like the ones that are in original series because it doesn't match whatsoever.
It doesn't match up.
But
Yeah.
and the one thing that stinks about DS9 is that it looks old, like the print of it. Like they're not going to restore it like they did with Next Generation. They spent a fortune restoring Next Generation because they shot those on film and they did tons of work to do it, and it looks really great. DS9, they're not going to put that money into that show, but like then they do like that toss off like action sequence of in like where they basically recreate one battle from the Dominion War. Like we're one of the big battles in the episode, and it looks awesome. Like I'm like, man, I want them to redo all those scenes like really bad.
They should,
because they look so much better than they do as broadcast, and like improve on it and be like, yeah, the space battles look great, and it would just have more drama to it when those ships explode. It looks like it. Like I think it's totally, it's cheap to do it now too, and like it's not like there's not passionate people who would like work on Star Trek restoration stuff and figure it out.
You could do it.
Yeah, me.
Well, you're passionate about it.
I don't know. There's some pros, RJ, real pros.
I see, but I'm glad to, because I knew you were a little soft on TNG even when I was watching, but I'm glad to hear that you're getting in some enjoyment out of it.
Patrick Stewart is brilliant. He is so
good.
He is, yeah. He arguably he brings so much to that role. His disdain.
I think he saved the franchise.
Well, yeah, he's awesome. I have to say, like, I think Brent Spiner is a fairly limited actor, but his him playing Data is so good. Like he brings so much.
Just works.
It works so well. Like there's stuff that like should not work at all, and he does. Wesley is pants for the most part. He's actually not like earlier on. It's not that annoying because I really do like the Picard Wesley relationship. I think that it works pretty well.
They eventually write him out too.
Yeah, they take him out for good. And I think Frakes is good. I think Riker did work really well in that show. I think he plays super well. I don't think he's a bad actor or anything like that. Like really, it's like Marina Sirtis. I think is like pretty weak.
Yes.
I don't know if she gets better or not.
No, but they limit her role too.
Yeah,
and like I think my constant complaint about her is that they always write her as like not as dumb, but like she always puts herself in bad situations, and you're just like, how can I like this character if you just keep making her do all this dumb shit all the time? Kind of thing.
Are you ever kept up at night wondering whatever happened to Chief Engineer Argyle?
Most nights, yeah.
No.
Oh, but hey, Barclay gets a shout out in season 7 of DS9. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yeah, no, he does. Yeah, because there's
it's right after Jadzia dies.
Yeah, and it's like, remember Miles is like, "Hey, Worf, remember that thing with Barclay?"
Like, you remember Barclay? And he's like, "Yeah, I remember that guy." And he's like, "Yeah, me too."
Mm-hmm.
And then that's about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's see, I'm glad you're watching TNG again because it. So now that I'm done, I do think DS9 is definitely DS9. I think is the best that the series or the franchise has been in terms of like long haul storylines. Like it's great. Like the way they built up all of these kind of ideas and the stories and the things that they do actually kind of tackle, I think is really, really well done. But then also too, like TNG is just fun, man. Like I just enjoyed watching TNG. It was nice to throw it on and just kind of sit back and TNG got into some serious shit once in a while too.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's even like I actually do like there's this stuff that's like super dorky Star Trek-y things like Prime Directive episodes, and sometimes it actually works pretty well. Like they actually do like when they have like Picard getting very passionate about it and talking about it, that stuff actually works. One of the episodes I just watched too was the where they go to the planet with like the proto Vulcans.
Right.
And like the whole thing is like they're accidentally seen because the observation station blows up and they go to grab them and then they accidentally the guy falls and like fucks himself up and Crusher makes the decision to beam him aboard and then he overhears and it's Leland Palmer, by the way. I don't know if you remember that.
I remember. Yeah. He's like the caveman brow.
Yes. Yeah.
Like the Vulcan brow.
Cro-Magnon Vulcans.
Yeah.
And then that episode's like pretty well handled. And then even the one that I actually thought was I think it's a pretty cool episode is the Pen Pals episode where it's like
Yeah,
the
with
volcano,
Data.
with the volcano planet and that weird looking girl. That
That
like
episode's awesome.
that episode's actually really well done. Like
Yeah.
I don't know, it nails so much stuff. Like the Data stuff's excellent, and
Hmm.
the Prime Directive stuff makes total sense, and like the whole like the wrangling with like justifying it. And I love like fucking Data's power play of playing the girl's voice coming through, and like
Hmm.
everyone in the room's reaction. I think like Deanna Troy's like, oh god, like because Picard just made the decision, and then Picard's like, oh, Data, don't do that, don't delete that, oh fuck, we'll deal with it.
Yeah. And there's actually a place for it too, though, because that's whole Data's whole storyline. It keeps coming back where it's like, is he property, or like, and then like, because
Yeah,
he creates another being like his daughter, and then Starfleet's like, well, we own that, and he's
yeah.
like, no, you don't. He's like, it is a new life form, and it's like, and you, because of your guys' directives, this thing is entitled to life, kind of thing. So like, it comes back a bunch of different times.
You have Dr. Polanski, who's trying to be McCoy too.
So I gotta look. Have you seen Chaos on the Bridge, the Shatner doc?
No.
Okay, so I watched that, and it's like it's right where you are. They're talking about it's about the first 3 seasons of TNG.
Yep.
It's an hour long, and it's just Shatner sitting down with TNG people, and it's basically talking about how Roddenberry was like nuts and was like doing really weird shit. But they talk about the Pulaski thing because basically it was just like. It's kind of like when they talk about Jadzia and What We Left Behind, and it was like, well, it was contracts. So we got Pulaski in, but it was like no one liked her,
Well,
and she didn't like being
on
there.
Wikipedia, yeah, there's part of it was that one of the showrunners did not like Gates McFadden,
Yep.
and they wrote her off,
Yep.
and then they brought
And
in
Patrick
Pulaski,
Stewart talks about that.
and then by the end they're like, this character has not gelled with anybody, and they try by the end to try to make her a little bit more likable, because
But
like
she's
man,
not.
she's just like they just like I don't blame the actress either. Like
Yeah.
it's the writers that like were trying to crank it up. Like, why does she hate Data so much?
Because he calls her Data,
Yeah, and like,
and
and she's
he's
like,
like, it's
you're
Data.
you it, calling him it all the time. Like, I get it. It's like you're trying to do McCoy and Vulcan, but like this
Yeah.
seems like really mean spirited. But
Hmm.
and then they just get rid of her by the end because they're like, oh hey, we really want, because you're not working, and we'll bring back Gates McFadden, and then Patrick Stewart convinced her to do it, and it was the better move.
Yeah, and which I mean it was, but the reason I brought that up too is just because of that, not just because of that, but Patrick Stewart. They talk about him in this Chaos on the Bridge, and he's there too, and he talks about it, and like. I think the reason TNG, one of the reasons it was so successful was because of him, because of how serious he took it. Like, he's super candid. He's just like, I didn't like people fucking around on the show. He's like, I always thought the American actors were too like loose. And he's like, so I wouldn't have any of it. And he's like, and then other TV, or it's like the company would try to shoot like the news segment on the Star Trek set, like on the weekend. And he's like, I told them to fuck right off. He's like, they're not going to be making fun of my show.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, it's good. It's like he was taking it like as seriously as Picard was on the show. It's like, I think that's why it's believable, because
Yeah.
he believes himself.
He believes in himself.
Yeah. So tell me about What We Left Behind, looking back at Star Trek Deep Space Nine.
It's a Kickstarter documentary, RJ.
From Ira Bear?
Yes, I was it Ira Steven Bear? Or what's his
Ira Stephen Bear.
Yeah. So I just watched this because I saw you watched it, and I went, "Yo,
Mm-hmm.
dog, shoot that my way." So
Uh-huh.
I had, because I wanted to watch this too because I was kind of curious how it would go. And fuck, is it depressing? Because it's like Aaron Eisenberg's dead. And who just died too? That's like
Renee Auberge.
fucking
Genois.
Odo's dead. Fucking Nog's dead. And you're like, God damn. It's you can't really do this at all. Nana Visitor looking like Jamie Lee Curtis.
I mean, she always kind of was.
No.
They just didn't know what to do with her hair a lot, but
Yeah, and then yeah. So yeah, this is just like what you kind of expect. A lot of talking heads, a lot of back padding.
Yeah.
I did not recognize Rom at the beginning.
yeah, he's because he doesn't even talk like how Rom talks too, so he's
Brother.
a bit brother. Yeah, it took me a minute to place him. Most of them I could place. It took me a minute to place Rom. Gul Dukat, you recognize immediately.
Yeah.
Andrew Robinson, you can pick up immediately.
Yes, yeah, well, yeah.
But that's because Garrick is awesome.
Hmm.
which I think he shines in this as well. But for this thing too, I thought it was a little self-indulgent. Like when they get to the checkbox thing, it's like we talked about LGBTQ, we talked about religion, we talked about this, and they're checking it off. I was like, because this documentary too, it's like, people who are watching this are already fans of DS9. There's no one who's just gonna watch this before watching the show.
Yeah.
It's like everyone knows what you did. It's like that's why you're popular. But so for me, at times, I was like, it's like this is a little too much. Like, look at how good we are.
Yeah, and Alanis Morissette.
Oh my god!
Oh
boy!
Funny. Oh boy! Oh,
that is so funny. Like when that music just drops and you go, oh my god!
Women, am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Empowerment.
I did like seeing the actors though. Like it is a nice kind of like debrief after you do 7 seasons of DS9.
Yeah,
I think
it's like strange because like this idea that like this is like the most hated show. I'm like I mean that's changed I think a lot. Yeah, but even at the time I'm kind of like I always felt like Voyager was the more dismissed of the 4 first series.
I mean, yeah, for sure. If before you had asked me, like, because I knew what the series were, I just didn't watch any of them. If you're like rank them from worst to best, I would have said sounds like Enterprise is the worst and Voyager is the second worst, just based on what I've heard.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Which means I am on a real downhill kind of stretch here for the next year.
Well, we'll see. Maybe Aaron Lang, AA, he says that
Voyager picks up.
Voyager's got some good stuff, so we'll see.
People say that, but no one talks passionately about Enterprise. No. At least that one's only 4 seasons.
So I to go back to your last review though for the last episode, 8 out of 4. Is that like it's I mean that's the clear like best episode of Star Trekdom, I think, with that type of rating.
Not necessarily.
Is that kind of like how like what would your overall rating I guess be of DS9 maybe on a scale of 10?
On a scale of 10, I don't know. It's hard to say because, like, it's like I said, the highs are very high, but the lows are very low.
They happen, and that's kind of the nature of the Star Trek beast.
I'd say 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
8.5 out of 10.
Yeah. What about TNG?
Like 8.5 out of 10. Yeah. I think they're like for me, they're both kind of. I think TNG has more consistency. Because DS9, like, they were clearly wanted to do their long haul stuff, but once in a while they'd have these, like, whenever DS9 has those, like, one-off episodes, that's where it really kind of, like, flounders a little bit.
Well, because when they do those, it's like, it always feels like even the one-off episodes of Next Gen, they still have Patrick Stewart or Data or, like those guys.
There's something.
Those characters that, like, there's more than just, it's Bashir with people you don't know or care about.
Oh, it's a Ezri on her home world in the last season.
And Miles.
And it's like nobody cares about this because the show is ending and no one gives a shit about this new character you just introduced.
Yeah, it's like, but they might have killed somebody. Like, I don't care.
Like, it doesn't matter. It's all made up anyway, so it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'd say TNG, I think, has better consistency just in terms of like the nature of the show, but like DS9, like once you get in that good stretch where you start to get episodes that build off of each other, you're just like, oh yeah, you can really feel it, you know?
Oh, and I mean, I did get to obviously since I finished season 2, I did get Q Who, which is the Borgen, and you get that the awesome stuff of Guinan, where it's like, geez, how many hundreds of years old?
Okay, so I know you don't pay attention to this stuff, but so yesterday, a day or two ago, was like Star Trek Day or First Contact Day or something.
Yeah, First Contact Day.
And so one of the big takeaways was that for Picard season 2, Q is going to be in Picard season 2, but then also I think Patrick Stewart has been saying for a long time he's trying to get Whoopi to be on Picard. So what would be very cool is if Guinan was on Picard and we actually get some background into what Whoopi was, because she was like a pixie or something, right?
Well, she's definitely
they
like,
never say.
Yeah, but she's something that, I mean, when she first shows up or when she's like around, like she's just there in 10 was it 10-4?
Yeah, 10 forward.
10 forward.
or something like that.
The bar, 10 forward. You're right. And like when Q sees her, he's like, you.
And she gives her a little hand thing
that like cancels her out or cancels out queuing.
See, and that's see, that episode is so good. I love Guinan. I just wish if anyone ever wants to send us something, find me something Guinan related. Hopefully, maybe even a T-shirt with Guinan. I would love that.
Well, I mean, how much do you spend? Do you spend any time, RJ, on Memory Alpha?
Oh, almost. When am I not on Memory Alpha? I've never heard of this. I have no idea what it is.
Come on. So you've never like Google search Star Trek before, like or names of things? Because that's
I've Googled Star Trek stuff.
It is the Wikipedia for Trek things. Memory Alpha. Everything is on there.
Fuck, I didn't know. I'm not that big of a nerd.
Well, you got to work on it.
I'm on there now.
Yeah, and so you can look up Guinan, and like it'll have like all the like stuff that we know about her.
Okay, so these are things we know. Slimer. Okay, Guinan. Yeah, but she's never been in anything other than TNG, I don't think.
Right.
Okay, well, anyways, I was just saying, I would be really excited for her to come back since you just watched the Q episode. But so another thing too is now that I finished DS9, I need to add to the data poster, but I need a DS9 themed one.
Ooh, who are you going to go with?
I don't know. It'll depend on the availability. I mean, I think a Quark would be a nice pairing.
I think that's there you go.
Yeah, Data, Quark, and then so far in my experiences with Voyager, I guess Tuvok maybe is the only one that's not annoying me at the moment.
Should we really go too far and talk about Voyager?
Not yet, but I will give you my brief anticipations. But I don't know if you're interested, but I watched the Star Trek Black Mirror episode.
Oh, okay.
With Matt Damon.
Right.
With Jesse Plemons.
Yeah.
So, Jared, do you know Harlan Ellison?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream?
Yeah.
That's what this episode is.
Are you kidding?
I mean, essentially, that's what I thought immediately. There's even a scene where someone their face gets skinned over and they can't breathe anymore, kind of thing.
Oh, that sounds like a mean Star Trek episode. I don't know.
It's not really Star Trek, and that's one of my criticisms of it. It's mock Star Trek. It's not 1 hour with a Star Trek thing. It's like 20 minutes in Star Trek world and 20 minutes in the real world.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Kind of thing. So it's not a full on. They don't commit.
That bums me out a little bit.
And this is the first of like I haven't really watched Black Mirror since it left BBC and became Netflix. And watching this, I was like, yeah, this feels like Netflix kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like which I know you are all but familiar with.
See, I have not watched the Netflix Black Mirror, and
neither have I. I just watched this one because I knew it existed.
Mm-hmm. What is it called? What's the episode called again?
USS Callister.
Right.
If you go to my page, it's got the poster there, but like when I was watching this, I was like, this just seems exactly like that Harlan Ellison story. Like, I'm sure someone's gonna come back and be like, well, actually, but actually. Well, that's what it seemed like to me, at least. But oh well. And then so just so you know, I am watching Voyager.
Yeah.
And I'm doing my normal thing. So holy shit. Should I tell you how far into Voyager I am?
Yeah, do it, buddy.
I'm not gonna cover these episodes right now. We could probably pick this up next week.
Okay.
Since we have 3 movies to talk about. But I am currently 10 episodes into Voyager.
What?
Jared, I'm living in the basement right now. I have nothing else to do.
Oh, buddy. You're in
What is
quarantine.
this picture you sent me? Ooh, good Guinan. I like that.
I've watched at least the first 5 episodes.
Okay, so my takeaways so far is that...
Oh, no, I've watched the 6th episode, because that's got the Romulan. And I have... Yeah, I've watched the first 6 episodes somehow.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. You stopped right before an actual okay episode, I think.
Okay.
Or no, wait, maybe that's the Romulan one.
The Romulan episode is good, decent.
Yeah. But yeah, so I don't know. There aren't a lot of characters I like, but my biggest takeaway is Janeway talks weird too. And I don't know why they all talk weird. I just don't get it. Why does everyone talk weird? Just talk normal.
Are you looking forward to like at like seasons of like maybe this is a way home? Nope.
No, within the first season, I feel like it's already run its course.
And hey, season 1's only 15 episodes.
I know, which is really exciting. But the rest of the
peculiar.
seasons are 26.
Yeah, that's weird though. Why is it so short? Oh, I guess it started mid. It was like a mid-year start. It was like January.
Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah, I was a little surprised by that too, but I was like, don't ask questions because I can get through the first season a little bit faster. So I'm already almost done the first season, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Did you like being on a starship again?
No, I miss DS9 now.
Oh,
Like I said, like I got used and familiar into that, and now that I'm seeing the starship with these people that I don't care about, it all feels like the president's choice of Star Trek. Like
yeah, that's kind of why I stopped watching it, because I was like, this feels so generic.
Yeah, and like all of the actors too, it's like none of these people make me want to continue looking at them. That Tom Paris guy sucks so much.
He's such a knave, though.
Ugh. Yeah, like what do you mean knave? Like a navel?
With a K.
Oh, I see. Janeway's not bad, but she talks weird. Tuvok is fine, but that's just because Vulcans are easy to write, I think.
But he's a real hard-ass Vulcan, too.
He is, yep. So Tuvok is fine. Chakotay is he's not bad. I thought he was Samoan at first.
Yeah.
Because not just because of the face tattoo, but there is in the first episode there is actually a scene on New Zealand that says New Zealand, and I was like, crikey, Oliver Granger's coming in, but it's Tom Paris is from New Zealand, not Chakotay, and I was like, what?
And then there's Klingon, half Klingon girl,
the lady, yeah,
she's angry.
She is angry, but she's smart. The one thing I just saw today that I thought was funny was for Chakotay. It said they had a expert Native American, which is the term that they used on set to help write Chakotay's dialogue. And then they said that they found out afterwards that the person who said that they were quote unquote Native American wasn't, and they were lying.
I was gonna say, I'm like, there's like, you know what? There's a pretty high chance of that. What you're about to say, and I went, there you go. Our expert.
Yeah, their expert was not. Although the actor is, he's like, it said he was half Mexican, half Native American. So the actor is, but the expert they got in there was probably just some white guy who wore a lot of beads. And he was just like, let me tell you, man, I know all about this stuff. Mm-hmm. I imagine that's how he talked.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Cool. Yeah, I'm trying to even think of like, oh yeah, and then there's the doctor.
Yeah, just the doctor. Although in like episode 6 or 7, they're like, we should get you a name. And he's like, I'll think about it.
And he does.
But then it
he's
appears
the doctor.
That he's just the doctor, which he's more tolerable than he was in the one episode of DS9.
Because that's his maker. And he's a bit more of a dickhead in that as a person than he is as the hologram.
As the hologram.
Well, basically, so I mean, by the end, he is like pretty well. I mean, it's Janeway, the Doctor, and eventually 709. Spoilers. They're essentially your like main characters by the end because they're the ones that people liked. So you get tons of them.
That's kind of what I thought, but I looked it up because I was like, when the fuck does the Borg come? And I saw that Jerry Ryan's not there until the last episode of season 3, and I was like, holy shit, that's a long way to go.
Yep.
But
long ways, bud. Hey, so that wraps up our What You Been Creeping On segment here. However long it's been. What are we? Oh, dear.